imperialism. You will grow up to a form of imperialism. Your children will grow up to a form of imperialism. It's a continuous vicious circle that does not end and affects every single part of the world differently, but that effect is there. So there's always been conversation about what has to happen to destroy it, and I think the Iranians perhaps have figured out that one of the ways to bring imperialism down is not just about military might alone, but it has to be a public opinion. You have to be able to economically attack imperialism, because one very fallacy that imperialism has is that it thrives on war, and once it is defeated in one single place, in one place, maybe it may create a chain of a chain effect where it can be defeated in other places. But economically speaking, the lifeline of imperialism or capitalism is obviously economy and war, and so we're beginning to see the crumbling of that, and within that cracks and crumble, we're beginning to see an emergence of where they may be able to occupy that vacuum. Obviously we're not completely there yet, but we are looking at countries like China, countries like Russia, and increasingly a country like Iran, who may be able to stabilize the global order, as we transition through the crumbling of the American empire in real time, by the way, in real time. So I think the result of the war against Iran and Iran's, historic and heroic response to that aggression, the Iranian retaliation, is beginning to change the concept of what global superpower is, because the United States, the way it presented itself, was supposed to be the superpower that can take on anyone and everything, and it's beginning to be defeated by a country that many did not even consider as a regional power in the region, but was actually a sitting lion that was quietly waiting for its turn, and now we're beginning to see the realities of that. But we're waiting to see how, again, the next couple of days is going to be, especially with the final card that Trump has, which is the invasion of Iran that they are planning. So we'll see how the Islamic Republic will respond to that, how boots on the ground finally will be able to, maybe the U.S. Social political order, and then finally how, when those soldiers are returned back in boxes, if they are returned at all, that will finally lead to a ceasefire or an agreement that will finally end the war, not just in the Iran, but also in Lebanon, in Gaza, and elsewhere.
Press TV's political correspondent, Zainab Zakaria, thank you so much for your time today. We are going to be taking a very short break, then I'm going to be back with you with the latest news in this hour, so stay tuned.
What began on February 28th as a cowardly Operation Epic Fury, the assassination of our leader Ayatollah Khamenei and over 200 civilians, has turned into a strategic catastrophe for the U.S. military machine. Operation True Promise 4 didn't just strike back, it systematically shattered the fortress America spent decades building. We're talking about Al-Udeid in Qatar, the largest U.S. base in the region. Iranian missiles destroyed its billion-dollar early warning radar, the electronic eye of their entire air defense. Gone. Al-Dhafra and the UAE, its command centers, the nerve center for their spy drones and surveillance aircraft, were decapitated. The headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain was hit directly. Their primary naval supply hub at Jebel Ali port in Dubai crippled. And in Kuwait, Ali al-Salam Air Base has been rendered completely out of service. Think about what that means. The radar that saw everything is blind. The centers that commanded everything are silenced. The fleet that dominated our waters is paralyzed. In a single, precisely coordinated campaign, Iranian missiles and drones pierced their advanced defenses, proving that the technological edge the U.S. has relied on for decades is a myth. They're not invincible. They never were. They started this war thinking they could eliminate our leaders and break our will. Instead, they have exposed their own vulnerability. The message from Tehran to Washington could not be clearer. The era of American dominance in West Asia is over. Any future aggression will be met with a response far more devastating than anything yet seen.
دنیا این تصاویر رو ببینن، مدعیان آزادی ببینن این تصاویر رو.
ایشون پدر آمده دنبال بچهش. نه همش دانش آموز دختر. آخ
شماره 75 بله. قلمرو بزن. کیف آویز.
پسر شهیدمون نه این چند نفر از همکلاسیاش ظاهرا زنگ ورزش بوده، موقع ورزش کردن شهید شدن. کفش ورزشیش هنوز پاشه، پشت پاش بنداشو بسته که محکم بازی بکنه. یه دانش آموز، این یک دانش آموز دکتر.
یادت میاد اون روز که وقتی اتفاق افتاد زهرا کجا بودی؟
کلاس.
تو کلاس بودی؟ چند تا دانش آموز بودن تو کلاس؟
نمیدونه یادم نمیاد.
بعد چه اتفاقی افتاد؟
بابا منو صدا زدن، معلم منو صدا زدن. بعد من کسان برداشتن که برم، همه داشتن جیغ میزدن، ما هم جیغ زدیم رفتیم در باز کردیم. معلم اومد تو، چشماش قرمز بود، بعد ما رو یه جا جمع کرد، منفجر شد.
پای قشنگی چی شده؟
پای قشنگم من که بیدار شدم یه چیز سنگینی روش بود.
آخ کی برداشت این سنگینی؟
بابای رفیقم.
بابای رفیقه؟
آره.
بابا عمر
نه ندیدم، بابا ندیدم.
چی بود؟ home has a story. A story of joys, sorrows, and memories. Memories of childhood days, of laughter and tears. The hard days, bitter, and sweet moments of life. Home. Home is where life flows. A refuge for passing moments. A place for hope and tomorrow. That ruthless storm that turns a home into ruins of memories that can no longer be touched. Cracked houses, broken windows, memories crushed beneath the rubble. Residents of a neighborhood in Tehran on one of the days of the Israel war on Iran. In the middle of the day, when one was busy cooking in the kitchen, another watching television. Children, happy with the holidays, were playing. But with the sound of an explosion, life came, however, to a halt for them. And all their shelter and the memories of their lives collapsed over their heads. What remained for them was destruction, ruin, and pieces of the bodies of neighbors and families.
برقتون قطعه؟
آره برق محل قطعه خودم و این سم
ندیدین پشتمون بود؟
نه نبودیم ما. برای طبقه بالا بچه‌ها تمام خونه‌هاشون اون پشت اصلا دیوار قلبه کن شده. ما اینجا کوچه پشتمون فروشگاه کوروشه. در اونا کنده شده بود. پشت شیشه‌های پشت همه ریخته بود. یه همسایه رفیق داریم اون ور اون بنده خدا تمام شیشه و کمد اینا همه در بود. خدا رحم کرده بچه‌ش زیر لوستر بوده، لوستر افتاده بغل دختر بچه. مثلا اونجا خیلی خیلی بد زده. آدم نمیدونه باید چی بگی خدا وکیل.
کلا میگه این چند تا کوچه قابل سوپ.
من اصلا اینو میبینم خانم مثلا خودمو یادم رفته. باور کن مثلا میگم فعلشون من اصلا حرف زدنش خنده داره. اصلا چی بگم اصلا؟
از اون ساختمون که
از اون آدم میبینه اینو میگه بود بیاید به خدا. نمیدونم چی بگم.
میتونیم خونه همسایتون هم ببینیم اگر باشون صحبت کنیم؟
نمیدونم مشکل داشته باشه.
But amid all this destruction and devastation, people search for pieces of their lives under the rubble. Even in the heart of war, as walls collapse, they seek life and resist death and destruction.
این کار دستش بوده؟
کلاس سوم کاشته بود.
دارم روشن کردم الان. اصلا نایمدن. نه این دوستش فقط یه تو که پا اومد بستی داروشو بود. این که اصلا نایمدن به خدا.
Life in those homes has not ended. Every piece of this land bears witness to the resilience and inner strength of people who never fall. Every ruin tells the story of the lives of men and women who, in the heart of destruction, fought for life and still stood strong.
Hi everyone, Judge Andrew Napolitano here for Judging Freedom. Today is Thursday, March 19th, 2026. Colonel Bill Story joins us now. Colonel, always a pleasure. Before we get to the military topics about which you have expertise, I just have to mention the latest news this morning and ask you if you want to comment on it. Brent crude is now above $120 a barrel. And this morning, the United States federal government's debt crossed $39 trillion.
Right.
This was a debt that President Trump at one point said he would eradicate down to zero after 8 years in office. How dangerous are these trends, Colonel?
Yeah, very dangerous, because we're spending more to service our debt now than we are on even our colossal $1 trillion defense budget. So
Right.
we're spending over $1 trillion just to float our $39 trillion debt. And what that means, of course, is that we don't have that money for all the things we like to see as a country, whether it be infrastructure improvements, better health care, education, and so on.
Wow. This morning, the Secretary of Defense, who calls himself the Secretary of War, asked for another $200 billion. What the hell do they do with the trillion they have that they need another $200 billion to fund the war? Or am I jumping the gun here? Is this $200 billion to replace the munitions that they have used / wasted in the war on Iran?
Right. I think it's to fix the laundry service on the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier.
Well, we know how bad that is, unfortunately, for those poor men and women.
Right. No, I think there's just no end to the demands of those in the Pentagon, asking for more and more money. And as we all know, the Pentagon has failed 8 audits in a row. And so basically we're just throwing more money at a wasteful, corrupt system. And what we need to find a way, although currently it's impossible under so-called war conditions, we need to find a way to cut the Pentagon budget, which is, of course, very unlikely. This is why we keep having wars, because wars are a guaranteed way to drive up that budget.
Instead of articulating what the $200 billion would be used for, in his own inimitable thuggish way, he said, it costs a lot of money to kill bad guys.
Yeah.
I can't imagine any of his predecessors speaking that way, but of course he mimics the style of the president.
Right. And I think, but what that points to is Hegseth's bankruptcy as far as any kind of strategic ideas. All he sees war as basically, what he's most qualified for, perhaps, is like maybe leading a platoon out on a patrol. He's not qualified to be the Secretary of Defense, and he has no conception of military policy other than, as you said, going out and killing bad guys.
Wow. Can you explain the repeated lust that American presidents have to kill people?
Right. Well, we are a violent country. That is for sure. And it's very tempting for American presidents, sadly, to seek solutions using violence. Right. It's that old idea. Was it Madeleine Albright said to Colin Powell that what is it? Why do we have this splendid military if you're not prepared to use it? And so we Americans, when we look across our history, 250 years. Just about every year of our history, we've been involved in a war in one place or another. So there's always that temptation. Even the so-called peace president there, the Nobel Peace Prize winning Barack Obama, boasted about how he became very good at killing people using drones. So it certainly isn't Trump who has this predilection for violence and seeking solutions simply by using the military.
No, it's not. It's not President Trump. It seems to be all modern presidents. I don't know if it started with Harry Truman and Hiroshima and Nagasaki, or how this attitude of I'll just kill whoever gets in the way of American hegemony,
right,
rather than using diplomacy. I mean, what remains, again, I know this is not your field, but you're a very smart guy, what remains of American diplomacy? Who would trust American diplomats after these two real estate agents, Witkoff and Kushner, duped the Iranians and used negotiating with Iran as a cover for the Israeli and American preparation and attack.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. And in fact, I wrote an article more than a decade ago, I think, where I said the State Department has just become a tiny branch of the Pentagon. You know, when you look at the State Department's budget versus the Pentagon, it spends about, the Pentagon's 20 times, the budget's 20 times as large as the State Department's. And some of State Department's functions is basically to sell weapons overseas made by Lockheed Martin and Boeing and RTX and all the rest. So we don't dedicate much in the way of resources to diplomacy. And now when we do diplomacy, it's duplicitous. So no one trusts us.
Right. Here's Pistol Pete about half an hour ago.
That is overwhelming force applied with precision. And again, today will be the largest strike package yet, just like yesterday was. As I've said from day one, our capabilities continue to build, Iran's continue to degrade. We're hunting and striking death and destruction from above.
I like his little American pocket square there, American flag pocket square on his suit. That's how you can tell a true patriot.
Right.
No, it's just
apparently if he opened, I don't know if he has it in every jacket, but I once saw him open up his jacket like this, and the lining of the jacket was, the inside lining was an American flag. That is all legal. It's a little garish, but it's legal. How does the average American, Joe Sixpack, to use an analogy from Trump's campaign in 2016, gain from this U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran?
We don't gain at all. Joe Sixpack is paying more money every time he pulls up at a gas station. Probably, as we all know, gas prices are anywhere from 30 to 50% higher this week than they were a couple of weeks ago. And everything, our heating oil, our natural gas for our homes, all the products and services that are made with petroleum, so many things we don't even think of come from plastics and oil and gas and all the rest. Our cost of living is going to continue to increase. So we're all losing, even as a few people, as Trump says, America produces a lot of oil and gas now, so we're making money. Well, yeah, a few of his friends in the oil and gas industry and making money, as the rest of Americans pay more and more money for all of the things, even fertilizer, and our food prices are going to go up as a result of this war.
I don't get it. This is going to crest right before the midterms. I mean, you think it's bad now, it's going to be worse a couple of months from now, particularly when the summer driving season is on. I mean, look at the destruction of the oil and gas fields yesterday. That has yet to be calculated into the international calculus of how oil prices are going to go up. If it's $120 a barrel today, it could easily be $200 a barrel in 2 weeks.
Right. And then we tend to forget, because we live so far away from it all, is all of the nasty contaminants and pollution that's released when you attack oil fields and oil refineries. I remember that a few days ago. I know you remember, Judge, the attack on Iran and that black cloud of soot and oil and fire and all the rest. I think, I come from a family of firefighters. I remember my dad being treated for smoke inhalation.
Right.
And this is just where, even as we pursue this war, if it continues in intensity, we're basically poisoning our air and poisoning the earth.
Wow. We have an Iranian spokesperson. He's speaking Farsi, so they speak very fast, and the translation is very, very into English is very fast. We'll play it in a moment, but he's basically contradicting Hegseth. He's basically saying we still have substantial defense apparatus which are able to intercept American missiles and drones. So with respect with deference to the fact that you really got to pay attention to this guy. Here he is. Chris?
The Islamic Republic of Iran did not intend to expand the scope of the war to oil facilities and did not want to cause any harm to the economies of friendly and neighboring countries. However, with the enemy's attack on energy infrastructure, we have effectively entered a new phase of the war. And the necessity of defending Iran's infrastructure has compelled us to strike energy facilities connected to the United States and American stakeholders. Honorable people of Iran, your brave sons in the armed forces immediately launched offensive actions after the enemy's malicious act, and through a heavy and retaliatory operation, set fire to a number of oil facilities considered to be American interests in the region until the inflicted damage reached the level of the blow we had received. Once again, we warn the enemy that you made a grave mistake by attacking the energy infrastructure of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and our response is underway and not yet finished. The brave men of the IRGC Aerospace Force, continuing the 63rd wave, also struck the military positions of the child-killing Zionist occupying regime in the south of the occupied territories with a multi-warhead Qadr missile, which resulted in various images of the impact. Additionally, a few hours earlier, 2 hostile drones were destroyed over Tehran by the Army Air Defense Force systems. Throughout this war, the advanced drones of the hostile aggressor were often intercepted by the integrated air defense network systems before they could carry out offensive operations. The offensive and defensive operations of Iran's armed forces continue with full strength, and victory is only from Allah, the Almighty, the Wise.
All right, aside from the religious comments at the end, I mean, how do we know who to believe? Hegseth says we've totally degraded their defenses. This fellow says they still have enough defenses to shoot down American missiles and drones. And those from the Zionist child killers, I guess he's talking about the attack on that school.
I think the Iranian spokesman in this case is correct. I think Iran is held back, and I think they still have a considerable force that they can use to strike back against Israel or the other American bases in the Middle East.
Yeah, I might have misspoken when he said Zionist child killers. He might have been referencing Gaza. I don't think there's any dispute but that school where the 170 little girls and their teachers were incinerated was attacked by the U.S., not by Israel. What is the significance, Colonel, in your view, of the resignation of the head of American counterterrorism?
Yeah, that's
this fellow Joe Kent, who in his resignation letter said Iran poses no imminent threat to our nation.
Right. I think it's very significant in the sense that Joe Kent is strongly he's a strong Trump supporter. He's also a former Green Beret, extensive combat experience. He lost his wife to a suicide bomber in Syria. I mean, this is a man who's most definitely has sacrificed for his country. So in that sense, I think his resignation and the fact that he didn't just quietly go away, but he stood up and said, look, I think this war is wrong. We're not fighting this war for America. This is not MAGA. That this is a war that's being driven by Israeli imperatives rather than national security. I think that resonates very powerfully among the Trump base, and I think this is why the Trump administration is striking back against him. So I heard that the FBI is investigating Joe Kent now for allegedly leaking national security information. Trump himself says he's weak on security, and I'm sure there'll probably more smears coming.
Right. One of the smears is because some of us have been saying, well, wait a minute, Joe Kent sees the same classified documents that the president, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Rubio, Director Ratcliffe, Director Gabbard saw. And then the White House said, not in response to me, but a bunch of us have been saying this, oh no, he didn't have a classified security clearance. Well, isn't it inconceivable that the head of counterterrorism would not have classified security clearance? That's like a blind surgeon, for gosh sakes.
Right. Yeah, it is inconceivable. That's right. And this is part of the problem with we simply cannot trust what our leaders are telling us. I watched some of Tulsi Gabbard's testimony yesterday before the Senate, and it was so discouraging because I supported Tulsi for president in 2020. It was just so discouraging to see her evasiveness in her lack of honesty in answering many of those questions.
Well, Chris, play the. I'm not sure what the number is, Chris. The edited version of Senator Ossoff questioning Secretary Gabbard.
Quote, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And is that in fact the assessment of the intelligence community?
Yes.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes?
Yes.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False. This is the worldwide threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations. Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
It is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing.
Well, she did not want to give those answers. Even her one-word answers were mumbled out of a tight-lipped mouth.
Yeah. No, it's so disappointing to see that because, I supported Tulsi and many other people because, we thought we saw before us a person of integrity. She actually, as you know, Judge, she said a war against Iran would be a mistake. It would be unwise. She ran against regime change wars, and now, she goes before Congress. And you can just tell that she's not being forthright. She's not being honest. She's tight-lipped, and she's. I don't know. I don't know if it's the corruption of power, intimidation from Trump and the toadies that are around her, but maybe future ambitions. I don't know how they got to her, but they got to her.
Yeah. Can you get a handle around the volume or quantity of munitions consumed by this war? I mean, stated differently, is the United States running dangerously low or dangerously high out of these munitions?
I think the supply of the PGMs, the precision guided munitions, those stocks, I would imagine, are fairly low at this moment. These are weapons that there's long lead times to produce them. They are expensive weapons. I think what we have a lot of are so-called dumb bombs. The unguided bombs or the old laser-guided ones, which are not necessarily as precise and need to be dropped by airplanes that are actually either in Iranian airspace or very close to it, putting the pilots at a greater risk of danger. So, the way in which we've been using munitions, there has to be some shortages, definitely.
Wow. Do you think that the Pentagon grossly misplanned and is mismanaging all this?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I place all the blame on the Pentagon, but certainly, within within the Trump Hegseth and their circle, I think there was a lot of overconfidence, as usual, that the war was going to be fairly short, and that therefore we really didn't have to worry that much about stocks of weapons and so on. I think what this war is showing us is that Iran has a lot more say over the pace of the war, the intensity of the war, than the Trump administration or even Israel expected.
Wow. Colonel Bill Astori, thank you. Thank you for letting me go all over the place. I have such respect for your intellect and the academic side of you, and you allowed me to exploit it. Thank you, Colonel. All the best to you, my friend.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Welcome back to Press TV's special coverage of the war in Iran by US and Israel. As we are in this war's 26th day, a lot has been happening in the past 2 days. Donald Trump is talking about a victory as Pete Hegseth does the same thing, and they are asking for negotiations with Iran. Some countries have been trying to mediate to ease the tensions between Iran and the US at this point. Iran has denied the idea of negotiations so far. Also, on the axis of resistance front, the Iraqi resistance, PMU, has been authorized by the Iraqi government that right now they have the full authority to retaliate against US bases if an attack happens on them. Joining me live is Barry Grossman, human rights lawyer, joining us from Bali, Indonesia. Mr. Grossman, welcome back to Press TV. You see, one of the things that has been happening is that so many are analyzing Donald Trump's recent remarks as he is finally listening to the voices of reason around him, telling him to find an off-ramp and exit this war, as there are no ways for him to really be the victor of this war. Do you think he is doing that, or what he is doing is just to ease the markets at this point?
Well, look, I've learned the hard way not to speculate too much about what goes on in the dark crevices of Donald Trump's mind, since whatever else might be said about it, he quite clearly is incredibly deceptive and deceitful, and more often than not entirely detached from reality. And let's also be clear about this. A lot of what he claims is at its highest, at its very best, the product of a long series of Chinese whispers that starts with some, quite ordinary diplomatic contact between officials, say, in Pakistan or Turkey and to some extent Egypt and their counterparts in Iran. But somehow, as the substance of those conversations is passed up the line through this series of Chinese whispers and goes through the final Donald Trump spin, it comes out as being something that's not recognizable as truth. So it really begs the question of what's going on in his mind. For my part, one of the more significant things that happened in the immediate aftermath of his social media post the other day, when, by any reasonable account, he did a complete backflip. One of the very significant things was that the market started to correct themselves substantially and very quickly. And whatever else might be said about conspiracies and special interest and everything else, I tend to take this view, and have for years, that capital, regardless of who it belongs to, has a habit of combining and conspiring to achieve its own end, which is to maximize its power. And, the market spoke, and I think will continue to speak and box Donald Trump in because the choices are quite obvious. Stop this nonsense on whatever terms can be salvaged and let the markets recover, or there'll be a global economic catastrophe, which really could take many, many years, if ever, to recover from. So whatever is actually taking place at if I dare say, the diplomatic or certainly at the political level, even at the military level, the ultimate reality will be imposed, I guess somewhat sadly, by the markets. That is, to the extent decision makers in Iran are willing to embrace what that means. But in the meantime, we just have to contend with this constant barrage of nonsense. I mean, we now have Trump going back. In fact, he did within an hour of his post the other day to talking about nonsense like regime change and, winning the war and having these positive discussions, he claimed, with high-level people in Iran, which we all know to be complete and utter nonsense. Where he's going with it, like I said, I wouldn't want to speculate too much. I mean, on the one hand, he's got something like 4,000 or 5,000 troops headed directly into the region, 15 of whom will be airborne troops, that is, troopers. So if he's just buying time for some kind of a ground force to try and work a miracle, he's going to be up for a rude awakening, I would say. And I say that not being a military analyst, but it seems quite obvious. But if he's genuinely trying to find an off-ramp, I guess we'll have to wait and see where the process leads. What is clear, he still expects, at least publicly, for any off-ramp to include very substantial concessions when it comes to Iran's capacity to defend itself using conventional missile technology. And Iran has always been very clear about that, as is its right under the UN Charter and more generally, that it has an inalienable right to develop a military that is capable of defending itself against belligerent attack. That includes everything, all forms of conventional weaponry, up to, but not including nuclear warheads. So the Americans are dreaming if they think they're going to buy some time and somehow get Iran to agree to cut back in any significant way its ability to defend itself so that we can go through another round of this. I mean, Iran's terms have been very clear, and I think it's never been more important for Iran as a nation to speak with one voice through a very limited number of channels so as not to cause confusion, that there will be no concessions on missile technology or the right to defend itself. Essentially, that they expect reparations, they expect guarantees that this won't happen again, and that the Americans get out of the region and close down their bases and all the rest of it. Certainly when it comes to not just the Strait of Hormuz, but in fact the entire Gulf, the Persian Gulf, there seems to be this delusion out there. You certainly won't hear any, legacy media outlets talking about this, but there's this delusion that there's somehow something called international waters in there, and there simply isn't. And even if there was, under conventional terms, the U.S. is not a signatory to any of the conventions that set those boundaries. So it doesn't really lie in the mouth of Americans to dictate what can and cannot pass through the Strait of Hormuz. But as the existing state of the law exists, there are no international waters. The boundary, the territories are simply between the nations, on the one hand Iran, and on the other hand a number of Gulf states that are separated by that relatively narrow piece of water. So Iran is entirely within its rights to assert control, and to the extent it allows vessels to pass, to even exact a toll, much like most nations do in Panama and the Suez the Dardanelles and elsewhere. That's the international standard. And of course, Iran has been very good about this for many years by not imposing any fees in order to do its part in maintaining order through the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. But this notion somehow that Donald Trump seems to be talking about, that any deal is going to involve a deal whereby he personally, as the President of the United States, will, together with his junior partner, the new Supreme Leader, the Ayatollah, will rule the Strait of Hormuz. That's just utter nonsense. That's not on the card. That's never going to happen. It's very important to be clear about this. There is room for an off-ramp, but not on the terms that Donald Trump is trying to impose. In fact, the question isn't whether Iran will accept the American terms, but rather whether Trump will be in a position politically, without committing political suicide, to accept the very reasonable terms that have been put forward publicly by Iran. The alternatives don't bear thinking about. So, there's a lot of lunacy playing out, and I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens over the next 4 days, roughly. But without standing down Iran's readiness, or for that matter, easing up on the responding volleys of missiles being sent in to Israel and other Gulf states that are allowing their territory to be used to wage war on Iran. And in fact, we've seen very clearly in recent days that certainly there's a lot of relatively clear press about Saudi Arabia standing shoulder to shoulder with the Americans, urging them on to continue the war against Iran, as is the case with the Emirates and Qatar. Bahrain, well, what can we say about Bahrain? Bahrain is basically an occupied state propped up by the Saudis with American weapons. And Kuwait, a similar sort of assessment applies. It's high time they did their part as members of the Islamic Ummah and, put aside sectarian differences and reached an alliance that allowed everybody to live as we're meant to live as Muslims, without all of this nonsense, the sectarian nonsense, and without bowing down to foreign occupiers. But they don't seem willing to do that, because the people making the decisions are sort of self-appointed emirs and kings who've already sold out, and all that matters to them is that they have their solid gold toilets and enough money to live multiple lifetimes in the lap of luxury. They don't seem to be overly concerned about what may or may not happen to their actual people. Not that there's a lot of them.
Yes.
There's certainly a lot more there's a lot more slave labor in the Gulf than there are genuine citizens of the Gulf, which is something else which is very, very peculiar.
Yeah, we witnessed some of that.
It's not going to end the way Donald Trump wants it to end.
Mr. Grossman, we witnessed some of that modern slavery back in the World Cup that was hosted by Qatar. But regarding the Gulf states, this was an article by Wall Street Journal 2 days ago saying that the Gulf states edge toward joining the fight against Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates get tougher on basing and finances. Is that likely, in your opinion? And if that happens, do you think that is going to change the outcome of this war even slightly?
Well, the choice is really theirs, whether they want to open themselves up to being a genuine all-in target, or whether they want to limit the damage and assert the power they have. They seem to underestimate their own power, which derives from their natural resources and their own inherent right to bring them to market and decide who and how they're going to sell them. And instead, they seem far too willing to kowtow shamelessly to Americans and the Israelis and other Atlantic world powers. As a group, the Gulf states could be very powerful if they actually recognize where their powers lie and what kind of a peoples they aspire to be. They claim to be part of the Islamic Ummah, and there's certainly many very good people that are very good Muslims in the region, but somehow the rather dictatorial elite that rule them are very different from the actual individuals that make up their citizenry. And it's really going to be up to them to decide where they want this to go. But certainly from the start, all this nonsense about Iran targeting, neighbors without justification is just absurd. I mean, Article 51 of the UN Charter makes it clear in setting out the exceptions to the general rule set out by Article 2.4 that basically decrees that the use of force in international relations is completely forbidden. So that's the rule. And when it comes to exceptions, they need to be strictly interpreted by nature. But it's well within Iran's right, in exercising its right to defend itself, to target bases and foreign military assets in neighboring countries that are being used to wage war on Iran. And Iran made it very clear from the beginning, even before this started, that that's what would happen if this belligerent war was ultimately started by the U.S. and or Israel. So there's, again, a whole nother load of nonsense, to the point where even the Security Council passed a resolution basically condemning Iran for targeting these bases. It's absurd. By any reasonable understanding of the international law that governs, Iran was well within its rights. And, the example that comes to my mind was back when the original U.S. invasion of Afghanistan took place. That invasion was planned, the mobilization was underway, and even the order of battle was on President Bush's desk before 9/11 happened. But then those people beating the war drums pivoted and sold that invasion to the world on the basis of Afghanistan's hosting of Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden, who they said were responsible for 9/11. And merely because Afghanistan allowed them to live unhindered in Afghanistan, that made, in their view, all of Afghanistan a legitimate target for invasion and war. By comparison to what the Gulf states are doing now, by definition, that means they're legitimate targets, much more so than Afghanistan ever was. And there's another parallel which is very interesting. I mean, I don't claim to know, and I'm not particularly concerned anymore about what role Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden had in 9/11, although I do tend to think that the prescribed narrative is a bit suspect. But what was always clear was that Osama bin Laden's main political agenda was to get the Saudis to kick the U.S. military out of Saudi Arabia, to remove themselves and close their bases, which is, of course, the very same thing that Iran now expects the Americans to do, to get out of the region, close their bases, and leave the management of peace and natural resources in that region to the nations that have sovereignty in that region. So it'll be very interesting to follow the parallels through to see how this plays out. I mean, on the one hand, you have the sort of billionaire Epstein class that wouldn't want to see that happen, but then you have the markets and the combined capital that drives them that can see the almost inconceivable and irretrievable losses that will come from this confrontation shifting into high gear, to the point where the storage and processing and shipping capacity of resources from the region is shut down for a very long time, which leaves then those gas fields and those oil fields, much more so on the part of the Gulf states than the Iranian side, in a very precarious position, because they've been, for example, Qatar's gas fields, because it hasn't been subjected to the same sanctions or any of the sanctions that Iran has. They're far more pressurized, generating a lot more gas and revenue for Qatar. than is the case for that part of those same gas fields that belongs to Iran. They're not yet fully pressurized. And one of the problems with gas fields, especially, but oil fields as well, is once you pressurize the source underground, you can't just turn off the taps. You've got to keep drawing it, storing it, processing and shipping it. But if you destroy all that infrastructure, there's going to be a big problem. And that's a problem which is not yet being discussed a great deal, although some people, some specialists are starting to talk about it. But if this war continues, make no mistake about it, I would say to all of our listeners and to anyone, this will spell out an economic catastrophe that the world hasn't seen for a very long time, if ever. It'll be worse than the Great Depression, in my estimation. Certainly far worse than the GFC or any of the other recessions come stock market crashes that have happened over the last 50, 60, 70 years. This is uncharted territory. And I don't believe that capital combined, as it tends to be, will allow this to happen. I mean, we already see Donald Trump throwing people like Pete Hegseth under the bus, you know, saying that he didn't really want to do this, but Pete Hegseth said, you know, egged him on and pushed him. Even, I think only yesterday, in doing a press conference saying that it looks like there's going to be a peace deal, said that Pete Hegseth rang him and said, oh, really, that's too bad. And then Donald Trump chuckled, like implying that the whole thing is being driven by his very peculiar Secretary of War's thinking to wage an almost crusade-type war of annihilation on Iran, which an aspiration which in itself says a whole lot more about Pete Hegseth than it does about Iran or the possibility that the U.S. even has the power to do such a thing.
Mr. Grossman, you alluded to international law. Yesterday, Germany's president called U.S. Israeli war against Iran a violation of international law. Then the German government said that the role of the Germany's president is only symbolic, meaning that it doesn't mean anything when he is condemning the aggression on Iran. Dr. Arakchi quoted the condemnation of the Germany's president, saying that international law is dead and practice driven by Western double standards on Gaza versus Ukraine and silence on Israel-U.S. aggression on Iran. Still, credit to President Steinmeier for condemning the violations against Iranians. Those who value the rule of law should also speak up. You also mentioned that the international law is basically dead. Do you think that the countries and the conflicts that we have in the region, and also the ones that may rise up in the future, are going to revive the international law before, or are we going to see new rules?
Well, I think we're already decidedly back in the law of the jungle. I mean, international law, for all practical intents and purposes, if it ever truly existed in a neutral way, is along with the rule of law itself, is dead and buried. It's an anachronism. It's something we still like to talk about and revoke, not from the point of view of seeing any violations through to their natural consequences and convicting people for crimes against humanity, but rather to put political pressure on countries that are acting out contrary to the norms prescribed by international law. So the way I've always looked at it, you know, laws without any option for a remedy are not laws at all. You know, we can say that, for example, about many United Nations treaties, like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It all sounds very good, although the version of human rights spelled out in that document are not necessarily universally recognized by all countries around the world for very good reason. But there's no remedy. And if there's no remedy, what's the point of even talking about it? And that's where we are with international law. I mean, even the Canadian Prime Minister only a few weeks ago made his much lauded speech at Davos, saying that the whole international rules-based order has always been something of a scam, but which served its purposes, he admitted. Its purposes being to put Atlantic world nations, primarily the U.S., but other nations too, at an unfair advantage vis-a-vis the rest of the world. Okay, so international law at best is something that's manipulated and used to punish nations which refuse to kowtow to the hegemon that's, the U.S.-controlled Atlantic world aspiration for hegemonic rule. But it's never something that's used to hold those nations in the Atlantic world responsible for when they're clearly in violation of international law. And I don't think we're ever going to get back to that sort of liberal dream that emerged after World War II that promised a world of justice for all and all the rest of it, because it never existed even then, let alone now. And I don't think there's any going back to it, which makes it all the more important that countries like Iran and other nations which profess to be Islamic, that we embrace this system of principles that exists outside of us, that doesn't change, that we call it Sharia law or whatever we want. There's a very clear system of law within Islam with some, I would say, relatively minor variation depending on what tradition people come to Islam from. And I find it very interesting now that with sectarianism sort of being melted away a lot in the last couple of years, that the leaders of countries with predominantly Muslim populations are becoming increasingly sectarian, even as the people in those countries are showing mutual respect across sectarian lines. I mean, there's no shortage of people we see now praising Iran and the Shia, and certainly the Shia have always been very reasonable in my estimation, with a few perhaps limited exceptions that are just anecdotal when it comes to dealing with Sunnis. That nonsense seems to be melting away, except at the elite level, at the establishment level, especially in the sort of Gulf state countries and Arab coalition, where they very often resort to promoting sectarianism in order to try and lord it over as regional powers over Iran. But they're in no position to, of course, because militarily they couldn't be weaker. They have all this hardware that they pay untold billions for to the Americans. They need American personnel there to be able to service it and use it. It can be shut down remotely at any given time if they do the wrong things with it. And they rely mostly on Pakistani military personnel to actually operate it and do the fighting. So in terms of military powers, none of those nations, including Saudi Arabia and the Emirates and Qatar, are anything other than paper tigers. They're weak compared to Iran, which is, notwithstanding decades of sanctions, countless attempts to destroy the country and to impose regime change, has been resilient and developed an amazing defensive capacity without relying on anyone. So it seems to me that the Gulf states are completely misreading the situation. Certainly the Americans don't care about them. They were complaining about that only a week ago or 2 weeks ago when this war first started, that they'd spent all these billions of dollars on hardware that was supposed to be used to protect them. And as soon as trouble started, all of those interceptor missiles were taken away to be used in Israel to protect the Israelis, and they were left there to face the music. But somehow they're quickly forgetting that, and they have a healthy dose of Dutch courage, no doubt because of pressure behind the scenes from the Americans, and for that matter the Israelis. So now we see them adopting a more aggressive and threatening stance towards Iran, even though they're not in a position to do anything. And if they do anything, they can be destroyed in a matter of days. because basically all of their oil and gas infrastructure is an easy target. Once that's taken out, they're living in disaster territory for at least a decade or two, as is the rest of the world. So.
Well, thank you so much for your insight. That was Barry Grossman, a human rights lawyer, joined us from Bali, Indonesia. And that brings us to the end of this special coverage of the war on Iran by US and Israel, as the world is going to watch this week talks of negotiations and the denial of negotiations by Iran, and also the axis of resistance is very much alive and thriving in the West Asia region. This is going to be it for me. My colleague Kaveh Taweh is going to be up next with the rest of the special coverage of the war on Iran. So stay tuned and bye-bye.
Almost 3 weeks into the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, their strategic plans are falling apart. The objective was clear: cripple Iran's military, dismantle its leadership. On day one, they martyred senior commanders and the leader of the Islamic Revolution. They hit military installations. They hit residential areas, hospitals, schools, 1,500 people dead, more than 200 of them students. And yet, Washington and Tel Aviv have failed. Iran has not broken. Instead, the response has been swift, organized, deadly. Iran has now launched numerous waves of its Operation True Promise 4, each wave more precise than the last. U.S. military bases across the Persian Gulf, Israeli command centers, hit with precision-guided missiles. Iran has also taken control of the Strait of Hormuz. American-Israeli-linked vessels denied passage. Global oil markets rippling. Washington's traditional leverage in the region undermined. Western media tries to censor the losses, but the truth leaks out. Damaged aircraft, disabled radar systems, American defense circles, and now admit Iranian missile technology has challenged decades of presumed U.S. superiority. Unable to win militarily, the enemy shifted tactics, tried to destabilize from within, incite protests, trigger economic panic, force regime change. It backfired. From Tehran to Mashhad, Shiraz to Tabriz, millions have taken to the streets. Not just government supporters, even critics of the system united against aggression. Internal divisions dissolving in the face of external threats. And while the bombs fall, the country keeps running. Essential goods are available. No panic buying, no shortages. Tehran's metro still operating. Emergency management infrastructure working. This is not luck. This is decades of preparation. Sanctions and pressure forced self-reliance. A nation under assault functioning with discipline. The balance of power in West Asia is shifting. Iran's doctrine, deterrence, strategic depth, indigenous innovation, is holding its ground against technologically superior adversaries. And on the global stage, nations across Asia, Africa, and Latin America see this for what it is: unjustified aggression. Iran's right to self-defense, enshrined in international law, is gaining recognition. What was meant to weaken Iran has done the opposite. The aggression exposed Western strategic miscalculation. It revealed Iranian resilience. It showed the world a nation that under fire does not fracture, it unites.
observed on the last Friday of the holy month of Ramadan, was designated by Imam Khomeini as a day to support the cause of Palestine. From the early hours of the morning, the people of Tehran gathered to the University of Tehran, sending a clear message that despite war and committed to the cause of freedom and justice. As you can see, from the very first hours of today, people carrying Iranian flags have conveyed to the world their support for steadfastness in the face of arrogance and oppression. Our reports and coverage will continue to follow this march moment by moment.
Hello, welcome back to Press TV's Rolling Coverage, day 25 of the aggression by the Israeli regime and the U.S. We have the wave of the 80th wave at this point that has been launched by the IRGC. Just one of the developments here, which based on the announcement that they have been making on a daily basis, has struck against the northern and central sections of the occupied territories, along with the U.S. bases. This is obviously a retaliatory operation by True Promise IV, as it has been called. And these are strategic points in military centers that have been targeted. We also have, of course, the news about Trump's so-called talks with the Islamic Republic. The official stance of the Islamic Republic is that there has been no talks, especially by the Iranian Parliament Speaker Dr. Ghalibaf. However, the U.S. President continues to spew out statements being made that there are talks that are ongoing, with formal talks to also be set, waiting for news on that, both from the Islamic Republic and from the U.S. President, because we basically are looking at the latest stance that Iran has had, and that is that Iran's military has dismissed the U.S. President Donald Trump's claims of negotiations. Again, these are claims that are being made by the U.S. Washington supposedly has offered a 15-point plan for ending this war, and Pakistan is maybe the host country that's going to host these talks, if there are any that are actually being talked about. So we're not sure as to where that's going to be going. Let's bring in Frau Hughes, a political commentator who joins us. Frau Hughes, welcome to the program. So we're having the war continue at the pace that it is, maybe a little bit lower in terms of the number of strikes from both sides in terms of the gauge that we have at our end, but at the same time, the whole notion of these so-called talks and negotiations have somewhat clouded the atmosphere of the war. What is your impression of what the U.S. President Donald Trump has claimed? And I'm going to repeat the fact that Iran has rejected, Iran's military has dismissed U.S. President Donald Trump's claims of negotiations.
Yes, thank you for having me. I think the real question here is, who is Donald Trump really speaking to? If he's not speaking to the Iranian government, and there are no negotiations with the Iranian military, then for whose benefit is this whole choreographed scenario being played out? Is this another attempt to try and lure Iran away from
this ongoing illegal war that's being prosecuted against the civilian people and infrastructure of Iran? Is it to try and distract the political and military policy makers in Iran, that on one point, they're trying to protect the sovereignty and the national integrity of the Iranian state? And are they being distracted by this whole, does Trump want an off-ramp? Is he looking a way out? Are they being beaten on the battlefield? Is there a compromise on the horizon to bring this illegal war to an end? Now, the other kind of aspect of this could possibly be, is this being used for American, Western, European internal consumption? Is Trump trying to say, yes, we're in negotiations, yes, we want to bring this to an end, yes, we have a 15-point plan that we're trying to bring to the negotiating table, so that ultimately he can say yet again, we tried our best, there's no one to negotiate with, these people don't want peace, they want to continue the war, therefore we must escalate? Because there are reports from commentators and analysts like Scott Ritter who are saying somewhere between 75,000 and 100,000 US airborne troops and Marines are being mobilized for a possible land incursion in Iran. And there are reports supposedly from Iran around concerns of a land incursion either through Erbil and Iraq and or Kuwait. And I remember not that long ago a senior person in the American administration on television saying we're going to take their oil. Now, this wasn't anything about nuclear weapons, this wasn't anything about weapons of mass destruction, this wasn't anything about protecting their only ally in the region, Israel. This was about Iranian oil. So are they trying to distract people while they continue to maneuver men and equipment into a proposed combat zone? Because the defeat of Syria could really be placed whenever it was Deir ez-Zor, when they took the oil fields, that prevented revenue coming into the Syrian government, so the government could not supply the needs for the hospitals, for education, for the military, for self-defense in Syria when they lost that internal revenue and wealth which belonged to the Syrian people. So is this all smoke and mirrors? Is it, look over here, we may have talks through Pakistan while they are continuing to prepare for a potential land invasion with the desired outcome of taking the oil fields near the Kuwaiti border? Now, that land is supposed to be flat. You know your history. That's where the Iraqis invaded from. So how will Iran defend itself in open areas when the people who are prosecuting this illegal war have air superiority? So there's many levels, there are many different possibilities: peace, negotiations, escalation, continued war, land, ground, invasion. It's just impossible to know what are the potentialities going by what is being spoken about by Trump and Hegseth and others. I believe it's all choreographed. I don't really believe that they're talking off. Trump might be talking off the top of his head, but the people in the background have a plan, even if it is a reactionary plan, day by day. And I think that what we're witnessing is a possible distraction while they continue with preparations to escalate the war. And this Saturday will be the 20th of March, and that will be 1 month from the murder of the 168 children in school in Iran.
Well, when you talk about the fact that there are troops going to be deployed in the news, at least what we have based on the different news outlets, is the fact that there are going to be thousands of additional troops in the vicinity of about 4,000 or 5,000 that are going to be deployed to West Asia. What we understand is that's for the Persian Gulf area and Hark Island. But I think what you're mentioning, and I'm wondering if you think that's going to be the case of 100,000 troops being deployed, if I understood you correctly, from the Erbil area or otherwise, which do you think it is? Do you think it's going to be both or not? I mean, 100,000 troops is quite a remarkable difference compared to 5,000 troops, let's say.
Yeah, well, this is actually the point in hand. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. I'm not part of the American military Zionist kind of, occupational mentality that wants to destroy Iran. I'm going from what I hear in the public domain, and they're like Trump specifically said, we're going to take, or Pete Hegseth, we're going to take Cork Island. We're going to destroy 90% of their oil. Not production, but their oil supply line, where obviously the oil's moved out to the tankers to, go around the world to keep the world economy working. So it's possible he's going to go to Cork. I'm really going by Scott Ritter and other people, because Scott's an ex-American Marine. He was the guy who was head of weapons inspections on behalf of the American military administration in Iraq. He was the guy who said there are no weapons of mass destruction. We never found anything. He resigned. Now he's a political analyst with a lot of insights and a lot of intel and a lot of inroads into the American military establishment. He's saying these people are mobilizing. He's saying these people are leaving ports to make their way to West Asia, but they're still going to have, you see, it's a Pandora's box. They'll still have to have staging areas. Every staging area is a possible platform for attack on Iran, but also a possible platform for Iranian self-defense, retaliatory, preemptive strikes. So are they going to take Cork Island? Are they going to try and go for the oil fields near Kuwait? I can only base kind of my opinions on getting as much information as I can, and I did read somewhere that the Iranian military were concerned about a possible land invasion of Kuwait. So we shouldn't listen to what they say, because it's a complete distraction. If they're being deceitful, if they're being dishonest, if they are trying to convince the people of Iran, the policymakers, and indeed everyone else, this is what we're going to do, while they're actually planning something else. I think day by day we have to see where the military build-up is. There are reports, I don't know whether or not they're true, that China and potentially Russia are helping with satellite images in real time of American troop movements and plane movements and marine naval unit movements to help the Iranian forces protect their civilian population. So if that's true, perhaps the Iranian military will receive, time-dated, up-to-date intelligence on ships that are leaving America, how many ships, what their capacity is, how many troops they might be carrying, where they're heading. I would simply say, don't listen to what they say, watch what they do, and maybe in the next 7 to 10 days we'll see exactly what is happening. I can't see him moving all these troops there just as like someone playing poker at the table, saying if you don't negotiate. It's not negotiations. I've seen the 15-point plan. It's surrender. No nuclear energy, no hypersonic ballistic missiles, no supporting the national liberation movements in West Asia. And just to remind everyone, the only reason why Palestinian resistance and Lebanese resistance and Iraqi resistance and others exist is because the colonial, the European white racist colonial footprint in the Levant is the reason for every death in West Asia, every war, every conflict, every torture chamber that they have in Kuwait or in Bahrain or in Saudi Arabia or in the UAE, all exist to protect dictatorial monarchies put in place by the West in order to divide and balkanize West Asia to make it easier to manipulate. So everything goes back to the Zionist, colonial, imperialist, white European occupation of the Levant. And really, people should always remember that this war on Iran by Israel and by America and by allies in the background in the Persian Gulf countries, but also Europe, who are helping supply, I would imagine, with technology and with munitions. You know, the Zionist state is the reason why there's been war in the Levant and West Asia for the last 80 years. And so long as it continues to be supported by America and the West, the death, the destruction, the murder, the mayhem, the tortures, the rapes, the illegal imprisonments, and the beatings, and the destruction of life and property across West Asia won't stop, because this is an imperialist occupation of the Levant in the 21st century, which has more in common with 17th century European imperialism than it does with the humanity that we all strive to in the 21st century.
Well, I'm curious as to, again, it's very hard to talk about things where the U.S. president has claimed, of which Iran has rejected outright as being baseless and to have no validity. So therefore, making or conversing with you for an analysis on it, I think, would be futile and a waste of your time and really the audience time. But the way that the Persian Gulf Arab countries at this point are positioning themselves, one of the latest being the fact that you have both the UAE and Saudi Arabia, two different stories there where there's much more news about how they want the U.S. To continue with this illegal war of aggression against the Islamic Republic. At the same time, there's also news that they have said for the U.S. to stop and for the U.S. to go for the negotiations. What's your view of where that stands?
You see, possibly the art of war is confusion, because we're going round in a circle, because what we're talking about, what does Trump mean when he says something one day and then says something the next? The one thing about Trump is he's not a politician. He hasn't gone through that whole compromise which happens when you become a politician. You have a political ideology when you set on the road, on the path to politics. You join a system. Potentially you might want to change that system, but in reality that system changes you. So Trump's a businessman, and he's made his money, and he's built his, huge construction industry and real estate and whatever else he's involved in. He's used to bullying people. He's used to being the man at the table who makes demands. So you have a businessman in charge of some of the policy making in the North American administration. Now, the UAE is in bed with the Zionist state. Together, they are causing and fomenting violence in Africa. They are in the Congo, they are in Somalia, they are in Sudan. The UAE, we recently watched the, we'll call it internal strikes between Saudi Arabia and the UAE in Yemen. And there are reports that Trump said he wants $5 trillion to continue the war, or $2.5 trillion if they wanted to come to an end. So when we're talking about $1 billion is being spent every day, or 10 billion, or 100 billion on this war, that dwarfs into insignificance if the Persian Gulf states stump up $2 trillion, $3 trillion, $4 trillion. So who's really paying for this war? Iranians are paying with their lives, and the Kuwaitis and the Saudis and others, the Emiratis are paying for the destruction of Iran. The Americans want the oil. The Zionists want to destroy Iran because it's a bulwark against their expansionist policies. There are different players on different levels, and I nearly smile at the hypocrisy and the, I can only describe it as really the cheek of UAE and Saudi Arabia to claim on one hand, we are not involved in this war, please don't bomb our infrastructure, we want the Americans to go. And at the same time they continue to facilitate their airspace to be used for attacks on Iranian civilian infrastructure. They continue to allow these American bases. The Saudis and the UAE and the Persian Gulf countries will tell you or analysts will tell you that the American bases are there to protect those states. Those American bases are there to protect the oil in those states that previous American administrations have said, you know, it's not our fault that our oil is under their soil. I personally view those bases as military bases of occupation. So you just simply have to say to Mohammed bin Salman and these other people in charge, unelected monarchical dictators, we can change the regime, you can be in jail. It's the same in Egypt. They got rid of Morsi, the democratically elected leader of Egypt, a member of the Muslim Brotherhood, people that I'm not a fan of. But they put Sisi in. They only have to say in the Sisi's ear, we'll get another captain or we'll get another lieutenant general and we'll replace you if you don't do what you say. So I think on some level, these people are being blackmailed, and I mean, don't get me wrong, on one level they're 100% behind the war, but on another level, I think there's a quiet veiled threat. If you don't allow us, let's work together, you know, let's change the regime, let's all make money, let's destroy Iran. But on a deeper level, below the surface, all these people in charge of these countries, including the people in Bahrain, they are all in a very uncomfortable position.
All right, thank you very much for that, Farah Hughes, political analyst there from Belfast. We do appreciate your comments. And with that, we come to an end for our rolling coverage for now. We're going to be back with international news at 1:30. Do stay with us for that. It's bye-bye for now.
جمهوری اسلامی یعنی یک ملت زنده. جمهوری اسلامی یه حکومت جدا از مردم نیست. جمهوری اسلامی عبارت است از ملت ایران، این ملت پابرجا، این ملت مستحکم، این ملتی که حاضر برای پیشرفت خودش زحمت بکشه، کار کنه، تلاش کنه و به حمدالله پیشرفت کرده در این 47 سال. اون روزی که جمهوری اسلامی نهال باریک بود شما نتونستید اون رو از زمین قلع کنید و بکنید. امروز به حمدالله یک شجره مبارکه بلند و پرثمر جمهوری اسلامی.
What began on February 28th as a cowardly Operation Epic Fury, the assassination of our leader Ayatollah Khamenei and over 200 civilians, has turned into a strategic catastrophe for the U.S. military machine. Operation True Promise 4 didn't just strike back, it systematically shattered the fortress America spent decades building. We're talking about Al-Udeid in Qatar, the largest U.S. base in the region. Iranian missiles destroyed its billion-dollar early warning radar, the electronic eye of their entire air defense. Gone. Al-Dhafra and the UAE, its command centers, the nerve center for their spy drones and surveillance aircraft were decapitated. The headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain was hit directly. Their primary naval supply hub at Jebel Ali port in Dubai crippled. And in Kuwait, Ali al-Salam Air Base has been rendered completely out of service. Think about what that means. The radar that saw everything is blind. The centers that commanded everything are silenced. The fleet that dominated our waters is paralyzed. In a single, precisely coordinated campaign, Iranian missiles and drones pierced their advanced defenses, proving that the technological edge the U.S. has relied on for decades is a myth. They're not invincible. They never were. The United States started this war thinking they could eliminate our leaders and break our will. Instead, they have exposed their own vulnerability. The message from Tehran to Washington could not be clearer. The era of American dominance in West Asia is over. Any future aggression will be met with a response far more devastating than anything yet seen.
دلتنگی اعضای بر رهبرم که دستش دادیم، حس خشم برای اینکه به مملکتم به سرزمینم تعرض کردم. الان سربازای ما دارن از مرزهای ما دفاع میکنن. کاری که ما میتونیم بکنیم اینه که اینجا قوت قلبی باشیم برای اوناست که بدونن که ما محکم پشتشون ایستادیم.
حیدر حیدر
تمام کشور عاشق رهبر ما، اینا رو ترامپ و نتانیاهو خوب میدونن، فکر میکنن رهبرمون رو ازمون گرفتن. حتی اگر رهبرمون رو هم شهید کردن که ایشون به آرزوشون رسیدن، هیچ خلالی در این انقلاب ایجاد نمیشه.
یک خامنه ای یک ملت شد. با این یک ملت خامنه ای میخوان چیکار کنن؟
حسین عزیز من به رفیقش پیام داده فلانی اگر ما پای کار آقا نباشیم کی پای کار آقا باشه؟ تو این ماه رمضونیه با زبون روزه شهادت چقدر میچسبه.
تو جنگ احد اومدن داد زدن گفتن محمد شهید شده. امیرالمومنین اسدالله الغالب علیه السلام ندا داد اگر محمد کشته شده خدای محمد که زنده است.
تمام عالمیان میدانستند که یک روزی در جهان جنگی بین حق و باطل اتفاق میفته و اون جنگ امروز اتفاق افتاده. چیزی قفله که بالا سرشون پدافند کار بکنه، موشک باران باشه رو سرشون، وایسن و رجز بخوانن. به نظرم ترس برادر مرگه، هر کی بترسه زودتر میمیره و اگر میخوان که مملکتمون رو نجات بدیم باید محکم بایستیم. ما از اول اومدیم، از همون شب اول اومدیم.
خسته نخواهم شد، خدا یاری میکنه بازم میام
تا روز پیروزی انشاءالله. این جنایتکار عوضی ما رو نزد، ما هستیم.
من فکر میکنم مظلومیت بیشتر از همه چیز
یه کاری کنیم که دیگه اصلا جرأت نکنن اسم ایران رو بیارن اصلا بخوان
رهبر من، عزیز من، ما مردم ایران از این که شما شهید شدید داغ داریم، اما افتخار میکنیم به داشتن چنین رهبری که توی چنین ماهی، چنین لحظاتی، توی ماه رمضان با لب تشنه، توی ماه رمضان، ماه علی خودت، غریبانه شهید شدی.
اسرائیل هیچ غلطی نمیتونه بکنه، آمریکا هیچ غلطی نمیتونه کنه. ما همه هست نترسیم 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 ما هستیم نترسیم نترسیم این همه لشکر آمده به عشق رهبر آمده مرگ بر آمریکا مرگ بر اسرائیل
منتظریم که فقط انتقام گرفته بشه یعنی از این لحظه به بعد دیگه سکوت حزب الله یا جایز نیست این انفعالی که حزب الله به خودش گرفته جایز نیست باید آتش به اختیار بشه اینی که نشسته بودیم تا آقا فرمان بده بیا تو خیابون 22 بهمن بیا تو خیابون فلان کن حزب اللهی یه حرکتی رو شروع کرده از انقلاب از اینجا به بعدش رهبری دیگه نیست میخوای چیکار کنی کی دیگه هست که 22 بهمن به تو بگه بیا تو خیابون
ان شاءالله سربازای وطن ما این کار انجام میدن انتقام خون ان شاءالله میگیرن
درسته که دیروز این آمریکای جنایتکار این اسرائیل کودک کش رهبر ما رو آقای ما رو از ما گرفت ولی مطمئناً ما با حضورمون با این جمعیت بهش ثابت میکنیم که ما پای خون شهیدامون پای خون رهبرمون ایستاده ایم و مطمئناً سپاه ارتش انتقام خون رهبر عزیز ما رو آقای ما رو از این آدم کشا میگیره
Hello, welcome back to Press TV's Rolling coverage of the illegal U.S.-Israeli regime's war of aggression against the Islamic Republic. In the studio with us we have Homeira Ahed. Thank you so much for joining us. We're looking at this war of aggression to approach the 30th day, 1 month of it. At this point we're looking at what is said to be the biggest oil shortage that the U.S. has ever seen, which according to reports are worse than 1973 and 79 combined. Wave 80th by the IRGC has also been announced in the past hour or so, which the targets have been against northern and central occupied territories and also U.S. bases. There are different regions that the IRGC announced that were targeted. In the studio with us we have Homeira Ahed. Thank you so much for joining us. We're looking at this war of aggression to approach the 30th day month of it. And let me continue with the biggest oil shortage that the U.S. has ever seen, which according to reports are worse than 1973 and 79 combined. Wave 80th by the IRGC has also been announced in the past. We're going to continue with you, Homeira Ahed. Sorry for the playback. We're hearing the voice echo through the studio. Let me ask you what your thoughts are about the fact that we're looking at this war at this point approaching 30 days.
For 1 month now, Israel, Iran has been defending itself, and if you look into this 1 month, we can, very clearly say that. We can very clearly say that the way.
Sorry for the playback. We're going to go for a quick break. Sorry about the audio echo inside the studio. We'll fix that and we'll come right back. Thank you.
شهادت شهید بلوکه این بلوکه یکی این بلوکه هفت این مغازه ما دقیقاً 1:12 ظهر
This was meant to be another report in a series documenting U.S. Zionist war crimes in Iran. This time, the target was a residential building in Shahid Burjardi, a working-class neighborhood in Tehran. An entire family, 2 children among them, was killed. The building was struck, and beside it, her small supermarket, her only source of income, was also destroyed. But when I met her, the story was no longer only about destruction.
این 8 طبقه است. 8 طبقه بوده، الان 6 طبقه شده. 2 طبقهش قشنگ رفته. بعد یه خانم ایشون بالا میشه. الان دیگه یه خانم 2 تا بچه با یه آقام طبقه 7ش میشستن که باز آقای همون مفت جلت سر پیدا نشده جنازه. خوشامدشون راننده آژانس بود و بدبختی ماشین خرید و قرض خودم قرضش هم نداده بیچاره. یه پراید خرید راننده آژانس خونه رو مادرش براش خرید. آدم عادی نه اصلا نه بابا نه چی ارگان می‌خواستم؟ من ارگان می‌خواستم که بود دستم.
She didn't want me to focus only on the crime or the loss of her livelihood. She wanted something else remembered. She pointed to the flag and said what mattered most was that it is still stood and that it must rise even higher. Because even when homes are destroyed and livelihoods erased, the people do not surrender their sovereignty. So this is the report. An Iranian woman, one among millions, whose livelihood was destroyed by US Zionist war crimes, yet who believes that as long as the flag still stands, she remains victorious.
اونم که سوپرمارکت بچه‌های منه. آره هیچی نمونده. به جز پرچم که پایدار بمونه انشالله. انشالله بالا پرچم اون بالا و از اون بالاتر بره پرچم این انشالله به امید خدا.
Welcome back to Press TV's Rolling Coverage. For this segment, we have with us Mohsen Abbas, who's a political analyst, who joins us from London. We also have with us Homeira Ahed in the studio with us. Thank you to you both. Mohsen Abbas, I'll first start with you. Looking at, obviously, the top piece of news that in some sense is a form of a headline, but it's very hard to gauge it from our point of view and perspective. The U.S. President Donald Trump is having negotiations with himself because the U.S. Iran has dismissed that as just being fake news. As a matter of fact, you have the IRGC spokesperson who has talked about this, dismissing the latest claim of negotiations and promising to continue fighting. At the same time, you have Washington who's giving a different version. Are we still looking at, what are we looking at here, first of all?
I think you can basically, first of all, requisition Donald Trump into a psychiatric hospital for a start. I mean, he really is becoming more and more unbelievable. But it may not be just his psychiatric help that's required. There is a sort of method behind this madness of creating confusion, trying to create divisions, trying to obfuscate what they're really doing. So it's actually probably more a calculated effort to confuse and muddy the waters. Usually when he says this sort of thing, Israel is preparing something in the background, or he is. So completely untrustworthy. The Islamic Republic's response is cool, calm, and measured as usual. They have a plan. They should stick to the plan. They have made it very clear what they want. Donald Trump doesn't want to give them what they want, and what they have basically demanded now, because they are essentially winning this war, is that the US bases must be removed. Any further aggression or threat possibility from Israel or from America in the region has to be basically eradicated. They've said they want, for sure, reparations for all the damage that the Americans have caused and the Israelis. They want security in the region which doesn't have Israel or the US actually involved in any shape or form. They certainly don't want anything to do with negotiations around the ballistic missiles they have. They certainly won't be compromised in terms of supporting the oppressed in the region. And I think that they clearly have made those demands very, very obvious. Anything other than that, just not worth negotiating with. So unless the Americans actually put something positive, and I think it should start with an eradication of all sanctions on Iran. Anything less than this is absolutely pointless, because any ceasefire, any compromise will just mean that the Americans and the Israelis are able to do exactly what they've done every time they've gone into negotiations. And it would be, I think, the height of naivety, personally, I think, to go into anything, any sort of compromise mode that doesn't involve those red lines and those demands being met.
So, Homeira Ahed, if we were to take Trump's words seriously, on the one hand, you have the Iran, on the other hand, who has rejected the statements. But looking at the Iranian side, overall, there are a set of demands that they have. And the set of demands that they have are not ones that the U.S. can meet, based on at least how we see it. So doesn't that just debunk or show that the U.S. is not sincere? The U.S. president saying that, yes, there are talks going on, And he's also talked about how he received a big gift from Iran. I mean, it's very hard to make out what he's saying, but we know again the Iranian side rejecting the negotiations from the get-go.
Yeah, you are absolutely right in saying that it's very difficult to understand what he means to say. But the way he has been issuing contradicting statements since last 1 month nearly about the war, and even before that about the negotiations when Iran and America were having indirect talks. It is hard to believe him, and I think Iran has been quite clear in its stance, and they are not taking his word very seriously. And now when he's saying that we are negotiating with the Iranian side and Iran has given us a very big gift, at the same time they are planning to send 1,000 troops of the 82nd Division of the American Air Force, the Marines, to the Persian Gulf. So there have been reports that we have been talking about it, that they want to launch a military operation on the Kharg Island. When they are talking about negotiations, then why are you planning to send these troops to the region? So the contradiction again comes into play, that what they are saying is different from what they are practicing. And if we move a bit back, a month back, when negotiations were taking place, the Iranian side and the American side were talking, and at the same time the US president sent Abraham Lincoln and later on Gerald Ford to the region. So he was the negotiating. We know now that the negotiations were farce, and he wanted to launch a military aggression, and he was buying time. So now also we can say that he may be buying time, he may be fooling, he may be trying to fool the Iranian side and preparing for a military invasion, which we have already discussed and which we have been saying would be a failure, and the American soldiers would have to be returned in body bags, and it would be a suicidal exercise by US president. But at the same time, there's one more facet to this whole thing, and that is the world economy. The world economy has been affected tremendously. We have seen that IAEA, International Energy Agency, saying that it has been worse than the 1970s, and it is not going to stop even if the war stops today, because many of the units in the Persian Gulf region have already reduced their oil producing, gas producing capacity because of the insecurity, and for them to again come back to the capacity which was there before the war, the operations they were performing for producing fuel and gas before the war. If they come back to that, it would take a few months if we say that the hostilities stop today. So the economy of world is really has really received a huge blow, and it is not going to stop anywhere, though they have also released their strategic fuel deposits. Still they have not been able to do anything about it. We have seen in Asia, in Pakistan, in Sri Lanka, in Bangladesh, that they have even closed. In Pakistan they have closed schools, they have reduced the working hours, and they have started rationing fuel. In India there is a huge they are trying to trying to sustain, but it is going to be difficult for them as well. Then in Europe we have already seen 50% increase in fuel prices and gas, and Europe is something which receives the worst blow of anything related to fuel. We saw that in Russia-Ukraine war also, and now we are seeing it again. And not only Europe and Asia, even America, we have seen price rise, energy price rise in American states as well, in California as well, where the US Vice President was forced to say that we would have to be able to resist this pain for sometimes, for some gains, and our pain is far lesser than the people overseas. He was referring to, I think, Europe Europe and Russia, so not Russia, Europe and Asia. So that means it is having the war is having effect throughout the world, and that is the most significant reason, if we for a minute think that Trump really wants to have negotiations with Iran and he wants the war, the hostilities to end. So the only thing that might be forcing him is the effect of the war on global economy, which he has not been able to contain through his threats to anything, and that is getting worse day by day.
Our guest there, Said Mohsen Abbas, talks about Europe, and I'm wondering, in terms of the engagement that Europe has, based on reports that I'm looking at over here, even though Europe has said overall that they're not involved in this war, they disagree with this war, but I'm looking at the fact that it is actually playing maybe a quiet but a large role. U.S. bombers, drones, and ships, based on the report that I'm looking at, have been refueled, have been armed, have been deployed from bases in the UK, Germany, Portugal, Italy, France, and Greece, and the U.S. air base at Ramstein, Germany, also directly aside for attack drone operations, serving as a bridge for what it says are aircraft transporting personnel, munitions, and equipment. What do you think?
Well, it's blatantly obvious that the base that the United Kingdom, for instance, have Diego Garcia has openly said that they're going to collaborate with the Americans, and anybody who thinks that the UK or the Anglo-Zionist empire in any way is divided on these issues is probably actually being a little bit delusional, to be fair. This is a massive syndicate. The Anglo-Zionist empire is a reality. They've been functioning and working together institutionally at every level. The United Nations is an extension of their, post-Second World War power projection. The WHO, every international institution, the World Bank, go through all of them, and they all have an underlying commitment to Anglo-Zionist hegemony and imperialism. So it's a complete delusion to think that they're not involved. They've formally also committed, I think, about 22 nations. The last time I was researching on it was about 22 nations had agreed to the crazy Hormuz Strait force that they seem to want to assemble, a Hormuz Straits, which is totally controlled by the Iranians. They're capable of deploying submarines, mines. They're capable of deploying underwater drones and basically lock down and shut down anything that happens. And indeed they have. Basically they've stopped any of the aggressor forces. Those who are with the aggressors are not allowed to let their shipping through, and that includes all of those supposedly benign forces which aren't involved in the war on Iran. They are all involved. And it extends to the likes of Turkey, of course the Anglo-Zionist Arab kind of alliance and the axis that exists there. It includes anybody who stops missiles landing on Israel. It involves anybody who defends the illegal Zionist entity in any way, shape or form, and has also allowed their airspace, for instance, to be used to attack the Islamic Republic of Iran. Anybody who's been involved in that kind of behavior or has provided material, weaponry, oil, etc. to Israel. Turkey again is involved in that. The likes of whether it's even the Japanese or the Europeans, they've all been actually part of that, and previously they were also part of the genocide in Palestine. So they've been involved at every stage. They still are involved, and they will continue to be involved, until they're told to stand down. The only thing it's achieving, though, Kaveh, is basically the UN sanctioning of Russian oil, of course, has been terminated to a great extent. The UN sanctioning of Iranian oil has been terminated. There's a $1 trillion gap within the US stock market now. F-35s have been knocked down and exposed. The US bases are pretty much 70-80% destroyed. Israel no longer has enough interceptors, it seems, to stop any of the Iranian missiles landing on them. And Iran has just gone from strength strength in the public eye. Iran is now the savior of the world in many respects, because they can see that Iran stood for the Palestinians and the oppressed, and now is again standing against this kind of this tyranny. So Iran, from a public relations point of view, is winning. From a military point of view, it's winning, and from a strategic, long-term, play, certainly in the region, it's winning. So I don't know where Donald Trump is going to get an off-ramp, because every way that I can see shows him to have basically lost heavily, and that's going to count within the midterms. It's going to count within the general perception of the world about America, which is obviously not that great given what they've been up to around Greenland and all the other kind of shenanigans that in Venezuela that he's been doing. So I just see lose. What's happened is that Donald Trump has led the US into the biggest debacle of its recent history, and the Israelis are very much responsible. They too are being dismantled piece by piece, because every missile that is now landing on Tel Aviv or Haifa or Ashkelon or Eilat is basically being cheered on by anybody who's part of the civilized world in a genuine way. Everybody wants the dismantling of this kind of forever wars aggressor entity. And Iran, the longer it stands, the more that support will grow, and the more I think it will achieve victories.
Well, if you want to take a look at the victories that the Islamic Republic has achieved, Humaira, I mean, there's a long list over here. We're looking at the fact that, for example, Israel's Dimona, the way it was hit, supposed to be a very highly protected area, or the fact that a Haifa power plant was hit, oil storage facilities were hit. You got military bases, radar, ships, planes that were hit. You have the asset relocation that has taken place from funds being moved out from the Persian Gulf area, and the list is pretty lengthy. So maybe there has been a list that has been compiled which has pushed the U.S. President Donald Trump to really reach out. And if that's the case, I'm just thinking in my head that maybe he thought it was time to reach out and go for negotiations, because again, there's lots of on lots of fronts. Iran has defeated the U.S.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. Iran has achieved lots of successes during this 1 month, and the thing is that Trump miscalculated. He, either his advisors or himself or Netanyahu, thought that they would assassinate the leader of the Islamic Revolution. People would come on, Iranians would come on the roads against the government, and everything would be done and dusted in a few days. They thought that it would be a type of surgical strike, and they had even told this to the Turkish government that it would be over in 3 or 4 days. That did not happen. We saw how Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, was able to launch a horizontal war where the whole region got involved, and how the air defense system, I think air defense system here is very important to be mentioned, because that was built over years, and that was one of the bases of the alliance of these Persian Gulf countries with America. They had thought that America would save them, it would give them security, and the security was through these interceptors. They played a key role in providing that security, and they were advertised as the best air defense mechanism, so that air defense mechanism was totally obliterated by the Islamic Republic. We saw how hard the Patriot and everything, all these were destroyed. Then as far as Israel is concerned, Israel had been advertising about its 7-layer air defense mechanism, David Sling, Iron Dome, all it was reduced to rubble. And as you mentioned, Dimona was hugely protected because it holds the undisclosed nuclear weapons possessed by the Israeli regime. So it is the most protected place in the occupied territories, and we saw how Iran was able to launch its strikes and with precision and hit Dimona. So that was a huge blow to whatever they had been propagating, whatever they had been advertising for a few decades. This did not only affect, if we say that it affected the Persian Gulf region, the security of the Persian Gulf region, America's assets and the Israeli regime. No, it has had a very strong impact on the military-industrial complex of the United States. The military-industrial complex through which it gains billions of dollars over the, has been gaining over hundreds of years. What America has been doing is advertising its weaponry, saying that these are the best weapons I have and nobody on earth has these weapons. And as we know, it has been manufacturing wars, planting conflicts throughout the world so that nations buy its weapons. And we saw how America was able to, reduce that that military might of America. We even saw F-35, the face of American Air Force, being downed by Iran's domestically produced air defense system. So all that, had a very, we can say, it tarnished the image of United States as a military power. We are not talking about a democratic country with certain morals. That doesn't exist. But as a military power, it tarnished. It was able to destroy that image of America, and for that matter, even the occupied territories. And also, what I want to mention here is that with this. The hegemony of America has been affected, because when a country like Iran, which has been sanctioned for more than 4 decades, did not succumb to the pressure of America, of a country which calls itself the hegemon, the greatest country of the world. When a country like Iran, reeling under inhuman sanctions, did not succumb to pressure and was able to retaliate in such a brilliant way, then that hegemony has totally been destroyed. The world knows that America is not what it claimed to be. So I think that are one of these things are very significant in if we count the achievements of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the last 1 month.
Well, so Mohsen Abbas, if you were to take a look at the way that the chaos that the U.S. president is facing in terms of the markets on the one hand, where you're looking at markets to have been severely affected, not only just the oil market, but also the energy markets as a whole. Europe is suffering. Many countries around the world are suffering because of that. And also taking a look at the fact that he backed out of targeting Iran's electricity grid. The U.S. president, or the U.S. is on the back foot. So if that is the case, which all fingers are pointing to that direction, wouldn't it be to the advantage of Iran to continue this war to the point, and that's my question to you, to what point then should Iran continue this war? I mean, it should bring the U.S. down to its knees, I'm guessing, by going ahead with the path that they're traveling on. But at what point do you think that Iran would think that enough is enough, and perhaps for there to be some kind of, solution to this?
Well, the capabilities have to be totally decimated. So the bases which the Americans have, which are visible, that's one thing. But they're still flying planes. They're still being able to use bases. They've still got aircraft carriers which can launch, strikes, and still have aircraft that can fly from them. They still have the kind of capability to refuel and use the airspace around the region. I think all of that has to stop. Iran has to be able to impose costs on its neighbors and all those who are allies of the Anglo-Zionist empire, which mean that they have to really consider very seriously. And I think one of the obvious largest costs for me is the nuclear deterrent. To be fair, Ayatollah Khamenei, God rest his soul and give him the highest place in paradise, had a very stoic and very noble stance on mass murdering people, and that's a great ethical stance. But at the end of the day, if you have a weapon like that, then it gives you that immediate thing that, say, North Korea has, and you don't even have to have this kind of bleeding of your own people at all. And that's, whilst it puts things in jeopardy in terms of the world being upset and everybody suddenly feeling scared about nuclear weapons. Well, the Americans got nuclear weapons. The most psychopathic nation on the earth, Israel, has nuclear weapons. Why shouldn't Iran have nuclear weapons? That would be the biggest deterrent for me. Then everybody would shut up and they would have to sit down and behave themselves. But if they don't go that far, then of course the knowledge economy and increasing their own technical know-how and skill over the next 10 years or so will certainly achieve, I think, a lot more deterrence even than they have now. But unless you neutralize, unless you fight this war to the point where all of the territories that are surrounding Iran become tame and become calmed down and stop giving access to the Americans, disassociate themselves even from the dollar. I mean, I think it has to go that far, that you can't have this region as a source for the fueling of a terrorist state, a rogue terrorist state. The American state is a terrorist state. So is Israel. So if the region provides all of the money, the dollars, the petrol, the oil, whatever else they take from the region, then it's aiding and abetting America in its imperialist intent. I think that in itself is a problem. So how powerful are these local regions? People go on about why Iran has alliances or it has proxies. Well, it doesn't have proxies. It has people who are suppressed and oppressed by these dictatorships in the region. And I don't see why Bahrain, for instance, which originally belonged to Iran anyway, I mean, I don't know why they gave that away, but Bahrain should really be under the sphere of influence of a government like Iran, because Iran has demonstrated its capability to be morally, ethically sensible. It abides by international law. It operates according to rules of humanity. It has a civilization which is rooted in the ethics and morality of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And what do the Americans have? What do the Israelis have? An Epstein pedophile class, a set of people who have no rules, no morality, who will kill children. 168 children in Al-Minab was their first calling card in Iran this time. How many tens of thousands of Palestinian children do you need to look at before you realize that you're dealing with a lawless, absolutely barbaric, savage, uncivilized nation, and its values are uncivilized. They're the ones who also brought to us hyper-materialism. They're the ones who brought to us narcissism across the individual plane. They brought us gender fluidity. They brought us the failure to even be able to define what a woman is. They brought to us all of these kinds of so-called American dream values, which are all to do with greed and towards the heightening of individuals. They brought to us men fighting women, gender wars. They brought you a culture which is hedonistic, which is to do with depravity, and it's all summarized within what's happened with the Epstein case. That's why they don't like talking about that, and they want to suppress it all, because it exposes who is behind this entire culture. It's not just a military dominance. It's not just a sort of a political dominance or a resource dominance. They have a cultural dominance around the world, which is actually disgusting and perverse and is pervasive. They want to infect the Islamic Republic of Iran with that, with Iran International, with all the other filthy networks of channels they use to corrupt and to debauch society. They've done it to the West. We live in a country where we are unfortunately born and our families exist here. It's very hard for us to necessarily migrate. But honestly, I live in the West, and I'm making these criticisms knowing that they have enough money here to create an infrastructure which generally works, and then they sell this shiny exterior as a way of undermining people like in Iran, for instance. They have been doing, because they've strangled it economically, put it in a position where it can start, people themselves can start criticizing their government, and when they do start protesting, doing what they're allowed to do, protest peacefully, they have their on-the-ground people, the Mossad, the MI6, etc., stirring up terrorism in order to create regime change. This is a cycle they will continue to do unless Iran finishes the job. And I think that I know there are going to be people who are soft, who still have a soft spot for the West and still think that the institutions here in some way are good in nature. They're not good. at the heart of them, the Western institutions, is an innate corruption. It's based on lack of values and lack of morality. The ex-MI6 head I was listening to just a few minutes ago was conceding. His very first statement was, "I regret to inform you that the Imam Khamenei's regime is still intact," and he was giving this litany of woe about how America was failing and how it was being destroyed in terms of all its strategies, how it was losing. Okay. And this is what they think of Iran. This is what they think of the government. This is what they think of Islamic nations that try to do things on a moral level. Because morality means nothing to them. Only economic ascendancy and whatever they can do to get to that, it matters. And I think that is an existential civilizational fight, which I'm afraid Iran carries the banner for. And just like Imam Hussein did in his era, I'm afraid that's the responsibility Iran has been given. And it means some blood, it means loss, but the long run will be not only Iran's liberty, but actually I think you're fighting for the liberty of the whole world.
Thank you very much for that. We're going to end up with you for now. Thank you, Sayyid Mohsen Abbas, political analyst there. Thank you for your thoughts. So taking a look at Homera, at the fact that we are looking at putting aside the so-called negotiations that Trump is having with himself, as Iran's army spokesperson has said, we want to take a look at the question that I posed Sayyid Mohsen Abbas as to when Iran would feel that it has achieved its goals. I guess maybe if I can ask you what its goals are, and at one point do you think that would be reached? We know the demands that it has. I'm guessing the closure of the U.S. bases in the region is one of the things that it wants to achieve.
I do not think it's something like that. When would it think that it has achieved all its targets? The Islamic Republic of Iran is defending itself. America has not stopped attacking Iran. The Israeli regime has not stopped attacking the Islamic Republic. So what we are seeing now are retaliatory attacks. Even the spokesman of the Foreign Ministry of Iran, Mr. Ismail Baghai, said we are defending ourselves. The hostilities to end, they also have to stop attacking the Islamic Republic. If Trump is talking about negotiations, then he should stop the war. He should stop attacking Iran. Yesterday also we saw many places in Tehran being attacked. In other provinces also we saw attacks being conducted. The Israeli regime is doing it. America is doing it. So you just say something with your tongue, but you're doing some other thing on ground. In that way, Iran cannot stop retaliating and defending itself. I think what Trump is doing since last 2-3 days is just he's trying to change the media narrative. He's trying to appear as a peaceful man who wants to talk, who wants to negotiate. But on ground, what we are seeing is that attacks are being conducted. People are doing. People are dying. Iranian civilians are dying, and yesterday they attacked the house of a very famous Iranian film director. I forgot his name. If you could help me with that, in Tehran, and it was a civilian target. And I mean, if they say that we have to negotiate, we have to talk, then stop this aggression, and then start. Then we can come on the objectives which Iran has, and the objectives have already been clearly, openly and clearly forwarded by Iran, which includes that first of all, you have to assure us that there would be no aggression in any way in future. So that is one of the key points, and they would have to assure that. Secondly, you have to compensate for the losses which have been inflicted on the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thirdly, you will have to vacate from the region. Now, when none of these is met by the United States, I'm sorry, I remember the name of the director, Abbas Kiarostami. So they attacked, he is an Oscar-winning director. They attacked the house of an Oscar-winning director, and now they are saying that we should negotiate, we should do this. You first stop the hostilities. Now coming back to where I was, it is that Now when all the objectives which have been set by the Islamic Republic of Iran are mainly three, which is giving assurances that you would not start any aggression in future against the Islamic Republic. Secondly, you would have to compensate for the losses which have been incurred on the Islamic Republic, and third, you would have to vacate from the bases. And now America is not doing that. America is not, I believe America is not very honest with what it is saying, and even if there are negotiations going on which Iran has totally rejected, that it's not negotiating, but if it wants to negotiate and these three objectives are not met, then Iran is going to meet them through its defense strategies. We have seen it has been able to establish deterrence to an extent. The war, the effect the war is having on the global economy, the way the restrictions on the Strait of Hormuz is totally, shaking the world economy, the energy prices around the world, and the horizontal way in which Iran has engaged the whole region in this war, I do believe they are going to be future deterrents for any country to think twice before launching an aggression against Iran. And also the goal of or objective of getting compensation, Iran, if America is not willing to give it, Iran has plans for that also. And as far as the bases, the American bases are concerned in the region, we have reports that many of the bases have been vacated by the US soldiers, so now they do not think this region is safe for them. So I believe Iran, it is not for Iran to stop the war. Iran, even before Iran did not launch this war, Iran did not want to go into a military, into a military operation. It was the other side that launched a war when negotiations were going on. So for now, even this war to stop, the prime perpetrator of this crime, of this aggression, is the United States, and then Israel, its biggest ally in the region. They have to stop the hostilities, and then Iran can think of stopping the retaliatory strikes. Till they attack Iran, how can Iran stop defending itself?
When it comes to the markets, changing gears here, they maybe initially, when Trump made announcements that led to some positivity about the issue, they would react and the price of oil would go down. But at this point, we're looking at the markets not really believing what the U.S. president has said in terms of the negotiations, even though Trump has come out and has added even more developments, positive developments within the negotiation notion that it has. And the fact that Iran has rejected these supposed negotiations, the markets are reacting, and they haven't bought Trump's narrative, and the prices of oil is going up now. It's past $100 per barrel. This disruption to energy supplies and the economic fallout can only continue up to a point.
Yeah.
So it goes back to the question as to whether Iran is going to react to that, to indicate that at some point there's going to be perhaps an end of some kind. Will the economic fallout and markets determine perhaps when this war may end?
I think, the markets will determine when the war will end, and Iran has nothing to do about it. Iran is not going to, convince anybody for the end of the war. It is Trump. It is the U.S. administration that has to decide what is their threshold. Till when can they sustain this war, and the world has to decide that the economy is already suffering. Even if the war ends today, the economy is not going to come back to the original position where it was before the war. And the war, we are not seeing an end to the war for now. And if this continues, and the way Trump has been behaving, or Israel has been attacking Iran, and even now the idea of sending troops to, ground invasion to Iran, it is going to wreak havoc to the world economy. IEA has said that it has been worse, even worse than 1970s. The economic slowdown which we saw after 2021, after the COVID epidemic, analysts have been saying that that was a cakewalk to what we are witnessing now. We are seeing across the globe, Asia, Europe, America, Australia, everywhere we are seeing the repercussions of this war, the energy crisis, and the world, till how long the world can sustain it and what the repercussions would be in future, and how it is going to show in all fields of life, and also one of the things for the American administration is that they have by-elections coming in November. According to a recent poll, I think it was conducted 2 or 3 days ago, the popularity of Donald Trump has decreased more. It is, I think, now around 35%, 36%. So he's already losing popularity. Even his Republican support is diminishing, and the slogan on which he came to power, "Make America Great Again," has fallen to the ground. People are seeing that he launched a war for no reason, and there was nothing which was apparently a threat to America that he should have launched a war. So he came under the influence of Israel. American public is also saying that if we for a moment do not talk about economy of the world, which is getting shattered, so even in America he's losing support. He cannot sustain the way it is going on. So I think Trump would have to decide in a week or 10 days that this has to stop, and this is not like other wars. It is not like attacking Iraq and Afghanistan or some other country, and then the crisis would remain confined to the borders of that country. Iran has successfully proven that aggression against Iran would have repercussions to every point around the globe.
All right, let's bring in Mick Napier, human rights activist who joins us. Mick Napier, welcome to the program. We're looking at this illegal war entering its 25th day, approaching in 1 month. And at this point, the big news is regarding the way that the U.S. president is making these claims about negotiations with Iran and how well they are going, something that Iran has rejected pretty much outright. There has been some messages that have been sent, but I think it's just up to that point. At the same time, you have operations by the IRGC, the 80th wave, to have been launched, targeting different areas and military centers in the occupied territories, northern side, for example, and other hits that Iran has leveled against the Israeli regime on occupied Palestinian land. Are we looking at a U.S. president that is very desperate to find some kind of a reprieve or space in order for it to be able to regroup and go ahead with its offensive, unlike the public image that is trying to relay to the world that it's out for negotiations?
I mean, the American public image in the past was undeservedly quite positive in some places, but now it's in ruins, it's in tatters. We look at Trump and we realise that he's a bit deranged. I really hesitate to say that. I've always been reluctant to focus in on psychology when you can explain America's actions in terms of wider geopolitics. But there is an element of a man who is deranged. No diplomatically trained individual, no statesman would ever say, we're going to bomb Iran again just for fun. We're bombing our little hearts out. This is a strange individual, and we have to factor that into any calculation. And to second guess his thoughts is really difficult for normal people. But I would say this. I think that this was a gigantic miscalculation. Netanyahu persuaded a sort of feeble-minded Trump, compared to his predecessors, to launch this aggression against Iraq. But what do you make of a president whose citizens have been brought up to view the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in Hawaii in the beginning of America's involvement in World War II as as the perfect example of dishonesty and perfidy and treachery and how not to behave. And then you see Donald Trump using this as an example of good behavior to the Japanese Prime Minister. You know, you couldn't make this up. If this was put in a comedy sketch, it would probably be rejected as too absurd. But underlying the madness, there is a basic rationality, because he's surrounded by a coterie of sycophants, people who are afraid to tell him what day it is. If Trump says it's Tuesday, nobody will correct him and say it's Wednesday. Yes, Donald, it's probably Tuesday somewhere. But beyond that coterie, there are military men who are hard-headed. Military people of every type have to be realists up to some degree. And they advised Trump not to do it, but he did it. But I think this is the reason why. America wants to remove Tehran as an independent actor in order to be able to concentrate and challenge and defeat China. Viewed from Washington, the people in Tehran are not important, not people in Iran. They are pieces on a chessboard to be bombed, to be obliterated in order for the empire to become stronger. But here's the thing. America realizes it's becoming relatively weaker, and it wishes to withdraw or to refocus, is the word, to pivot in American language, to the Pacific, and to be less involved, thank God, for the people of the Middle East, in the Middle East. But here's the thing, they want Israel to take over the job, which Israel is clearly incapable of doing. So America had to pile in with Israel to crush Iran. America can then withdraw and leave Israel to replace America as the cop on the beat. Now, it's not worked. It's a gigantic miscalculation. And Trump's language, but it's almost a facsimile of the general picture, was done in haste, was done out of fear, was a miscalculation, and they thought they were biting on a soft fruit, but they're biting on a stone, and that breaks your teeth. And that's the problem for Mr. Trump. He doesn't know what to do. From his perspective, you simply drop more bombs. If the Iranians fight back, you drop more bombs. It's bombs, bombs, bombs. And I'm not sure they'll even send troops on the ground, because that would be extremely unpopular in America, where the war is already extremely unpopular. So I think when you take the long view, you have a madman in the White House, but an underlying rationality that they wanted to leave Israel unchallenged in the Middle East so that America could pivot to the Pacific. And all these calculations have gone completely awry because the Iranians didn't surrender. You didn't run up a white flag. You didn't beg for peace. Now, when Trump's inventing these negotiations, it's a sign of the trouble that he's in, because you don't lie unless you're weak. If you're strong, you can tell the truth. It's like a child caught doing something. You tell lies because the child is the weaker party. Trump is telling lies. He doesn't lie all the time, just when he opens his mouth. And why would the Iranians negotiate with Trump again? I mean, you enter negotiations with the mafia boss, you go into the room, he pulls a knife and attacks you. You do it twice. You go into the room, you negotiate, and he pulls a gun. Why would you go into the room again? It makes no sense. But the Western media is focusing in on this idea of negotiations, of maybe we can tweak this and tweak that. But here's the deal. Anything which allows Iranians a minimum of dignity and independence is not acceptable to Israel. Anything that is acceptable to Israel, to continue with genocide, to continue to expand, to continue to commit mass killings of civilians in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, that's of course not acceptable to the Islamic Republic. So I don't see the possibility of negotiations unless the Iranians become very, very suicidal and go into the room again. But even if they did go into the room, what is to be discussed? Because if Israel is the American ally, it wants to commit genocide wherever it pleases. It's now trying to occupy a part of Lebanon now. It's a neighbour. That's the neighbour from hell. It's impossible to live with. And that's the reality that the Iranian people face. Israel kills. They're very good at killing civilians. They're the best at killing civilians, but they don't seem to be doing very well against Hezbollah. They were unable to crush the Houthis and the Ansar Allah in Yemen. How will they fare against against a country like Iran? So I think Trump's in trouble. He's lying to his back teeth, and that's a sign of terrible weakness. He doesn't know what to do, because if he attacks critical infrastructure in Iran, the Iranians have said this is what we'll do. Tit for tat. You do this on Tuesday, we'll do the same thing. He can't live with that. The Gulf family dictatorships are terrified. They're very fragile. We have a saying, of course, in English, but elsewhere, people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. But if you live in Dubai, you shouldn't be firing American, or you shouldn't be allowing the Americans to fire missiles at Iran, because you're very, very vulnerable. Very vulnerable. They know that. America knows that. So we're watching the news headlines over the next few days. The steadfastness of Iran is building massive sympathy around the world, because people have seen the genocide in Gaza. There's a loathing and contempt for the Israeli state, which is unprecedented. And the fact that someone is standing up to them and can defeat them is very, very inspiring indeed. And I say that from the safety of Britain, where my government are really poodles compared to Trump. But it is inspiring people everywhere.
All right, we've got less than a minute left here, McNabb here. If we can ask you, based on that train of thought, why it is that so many people around the world are applauding Iran and are supporting Iran, though they may not even be a fan of the Islamic Republic, maybe, but they are all for Iran standing up to the U.S. and the Israeli regime.
Because everybody hates a bully. Even the people who gravitate towards the bully, like Starmer, and the European Union governments, apart from Spain, who are sucking up to Trump. They hate him. They suck up to him because they're afraid of him, but there's no love, there's no admiration, there's no loyalty. And for decent people to watch the genocide, around the world, the last 2.5 years of genocide have been an accelerated and dramatic learning curve for billions of people. They'll look at Israel and they see mercilessness, the slaughter of newborn children in maternity units, the killing of patients with their hands tied behind their backs. They see the ultimate in barbarity, and they know what is evil and who is resisting that evil. And you're right, you don't need to be a great admirer of the political system in Iran to recognize that its struggle is just, that its struggle is forced upon it by the empire. And of course, all decent people. I mean, there are a couple of billion Muslims in the world, but this is not just a Muslim issue. They may burn brighter. They may wish to see the Al-Aqsa Mosque continue and not be destroyed by the Israeli government. But people of all creeds and none look at what's happening between Iran, Trump, the mad Trump. I'm going to bomb Iran just for fun. And they look at this, and it's not complex. It's not complex. It's simple. And you know, in the past, when America killed 3 million people in Vietnam, it took a long time for the anti-war movement in America to defeat the Pentagon. This is moving at breakneck speed because it is so clear. In Hollywood, they used to have films with good guys and bad guys. The good guy would wear a white hat, and the bad guy would wear a black hat, and everybody knew as soon as you watch it, who is who. We see the same thing now in the issue of Iran trying to defend itself.
All right, thank you very much for that, McNabb. You're a human rights activist there from Glasgow. Thank you, and thank you, Humar Al-Ahed, for your contribution to this segment of our rolling coverage. With that, we come to an end for now, but do stay with us. We'll be back with a lot more.
Dear viewers, welcome to the Israeli Watch. The most prominent analyst in the Hebrew media highlighted Trump's retreat from the 24-hour deadline to strike Iran's energy facilities if it did not open the Strait of Hormuz. The American and the Israeli disappointment in pushing Iran towards surrender. They also spoke about the cards of power that Iran still possesses in this war, including control over the Strait of Hormuz. The Zionist analyst also addressed the Lebanon front and the losses caused by Hezbollah's rockets and drones in the northern settlements. These topics and way more, we're going to be discussing them today with Dr. Omar Nashawi, political analyst, joining us here in the studio. Hello and welcome, Dr. Omar.
Thank you for having me.
Trump's retreat from the 24-hour deadline to strike Iran's energy facilities and its postponement by 5 additional days were the subject of commentary in Hebrew media, which pointed to the Israeli stand regarding what Trump announced about ongoing contacts with Iran, contacts that Iran denied even existed. Let's watch.
כן יונית, מיד נחשוף פרטים חדשים על המגעים מאחורי הקלעים שהובילו להודעה הדרמטית של טראמפ היום ועל הניסיונות לכנס עוד השבוע פסגה בין ארצות הברית לאיראן.
דנה ויספר שנית המדינית שלנו מה ידעו בישראל על המגעים ואיך מסתכלים פה על ההסכם שאולי מתגבש.
אז בישראל אומרים נתניהו עודכן בפרטי המשא ומתן ביממה האחרונה, גם עכשיו אומרים טראמפ לא יפתיע אותנו ואם יהיה הסכם הוא יעמוד ביעדי המלחמה של ישראל.
אהוד יערי על הצד האיראני שבינתיים לא חשף פומבית את הקלפים. אהוד.
איראן מוכנה לוויתורים משמעותיים, לא מספיקים, למען סיום המלחמה.
עוד נחזור לזה בהמשך, אוהדכם או לפחות כלפי חוץ, איראן מסרבת בינתיים להודות שבכלל מתקיים משא ומתן.
How do you assess Trump's retreat from the 24-hour deadline to strike Iran's facilities?
I think that he is in big trouble. That he did not expect the Iranians to have such a powerful resistance against this American war, American-Israeli war against Iran and the Iranian people. He's desperate to find an exit, and therefore he is claiming that there are negotiations, and he's probably talking to some of his colleagues or friends about it, and he's trying to show that everything's okay and the war is going to end soon, so that perhaps this can have an effect on the markets. And it does have an effect on the market on the short run. However, on the long run, it's very clear that the Americans and the Israelis are in a big mess, and they're desperate to find a way out, and they can't because they were so confident that the regime in Iran and the government in Iran would collapse after the assassination of the supreme leader Khamenei, and after the slaughter of all these children in Minab. They thought, and the bombing of strategic sites inside Iran in such a brutal form, they thought that the Iranian people will collapse and that the government will collapse. Now they are surprised. They don't know. But he was very serious about the 24-hour deadline. Yeah, well, the 24-hour deadline is a threat. And it's a show. It's like these threats and shows that Trump keeps doing so that he pressures the Iranians to succumb. He still does not know, and perhaps doesn't have this, can't convince himself. He has to work on that the Iranian people are not easy to deal with, and especially when it comes to protecting their sovereignty.
Okay. What about the Israeli stand? And we have seen how outrageous they were yesterday regarding Trump's talk that there are undergoing negotiations between Iran and Trump. And they were outrageous about that.
Yes, well, Annie, you see, it reminds me of the agreement that was done by the Americans with the Ansarullah, the Houthis in Yemen. I remember very well when the Americans left the Israelis out and they made a deal with the Ansarullah. The Americans are ready to make a deal with Iran and leave Israel out of it. because they realize that the price they have to pay is so big economically that they will have to stop this. And there's a lot of pressure. And apparently, there are pressures by the lobby in the United States. But you have to realize that there are some lobbies more powerful than others.
So they do not want to end the war, basically, and they were outrageous at the contacts underway.
No, I think the Americans want to end the war because there's a lot of pressure by the lobby that is linked to the oil and the petrodollar and the tycoons that are, more powerful than anything in the United States, and who are pressuring on the Trump administration to stop this war as soon as possible. So he's completely acting in a very sporadic way, Trump, and he's threatening, he's giving information that is not correct, he's going into illusions, perhaps he would affect the market. He is realizing, and he's feeling the heat.
Okay, and to add more to what you're actually highlighting, Dr. Amr, a divergence seems to have emerged for the first time between Trump and Netanyahu since the start of the war, namely over the attack on Iran's Pars gas field, to which Iran responded by targeting oil facilities linked to U.S. interests in the region. More in this report.
שהאיראנים הגיבו נגד שדה גז בקטר, והקטרים התקשרו לבית הלבן, לסטיב וויטקוף ולבכירים בצבא ארצות הברית ואמרו, אתם ידעתם שהישראלים הולכים לתקוף מתקן גז באיראן? האמריקאים התפתלו, התחילו לגמגם, ידענו, לא ידענו, הקטרים הבינו שהם מורחים אותם ודרשו לקיים שיחה של אמיר קטר עם הנשיא. בסופו של דבר לא על אותו שדה גז קטרי, טראמפ הוציא את אותה הודעת התנערות. עכשיו, בניגוד לטראמפ, שר ההגנה הגסט היום מדבר על הנושא ולא מתנער מהתקיפה הזאת בכלל. הוא אומר להפך, זה היה מסר אזהרה ישראלי לאיראן. אבל צריך להגיד, האיראנים לא הורתעו מהאירוע הזה, במקום להיות מורתעים הם הגיבו נגד קטר, הגיבו בעוצמה, ומה שקרה שבסופו של דבר הם סיימו את התחושה עם זה שטראמפ הוא זה שלקח צעד אחורה, טראמפ הורתע והם הצליחו לייצר פער, אולי בפעם הראשונה במלחמה, פער פומבי אל מול המצלמות בין ישראל לבין ארצות הברית.
כן, טראמפ אמר שזה לא יקרה שוב.
Do you actually think that Trump was not aware of the Israeli attack?
No, I think it's fully coordinated. I don't think that this is possible, but Trump is acting in such a flimsy and chaotic way. He doesn't really know. He wants to bomb the oil interest in Iran. He doesn't. He wants to let the Israeli do it and say he has nothing to do with it. He wants to threaten Iran, and he is completely confused, and he doesn't know how to move forward because, as I said in the beginning, he had bet on the fact that the government
or is he deceptive, Dr. Amr?
No, I think he's feeling the heat, and it's very problematic. He doesn't realize yet. The problem is that he doesn't realize that what they did it cannot be solved easily. They killed the supreme leader of the Islamic revolution of Iran in the month of Ramadan.
Wouldn't this be the Israeli plan?
In the month of Ramadan, they thought that this would solve their problems, that they would win the war, that now they have a big problem because how are they going to fix this with the Iranian people? It's not going to be easy to resolve. He's thinking that maybe he can stop the war and it would be fine. No, it's not fine.
So therefore, Iran is succeeding in creating a dispute, like you say,
Iran showed
between Israel and the United States.
Iran showed,
that's not true.
I think what the Iranians are showing is that they are not going to yield. They're not going to give up, and they're going to fight till the end. And till the end, it is. And it will be. What they mean is that they're ready to close down the Hormuz passage, for everybody, and they're ready to go for an international crisis that would actually ruin the international markets, because what happened to the Iranians, is so offensive and so painful.
Okay, so
so painful. Yes. Yet the Iranian people do not deal with pain by surrendering.
Okay,
They deal with pain by insisting on justice.
But is Iran succeeding in creating differences, Dr. Omar? Because we have seen, when Donald Trump... when Donald Trump highlighted that 5 days more, and then yesterday all the Israeli media was outrageous with that.
Yes, I have read in a lot of American sources and Israeli media also that there is a mounting tension between the United States and Israel. Well, there's always mounting tension in the camp that is losing the battle. And therefore they will start blaming each other for the defeat, because it's going to be a defeat, and that is very evident now. The actual, this confusion by the Americans, these threats left, right and center, this show about sending an army to occupy Iranian land, and the response by the foreign minister of Iran that he's waiting and the Iranian people are waiting for them. All of this created a big shock for the Americans and the Israelis. They didn't expect that. They thought that the Iranians are going to surrender and give up on their dignity. This is a very big central mistake. They thought that they can buy everybody, that they can throw money, and that they have these big bombers. He kept bringing the bombers as toys into his office in the White House, and he kept bringing the B-2 and showing it as if it's some kid, scaring another kid by the fact that he has a more powerful toy. That's what the level of the United States has become. Such a low level, such a really ridiculous...
And that explains the domestic pressure on Donald
and they have this orange clown in the White House trying to rule the world.
Yes,
this is absolutely ridiculous.
On the other hand, Dr. Ammar, Zionist hopes of mobilizing the Iranian population against the state during the Nowruz celebrations appear to have ended in disappointment, as it was revealed that Israel was attempting to create such a scenario.
ממשיכים עם העניין הבא. בסוף השבוע הזה צוין באיראן הנורוז, ראש השנה הפרסי. הימים האחרונים נתפסו כשעת מבחן להתאגדות האזרחית שם, שמטרתה להפיל את השלטון מבחינתנו. מוריה סופר, כתבתנו המדינית, אמנם אין אינטרנט, היכולת שלנו לדעת מה באמת קורה באיראן מוגבלת, אבל עדיין אין עדויות לכך שחלון ההזדמנויות הזה מיצה את עצמו ואכן קרה. אנחנו לא יודעות להגיד מה יקרה הלאה, אנחנו יודעות להגיד מה היה במהלך הימים האחרונים, ואנחנו יכולות דוריה הערב לספר שהיו הערכות בישראל שהועלו ממש במהלך הימים האחרונים סביב ימים סימבוליים באיראן, שתהיה איזושהי יציאה המונית של אזרחים איראנים לרחובות. נאמר שעל פי מקורות היו ניסיונות כמובן ישראלים וניסיונות כאלה ואחרים להוביל למהלכים כאלה.
How important is it for Israel to turn the Iranian people against their state? And at the same time, what happens to the Israelis when they fail to do so? What position are they kept in?
It's a big illusion. They think that any people, not just the Iranian people, would actually opt for being supportive of genocide. What the Israelis have done, they did a genocide over 2 years. They played with the toys of the children after they killed them. They went into bedrooms and took away the underwear of women and played with it on television after they killed and raped these women.
Yes.
This is the model that people want to actually adopt. These criminal persons on the Israeli television, this lady here, what was their position towards all the children in Gaza? That they slaughtered and they starved till death, and they did the surgery over these kids without anesthesia, because the Israelis and these people in Israeli television, they stopped the anesthesia from going to the children.
Yes.
And why would the Iranian people want to change their system and go and be like an Epstein system society where there is rape and destruction? Why would the Iran? What's so attractive about the Western regimes and the American regimes and this whole world that is complicit of genocide for Israel, that we have to change a whole society?
But Israelis' utmost ambition, Dr. Ammar, and that was the main reason behind launching this war and attack against the Iranian Republic, is to let the people go against, the Iranian people go against the state.
Yeah, but why would they?
Do you think that they failed in doing so, and what are the repercussions here?
They definitely failed. The Iranian people are united to protect their interest and their country and their dignity. But, why would the Iranian... mean, the Israelis, they are supposedly educated people. They didn't think, why would the Iranians want to change their regime? Do they want to live like the Israelis
Maybe
live
they
in
were
Tel Aviv?
encouraged with the minor rallies and
Do they think that their way of life in Tel Aviv and Jaffa over occupied land by torturing people and killing other people and living on the lands and homes of other people is something that everybody wants to do everywhere around the world?
Yes.
Is that this illusion that they have in their mind? They think that they represent the freedom and liberty. They represent slaughtering children and atrocities and violation of international law. The Israelis, and I repeat again, killed more UN employees since the creation of the United Nations. Peacekeepers. They killed more peacekeepers than anyone.
But yet
in
no one
history.
speaks about that.
Why would you want to change your regime, your system of life and become an Israeli? Why?
However, Israeli military analysts have noted, dear viewers, that Iran still possesses formidable missile capabilities despite the occupation army's claim of destroying the vast majority of launching sites.
3 שבועות למערכה הזאת, ובחיל האוויר מסכמים היום את 20 הימים הראשונים שלה. מתחילת המלחמה שיגרה איראן כ-290 טילים לעבר ישראל. מערכות ההגנה האווירית שומרות על אחוזי יירוט גבוהים והצליחו ליירט כ-90% מהטילים שנורו. 2 טילים איראנים כבדים פגעו באדמת ישראל ויצרו אתרי הרס בתל אביב ובבית שמש. יותר מ-20 טילים בעלי חימוש מתפזר פגעו בנו. 16 בני אדם נהרגו ישירות מפגיעת הטילים, עוד 6 אזרחים מתו בנסיבות שקשורות לירי. בימים האחרונים כמעט כל הטילים שיורה איראן הם בעלי חימוש מתפזר, שעלול להיות קטלני למי שלא מתמגן, אבל הפגיעה שלהם חמורה הרבה פחות מזו של הטילים בעלי הראש הכבד. בחיל האוויר טוענים כי 85% ממשגרי הטילים באיראן הושמדו, ועדיין בידי האיראנים יותר מ1,000 טילים ומספיק משגרים כדי להטריד את העורף הישראלי ביום ובלילה. בצפון אמש עוד מאמץ של חיזבאללה לרכז ירי אל העורף, הפעם ללא התראה מוקדמת. במשך הלילה נורו כ-50 רקטות מלבנון לעבר ישראל, בהם גם טיל קרקע אחד מדגם סקאדי, טיל רוסי עם טווח של מאות קילומטרים בראש קרבי של כ-700 קילוגרם. וחיזבאללה בחרו לראות אותו לדרום הארץ, כנראה מתוך רצון להדגים יכולת, אבל הטיל הזה יורט. שר המלחמה של ארצות הברית מבטיח גם היום שהיום יהיה היום העצים ביותר מבחינת תקיפות, ועדיין חיל האוויר שלנו תקף עד עכשיו פי 2 יותר מטרות מהאמריקנים.
Do you actually think the figures we just heard are accurate?
No, of course not. I will correct that. But the last picture he showed was a picture of a refinery that was bombed in Iran, and he's saying that this is a missile site. I mean, this is ridiculous. Look at it. The picture shows the refinery. I mean, it shows very clearly a refinery. Anyway, there are 3 things that we must be clarified for the viewers after seeing this report by the Israeli enemy, is that it's not 20 missiles with clusters that fell. It's 26 so far, and there are thousands more of these missiles according to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard that are there. That's the second thing that must be clarified. And it must be clarified also that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard in Iran actually announced that the capacity for production, the factories for missiles are still fully functional, and there are like stocks of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. It's not 1,000 missile as he said. So the capacity of the Iranians and the capacity of Hezbollah and the missiles that are being manufactured is an ongoing process, and there are like thousands of missiles being produced every day, and that will target the Israelis over a long period of time.
Yes. However, former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak expressed concern over the entity's failure to achieve its war objectives against Iran, noting that the so-called regime change in Iran has become impossible while voicing concern of an Israeli defeat.
מתפלל כל יום לאפשרות שאני טועה. אבל לפי הערכתי אין דרך ממשית צבאית להוציא את ה-450 קילוגרם האלה. אגב, גם כשנתניהו הכריז שהסרנו לדורי דורות את האיום של השמדה על ידי פצצה גרעינית, אני הופעתי למחרת, נפיתי גם בערוץ 13 וכמה ערוצי טלוויזיה ואמרתי, תראו, זה לא דבר נכון, זה לא אמת. ישראל לא מסוגלת לדחות את האיראנים ביותר מכמה שבועות, וארצות הברית לא מסוגלת לדחות אותם ביותר מכמה חודשים, בין היתר בגלל פעולה משותפת של לא אחרים מאשר טראמפ ונתניהו, שביטלו את ההסכם של ה-JCPOA שהיה צריך להחזיק אותם עד 2030 עם 300 קילוגרם מאושרים ל-3.67%, ובשביל טיפולים רפואיים לכל מדינה מותר לעשות. במקום זה הם יצאו מהאירוע, והאיראנים שהיו אז 18 חודש מבניית צו גרעינית סגרו את הפער ל-18 יום או מינוס 18 יום, אנחנו לא יודעים. לכן אני אומר ככה, אני לצערי לא רואה דרך מעשית, אף אחד לא יודע איפה.
אתה יכול להגיד דיפלומטית, אנחנו מוותרים על שינוי המשטר, תוציאו את החומר הזה, סיימנו את המלחמה.
אז מה? מי אמר שהם יסכימו? הם עברו פאזה.
כהצגת מטרה.
אתה שואל על משהו שאפשר להשיג, זה משהו בשליטתנו, שאם לא ירצו אנחנו נעשה את זה.
זה לא מעשי, אתה חושב?
אני חושש מאוד שזה לא מעשי שאני צריך לעשות את זה, אני חושש מאוד שגם את הצד השני. האיראנים בחרו באסטרטגיה שהיא ידועה ברבים מזמן, אבל משום מה היא לא זכתה לטיפול שיטתי בהערכת מצב. האם ניתן לפתוח את מצרי הורמוז? להערכתי, אני אומר בכאב לב, בשביל לעשות את זה צריך להוריד שם 2 דיוויזיות אמריקאיות, להתארגן להיות שם חודשים. ככה נראתה תחילת המלחמה בווייטנאם, ככה נראתה תחילת המלחמה בעיראק, ככה נקרא באפגניסטן. זה בהתחלה מצליח, אגב כל המלחמות, גם הפרק החדש הזה שלנו, צריך לדעת, מלחמה יזומה מתחילה בהישג מזהיר, העמקת נזקים מרשימה, אחר כך שלב הדשדוש שלפי דעתי נכנסנו אליו, ואם לא יודעים לצאת ממנו ולחתוך בזמן, הוא נגמר במשא ומתן בתנאים נחותים ממה שהיו לפני תחילת כל העניינים, או בתבוסה.
Is this merely criticism from a political rival of Netanyahu, or there is something else to it?
I mean, you're describing him as a political rival for Netanyahu. I would describe him as many people would describe him after they have read the Epstein files as one of the most mentioned persons in the Epstein scandal. I mean, you know, with child abuse and pedophilia. And I mean, this is a criminal on a different level. I mean, and plus he can add to all the crimes that he committed in Lebanon and in Palestine when he was prime minister. So he is frustrated. He is lashing out on his colleagues, supposedly saying that they will be defeated. This, you know, perhaps brings more attention to him, and he can actually deflect from the Epstein files and all the news about him in the Epstein files. However, what he's saying, I mean, in some ways makes sense. The Israelis are leading themselves into defeat. They keep having this illusion that Iran has a nuclear weapon. Well, it's a good illusion.
Yes.
I think it's good that they would continue to have this fear and this paranoia. They couldn't sleep at night because at any point there could be a nuclear bomb that's going to come and erase them and throw them out of Palestine that they occupy, that they violate. These are the Israeli criminal project has to be completely dismantled. It is because it is a project against humanity. It's a project. It's a criminal project that does genocide and has apartheid. And as apartheid in South Africa was removed, it should be removed in Palestine.
Yes, in occupied northern Palestine, the settlements are experiencing difficult economic conditions due to Hezbollah's missiles and drones, with official statistics estimating that commercial and economic activities in the settlements have largely been halted.
ובעיקר מצב בלתי נתפס, יונית, אנחנו מדברים על 25% מהעסקים במדינת ישראל שפשוט סגורים מתחילת המערכה, וזה נתונים שמגיעים מהלמ"ס, מסקר שמתפרסם במהלך היממה האחרונה. בצפון המצב הוא קיפאון מוחלט, בעלי עסקים שפשוט אומרים לנו סיבה לפתוח כי אף אחד לא יגיע, והשאלה הגדולה, איך החבר'ה האלה יצליחו לסגור את החודש? יש מתווה פיצויים, הוא גובש, אכן הוא צריך לצאת גם אל הדרך, אבל בדרך יש את הכנסת. הכנסת תצא לפגרה, אומרים באוצר שזה הליך שיעבור בצורה מזורסת, אבל מתי זה יצא לפועל? הערכה יונית רק בחודש מאי. אני מדבר עם בעלי עסקים בצפון, הם אומרים לי, אנחנו לא יכולים לסגור את החודש הקרוב, אז לחכות עד חודש מאי. לא מבינים למה אי אפשר לסייע לנו במצב הכל כך מורכב שאנחנו נמצאים בו כרגע, ומעל הכל מעבירים מסר אל אותם שרים, בהם שר האוצר סמוטריץ', ואומרים את הדברים הבאים: אל תבואו אלינו ותאכלו פלאפל או תחפשו איזה פריט כדי לצלם לסושיאל כחלק מקמפיין בחירות. תכניסו כסף לבנק, תנו לנו לנשום, ואל תכניסו אותנו עד חודש מאי למצב הקשה הזה, מי יודע כמה זמן הוא יימשך.
Well, according to this report, to what extent does the paralysis of the economic situation in the northern settlements, of course, as the result of the Hezbollah's missiles and attacks in the resistance occupation, in your opinion, how does that reflect to it?
Well, it takes us back to, the threat that Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, the martyr of the Hezbollah in Lebanon, had made. He told them that they will not return to the northern settlements, and here they are. After his martyrdom, the fighters in Hezbollah are continuing with the promise that the settlers will not return to northern Palestine. They will suffer even more.
Yes. Dr. Omar Nashabi, political analyst, thank you very much for joining us in this episode. Thank you for being here. Dear viewers, thank you for watching. Welcome to Season 2 of Exposé, the award-winning show that leaves no stone unturned. Tonight, we're not merely reviewing a news report, we're dissecting a narrative carefully constructed, selectively framed, and strategically delivered to shape perception rather than reveal truth. What you're about to watch from the BBC is presented as objective journalism, yet beneath its polished language lies a pattern we have seen time and time again. Premature conclusions, unverified claims, elevated to facts, and a subtle but persistent effort to delegitimize an entire nation's internal processes. In moments of war, when information itself becomes a battlefield, responsibility in reporting is not optional, it is essential. Yet instead of restraint, what we often witness is speculation dressed as certainty. Instead of context, we are giving insinuation. And instead of balance, we are handed narratives that conveniently align with geopolitical interests. As we play this clip, I invite you to listen carefully, not just to what is being said, but to what is being assumed, what is being omitted, and what is being framed as unquestionable truth. Because understanding media today requires more than hearing the words. It demands recognizing the agenda behind them. Let's watch.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu suggested their joint forces had killed Iran's leader Ayatollah Khamenei at his home. Iran's silence was loud, until a regime spokesperson called the reports of Khamenei's death enemy psychological warfare, and state media dismissed them as rumors.
به آخرین اطلاعاتی که ما در اختیار داریم که این شایعات بیهوده است.
Then, the following morning, hours after US President Trump publicly confirmed the Supreme Leader's death, state media ran the news that Khamenei had been killed by Israel and the US. Now, in its attempt to control what people hear, see and watch, all broadcasting on TV, radio, social media and news websites is controlled by the state. And Western media outlets, including BBC Persian, are banned from reporting in the country.
The internet has been cut off and people can't have access to the internet to get the news from there. It has been like this for decades, since the birth of the Islamic Republic in 1979.
What you've just seen is a textbook example of narrative engineering disguised as reporting. The BBC attempts to cast doubt on Iran's credibility by criticizing what they call a delay in announcing the assassination. But let us be clear. In any sovereign state, especially under active military aggression, confirmation of a leader's death is not a casual newsroom update. It requires verification, security coordination, and above all, respect for the individual, their family, and the gravity of the moment. Many Western governments would do precisely the same, if not more. Then comes the amplification of unverified claims, statements attributed to Benjamin Netanyahu and echoed without scrutiny, followed by a convenient pivot when those claims are challenged. This is not journalism, this is narrative laundering, and the broader accusations that Iran controls all information, that its people are cut off, that this has been the case for decades. These are sweeping generalizations stripped of context. They ignore the very real reality of cyber warfare, foreign intelligence operations, and sustained attempts at destabilization, factors any responsible state must contend with it. What we are witnessing here is not an effort to inform, but to frame Iran as inherently deceptive and repressive, while ignoring the strategic pressures it faces. This is not balance, this is propaganda, refined and repackaged for a global audience. Now, before we play the next clip, notice how the language shifts from reporting events to policing narratives. Watch closely.
Like much of the AI-generated content about the war that's flooded social media, it's unclear who made it and where it came from.
They have a narrative they're pushing, which is that they are quite victorious, their military is very strong, and so we've been seeing various different examples of AI-generated content coming out of state media, X accounts, Telegram channels, that kind of show either fake or exaggerated examples of their attacks against, U.S. air bases or Israeli targets.
Now, this is where the argument collapses under its own weight. The BBC throws around serious accusations, AI-generated content, fabricated victories, yet provides no verifiable evidence linking any of this material directly to the Iranian state. Not a single source, not a single confirmed attribution, just insinuation, repeated confidently enough to sound like fact. But here is what they deliberately ignore. At the very same time, social media platforms were flooded with AI-generated videos and recycled imagery of Benjamin Netanyahu, 2 clearly synthetic clips and at least 1 updated photograph circulated to prove he was alive and present, while credible reports suggested otherwise, that he was either outside the occupied territories or undergoing undisclosed medical procedures. Where was the BBC's scrutiny then? Where was the same urgency to label, investigate and expose? This is not an oversight. It is selectivity. And selectivity, when consistent, becomes bias. What we are witnessing is a familiar pattern, allegations directed one way, silence the other. Iran is accused without evidence, while Israeli entity information manipulation is either minimized or ignored entirely. This is not journalism, this is alignment. And perhaps most tellingly, this framing no longer carries the weight it once did. Audiences today are not passive recipients. They have seen too much. They have witnessed documented war crimes, the targeting of civilians, the bombing of schools, and the killing of children. Real images, not AI constructs. So when institutions attempt to blur reality with vague accusations, it does not distort the truth. It exposes the desperation to control it. The narrative is no longer theirs to dictate, no matter how polished the delivery. This war is not just being fought with bombs and missiles, it is being measured in dollars, deficits and economic shockwaves that will reach every American household. Let's strip away the rhetoric and look at the numbers. We are told that the United States has already committed one of its most expensive military assets to this confrontation, a single aircraft carrier valued at $13 billion. And yet even that symbol of naval dominance has been forced to withdraw under pressure. That alone raises a serious question. How sustainable is a war where even the most advanced and most expensive tools of power are vulnerable? Now, instead of de-escalation, Washington is doubling down. An additional 2,200 Marines are being deployed, not in isolation, but as part of broader expansion that includes amphibious assault ships and supporting naval infrastructure. Every deployment like this carries an enormous price tag, logistics, salaries, maintenance, fuel, and long-term operational costs that accumulate day by day. But the most telling figure comes from inside Washington itself. The Pentagon has requested an additional $200 billion in funding. $200 billion, that's not a projection for a decade-long war. That is an urgent request in real time to sustain and expand current operations. And significantly, this request is facing strong opposition in Congress. Why? Because lawmakers understand what this means. This is not abstract spending. This is taxpayer money. This is debt expansion. This is inflationary pressure. This is the diversion of resources from domestic priorities, healthcare, infrastructure, education, into a conflict whose end game remains undefined. And Congress knows something else. Wars like this rarely stay within budget. History shows the initial estimates are almost always exceeded, sometimes exceptionally. A $200 billion request today can become $400 billion tomorrow and more the year after that. Now expand the lens beyond the United States, because the real economic shock is global. We are already hearing warnings of oil prices potentially reaching $110 per barrel if escalation continues. That number is not just another number, it is a trigger point. At $110 per barrel, we are no longer talking about market fluctuations. We are talking about a systematic shock. Transportation costs surge worldwide. Food prices rise due to supply chain disruptions. Inflation accelerates across both developed and developing economies. Central banks are forced into aggressive policy responses, and global growth slows, if not contracts entirely. All of this hinges on one critical choke point, the Strait of Hormuz. Roughly 1/5 of the world's oil supply passes through that narrow corridor. Any sustained disruption there does not just affect oil, it affects everything. Energy, markets tighten, shipping insurance costs spike, trade routes destabilize. Entire economies feel the pressure. So when we talk about the cost of this war, we are not just talking about military budgets, we are talking about a $13 billion carrier, a $200 billion funding request, thousands of troops on the ground, and a global economy staring down the possibility of $110 oil. This is the true price, and it is only just the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we conclude our expose for tonight, right here on Press TV. Until next time, question the headline, trace the source, and never surrender your judgment.
Hello and welcome to Unscripted. I'm Kavitat Wei. Today's guest really doesn't need an introduction. He's been a fixture on political talk shows as an analyst and as an intellectual and a commentator. Most notably, we've seen him give lots of insight when it comes to issues related to Iran on talk shows like Piers Morgan and even George Galloway. He has appeared on numerous TV outlets around the world, from channels such as Sky News, and he has been able to shape and give an understanding of what the Islamic Republic's policies are. He is none other than Professor Mohammad Marandi, Sayyid Mohammad Marandi. Mohammad Marandi, welcome to Unscripted.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you for the kind words.
No, sure. Well, I mean, it's quite remarkable that many of the statements that you've made have actually been reposted hundreds and thousands of times, if not millions of times. You've been busy because Iran has been obviously embroiled in what at this point in time is the illegal war that the U.S. and Israeli regime has waged. I'm going to start out with...
well, you and your colleagues have been doing the same, so...
We appreciate it. We appreciate your appearance in today's program. I'm going to start out with a particular statement that was issued about 2 or 3 hours ago to get right into the heart of things, and it has to deal with the Strait of Hormuz. And it's by Mohammad Mokhber, who was advisor to the leader of the revolution, Imam Khamenei, of which he said that we are defining a new regime architecture for the Strait of Hormuz. And this, I believe, is in reference to what has been now reported to be a 10% levy that's going to be appropriated, that Iran has said that they're thinking about doing, which amounts to $73 billion a year. And that would offset the U.S. sanctions, I'm guessing, to some degree and level, and also pay for the war, maybe. And he said until today, the West and the hegemonic system have been sanctioning and restricting us, but after the end of the recent imposed war, by defining a new regime for the Strait of Hormuz, Iran will rise. What do you think about this new architecture that Iran has said we're not going to return back to the status quo?
I don't know the details, but there's no doubt that we're not going back to the past. You know as well as I, we've lived in Iran for all these years, that these Arab family dictatorships in the Persian Gulf region have harmed this country a great deal. After the revolution, when the West encouraged Saddam to invade Iran, and during the war gave him chemical weapons, especially the Germans, who've never apologized nor given reparations. I survived 2 chemical attacks. Many haven't. Many are still dying a slow death. These regimes funded Saddam's war. They gave, if I'm not mistaken, roughly $250 billion then, which is a lot more in today's numbers. It would probably be $500, $600 billion. I don't know. I don't know the exact number, but it would be much more than that figure in today's terms. But after that, we forgave them. When Saddam invaded Kuwait, one of the key funders of his war of death and destruction, Iran began to build bridges with the neighbors in the Persian Gulf region. But what did we get in return? We got US bases, and now we have 2 wars that were carried out against us with the help of those bases. The first was the 12-day war last year, where the radar installations from Turkey to the Persian Gulf were all being used to help the Israeli regime and the Americans defend themselves and to help with offensive actions by the United States. In this war, it's obvious they've used those bases directly to strike us. We have images, we have evidence from the U.S. military itself that it's been using these territories to fire upon Iran. It's been using those bases against us, to conspire against us. They have blood on their hands, lots of blood on their hands. The destruction, of course, is itself enormous, but the deaths of so many kids, so many children, the school in Minab, 168 little kids slaughtered on the very first day, on the very first strike. This is not forgivable. So in future, I would imagine that the Strait of Hormuz is going to have a different sort of status. But it's not just that. Iran is not going to allow the Persian Gulf to be a place for establishing bases that can be used against us. After this war, we have to have permanent security. We cannot have a ceasefire and then 8-9 months down the road, a year down the road, 6 months down the road, 2 years down the road, we have the same thing all over again. It's not doable. It's not acceptable. So these regimes will have to enter a different sort of relationship with Iran. And we will demand compensation. Now, whether the Strait of Hormuz is linked to the compensation or that would be something separate, that's for the state and the Supreme National Security Council and the leader and government bodies to discuss and decide. But the future will not be like that. We're not going to back to a few weeks ago. And in fact, they cannot go back anyway.
Right.
Because, for example, the Epstein class, which frequented these regimes and put so much money there, because, for example, the UAE is the center of banking. Where do you think all the drug money from Afghanistan would pass through? Or all the gold that is being stolen from African countries where they have these dirty wars and civil wars? They go through the Emirates. The Emirates is one of the most corrupt places on this planet. That money has left. And those billionaires and Epstein class figures, they're not going back. So these regimes will never have the status that they did before, centers for banking and commerce and so on. They are going to be diminished. It's their own doing. We didn't want to bring it about. We didn't want to bring about this situation. We'd never pushed for war. We were victims of war. 3 wars: the Saddam Hussein war, the 12-day war, and the Ramadan war, the current war. Mm-hmm. So things will change, and I think that we have seen that the Islamic Republic of Iran during these 3 weeks of war has outperformed all expectations. And the West, despite their efforts to bring down the state, they are being hurt much more than Iran is being hurt. Iran, in my opinion, despite the hardship, is significantly stronger today than it was 3 weeks ago. And so I have no doubt that if those Arab family dictatorships are still in power, the relationship will have to change with them, and it will be changed.
You know, one of the reasons that we invited you to come onto this program is because of the fact that you have a conviction that needs to be relayed to the audience and to the wider world that the new set of realities has to sink in. People are always at this point looking at a way out of this. When is it going to end? But Iran has to make sure that it is actually making sure that these new sets of realities has to happen. You mentioned about how Iran has, I think you alluded to the fact that Iran has been successful militarily in the former manner that it is. The most recent post that I'm looking at over here is how Iran has attacked the Israeli regime with drones on occupied Palestinian land, and the targets hits. And this was in response to the death of the intelligence minister, or the assassination, I should say, of Ismail Khatib. The Ministry of Internal Security in Al-Quds, the Channel 13 office of Tel Aviv, Arar military base, Syria-Lebanon border. So Iran's military prowess is pretty to the point. The targets are with pinpoint accuracy. That's very telling. Overall, taking a look at the way that the military strategy has been executed has been somewhat meticulous in the planning. How do you think Iran reached that point, given the fluid nature of the illegal aggression that's been leveled against it?
Well, we have to thank the martyr Ayatollah Khamenei, because he designed and he led the creation of this military framework, which has helped us so much. The underground bases, drones, missiles, all indigenous Iranian technology, the underground factories to build them, the bases being built across the country, inexpensive compared to what conventional armies usually spend, but far more effective. The brilliance of our generals, of our officers, of all those who were involved in devising this strategy for the defense of the nation. The Americans, after 3 weeks, they failed utterly. I think Dr. Ghalibaf tweeted today that they have said that they've destroyed 350% of our launchers. But every day Iran is continuing to fire missiles. Something has gone wrong. They've miscalculated big time. And that shows that their intelligence isn't as good as they say. The fact that they did not know Iran is going to strike back at their assets in the Persian Gulf. I mean, people like myself, I've been saying this for years. I've been saying it on Press TV.
That's true.
They don't know. They didn't know this. Well, then either their intelligence is utterly flawed, or their arrogance is so great that they look down at Iran's capabilities. They've run out of defense capabilities, and Iran is going strong and will continue to go strong. So their intelligence capabilities aren't that great. But there's also another issue, and that is that, and I think you've seen this more than I because you're a journalist, but the people, every night people are on the streets.
That's true.
Across the country, in the cold. We're moving towards spring, but sometimes it would be raining. It hailed in parts of Tehran 2-3 nights ago, and people were on the streets. And of course in other parts of the country, in places it snowed. But people were on the streets, but most importantly they were being bombed. In Anzali last night, they bombed the gathering, but people didn't budge. 16-year-old girls, 17-year-old boys, 75-year-old women, 80-year-old men. They stood their ground. It's amazing. I've never seen such a thing in my life. The enemy bombed this gathering. And they did it in Tehran on Friday during the Quds Day rally, where people came to defend the Palestinian people.
Mm-hmm.
And a woman was martyred.
That's right.
People didn't budge. And the U.S. Secretary of War called our leaders rats and cowards. But they were all on the streets that day.
All of them, right.
Every single, and the head of the judiciary was actually doing an interview when the missile struck, and he didn't even blink. And there was in Hamadan another similar event during a funeral ceremony where people had gathered. This is a nation that is truly, as General Soleimani said, the nation of Imam Hussein. And people from all walks of life participated. You see people who the West would define as opposed to the Islamic Republic. They were just as steadfast on the streets, saying we have to fight to the finish and defeat these people, to the more openly religious segments of society, everyone from all walks of life with differing cultural backgrounds and class backgrounds on the streets, putting their lives at risk, but standing their ground. So the armed forces on the one hand, and then the people on the other hand. And then a third element, and that is the structure of the state, the sophisticated nature of the state, the constitution and the bodies that and the structures that have been designed by it. We lost a leader. We lost Ayatollah Khamenei. And for a week, for security reasons, they couldn't officially choose a new leader and gather together to discuss who they wanted to have as leader. So we had a 3-man leadership in accordance with the constitution. The state functioned as normal. The armed forces functioned as normal. Without a leader, without Ayatollah Khamenei, without the senior commanders who were in the meeting with him, who were also martyred. So we had leaders who were among the people. Ayatollah Khamenei refused to leave his office and home because ordinary people he felt had nowhere to go, so he wanted to be there. You have ordinary people on the streets, people like yourself, like me, others. You have the armed forces carrying out their duties, and under the most difficult circumstances, an unprecedented war. Right. The world's lone superpower had gathered all its forces to destroy our country and to bring us to our knees, and they failed. So I think this is a historic moment and a turning point in world history. I think it will bring about a paradigm shift. And as General Soleimani once said before he was martyred, and those drones that martyred him came from Doha.
Really?
Yeah. These Arab regimes have done us a lot of harm.
It's a good thing you're reminding us of that.
So when he once said that we are the nation of Imam Hussein. If the Americans had read about Imam Hussein and his sister Zainab and Ashura and the events surrounding his martyrdom, they would probably have been persuaded not to pick a fight with the Islamic Republic of Iran in the axis of resistance.
What is very confusing over here, Dr. Marandi, is the fact that you have, as you just mentioned, the world's superpower, along with the Israeli regime, that have this, or have been given this aura of so-called invincibility. And we have seen the tremendous dollar figures that the U.S. used for its War Department of close to $1 trillion, if not more. And at the same time, we have how the IRGC and Iran's military overall has retaliated in the form and manner that it has. And there's a big question mark as to how Iran has been able to be successful in its endeavor to the point where it's incurring not only U.S. casualties, but is standing up to this army. One of the figures I have says 3,200 casualties with staggering equipment losses in the first week of the war. It was just a report that came out, and it mentioned the different types of apparatuses across the region that Iran was able to target, which shows the vulnerability of those U.S.-supplied systems that have been provided. But at the same time, the question that I have for you is how it is that Iran is standing up to it. One analyst said that it's because the U.S. equipment that is supposed to be so great in its military impact is not as great, and that it's been somewhat misrepresented by the military complex in the U.S. so they can make money, basically.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. There's no doubt that their power is exaggerated. The West is very corrupt. And I think increasingly people in the West have recognized this. The Epstein files that have, the bits and pieces that have come out, most of it, of course, we don't know about. But it's revealed a lot, and the way in which neoliberalism has emptied out the middle class, and we can go on for a long time about that. So they are not what they claim to be, but we are not what they claim to be either. That's another thing. They underestimate us, and we are influenced by those narratives. We are sort of, to a degree, our minds are still colonized. They intimidate us, they look down upon us, and sometimes we look down upon ourselves. We don't have the self-confidence that we should have. Ayatollah Khamenei was always very confident. And the senior commanders and officials like Dr. Larijani were always very self-confident. But sometimes ordinary people like myself, would wonder, can we stand up to the empire? Of course, ordinary people, not all ordinary people like myself, otherwise the people who been on the streets all these nights, they have that sort of confidence that the leader had too. So often we are influenced by their calculations and their worldview. We look at ourselves a bit as if we're lacking. Sometimes, not everyone again. But that's how Orientalism works. The sheer power of narratives, they try to make you feel inadequate, that everything good lies in the West. And of course there's another element. So I think they see themselves as very powerful and us as weak, and we sometimes are influenced by that narrative. But there's another thing, which I truly believe in, and I'm sure we all do. You of course do. And that is God. We're on the right side. For 47 years we've been harassed, antagonized, bullied, attacked, sanctioned, terrorized, because we want to be independent and because we oppose ethno-supremacism, racial hierarchy, and Western domination. Whether it's in Cuba or Venezuela or in South Africa under apartheid, or in Palestine. Of course, the Palestinian issue is the most sensitive for the West. It is because of that. And of course, Israeli expansionism. Imam Khomeini back then, Imam Khomeini, your younger viewers may not remember him, he was the leader before Ayatollah Khamenei. He was the person who created this revolution. Imam Khomeini said that the Israeli regime is a cancer. In other words, it's expansionist. It's not just some evil entity that is going to remain within that area that it has occupied. It has ambitions. The flag itself shows this, and more recently the U.S. ambassador to occupied Palestine said it openly, that if they take the entire region, that's fine. And they're, by the way, the most moral army in the world. So they'll probably do what they did in Gaza to the entire region.
So let me jump in here, because I have to ask you this. You have this high-ranking UAE official, Gargash, who came out and said, based on what's happened and the fact that Iran is retaliating against Persian Gulf Arab countries, this is going to have them, the Persian Gulf countries, draw closer to the Israeli regime. How can he say that when, as you just mentioned, Mike Huckabee said what he said, that it's okay for the Israeli regime to expand? Because it's going to involve some of their countries that
These regimes have always been proxies. They have always been in the U.S. camp. They are agents of empire. Whether it's Qatar and the Emirates who hate each other, they're still agents of empire. Why does Qatar host the Hamas political wing? The Americans and the Israelis wanted it. The UAE does more for the Israeli regime than anyone else, across, not just in its own country and in Palestine, but across the region, in Yemen, in Africa. They're diminished regimes anyway. What are they going to do after this war?
Well, that's a good question.
They have no status. They have no capability to work against us. They've done the harm that we didn't want them to do. We wanted good relations with all of them. But for 47 years, they've worked against us, despite the fact that we've never engaged in any war with any of them.
Do you think that they need to feel the wrath, I'm sorry to put it this way, of Iran's military force, which at this point they have felt, but it has to continue for a bit longer until they realize there's no fooling around with Iran? This, the U.S. and the Israeli regime, along with the usage of their bases from their soil, has crossed the red line completely. But that this continuation of this war is necessary in order for them to not think twice about allowing the U.S. to use their bases there on their land.
The whole problem is to the country through aggression. We forgave them. But they're actively now allowing their territory to be used to kill people in Iran. And even as we speak, are we targeting their palaces? No. We're targeting U.S. assets. Now those U.S. assets, when the Americans leave their bases and go into hotels, they're using those hotels, they're using civilian infrastructure to hide. That's illegal. We're going to strike them. Or when our oil and gas infrastructure is struck by the Americans who have bases in their countries, then we are going to retaliate. We have to prevent the Americans from doing that. If we wanted to destroy their key and vital infrastructure, we had 3 weeks' time to do it. We only closed the Strait of Hormuz to help bring an end to this aggression. But we didn't destroy anything. We didn't destroy their key infrastructure. What we did just yesterday, last night, was in retaliation to an attack on Iran's key infrastructure. And they're hosting those bases. I mean, let's say that the Chinese, or the Brazilians, or the Japanese, anyone, I don't want to use the Chinese example always, that the West likes to do. But let's say the Brazilians, they had bases in Canada and Mexico, and they started firing missiles and drones at the United States or bombing the United States. Could Canada or Mexico seriously say that we're neutral? Are the Americans going to, okay, well, if you're neutral, then that's fine? Of course not. They're insulting our intelligence. So obviously, the reason why we're striking back is because of their own actions, and we are showing restraint. If they kick out the Americans today, kick them out and say, look, you cannot use our territory in any way or form against Iran. All the military must leave. We are really neutral. Then the problem would be over, and the United States wouldn't be able to attack us.
Do you think that's going to happen? I mean, I don't want to say wishful thinking, because it amounts to that, really.
Not willingly.
Well, the U.S. has invested so much money, on the one hand, and of course their focus has been throughout the past, 47 years, the Islamic Republic.
Well, the United States is not the power that it claims to be, and we've seen that in the last 3 weeks. We don't want war, but they're in trouble. And Iran is going to pursue this war until we reach a stage where it becomes clear to us that this will not be repeated again. Not through some piece of paper. Trump's signature is worthless. He tore up the JCPOA, a deal that we committed ourselves to, and they didn't. Obama violated it from day one. He tore that up, and then as we were negotiating, they were conspiring against us, 12-day war, and they did that again now. What Trump's signature means nothing to us.
It doesn't.
So the facts on the ground will have to change. And we will impose it on these countries. They can do it willingly, or we'll impose it. What will we impose? We will impose a situation where attacks cannot be launched against us from this region. It's not, this is not a crazy demand. after all they've done to us. I mean, in a just world, these regimes should all fall. Every single one of them. They're family dictatorships anyway. But that's not what Iran is demanding. Iran is saying that we must feel secure, no one should be able to attack us, and you have to pay for the damages that you've brought about.
So that's the big million-dollar question, is what type of guarantee can Iran get? Obviously, as you just mentioned, you have a U.S. president who's tore up the JCPOA. He's attacked us twice during so-called diplomatic talks that we were having, though those were preparations for really war to buy time. What kind of guarantee? You can't have any type of international guarantee. I'm guessing if you think the answer maybe lies in the Persian Gulf Arab countries, if they want to have the U.S. presence on their soil, that they need to get a guarantee from the U.S. not to attack the Islamic Republic. Is that one answer, maybe?
As I said earlier, the facts on the ground will have to change. And the facts on the ground, in other words, there should be no possibility for this region to be used against us. And it's not just them, it's also to our north as well, and to the Baku regime, or anyone else.
It's good you mentioned that.
No, or northern Iraq. In future, our neighboring countries have to treat us like neighbors. And some have. The Iraqi, except for the northern government, the government in northern Iraq, the Iraqi government has been friendly. But from now on, our neighbors cannot be used by the United States against us.
Okay.
So the facts on the ground have to change. But also I should add one further thing that I forgot to say, and that is that Iran, this war will end with greater security for Iran's allies too. Iran is not going to end this war without Lebanon and the Palestinians and the Yemenis and the Iraqi resistance feeling much more secure.
Very well. I want to get into that a little bit later if time allows us. I want to ask you about this interview that was just held with Tucker Carlson with Joseph Kent, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. It made lots of noise.
It's a big deal.
It is a big deal, okay. I didn't think it would be that big a deal, but the thing that he mentioned in terms of the intelligence, which is something that you said the U.S. is either not having the appropriate intelligence given to him, but he said that the question asked by Carlson, was Iran on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon? And he comes out and says, no, they weren't. They weren't in June either. And the snippet of the letter that I find very interesting is how he talks about Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, but that early in the administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and members of the American media, influential ones, deployed a misinformation. Right. Is that in reference to AIPAC?
Yeah. Now, and it's not just AIPAC. It's the whole lobby. I mean, AIPAC is the one that you know, and I know, we know the name. But all these billionaires, the Epstein class, they are, they're outside of AIPAC. So it's a huge lobby.
But when he says that Israel was the one who put or tempted the U.S. and then was successful in getting the U.S. to join in this attack on the Islamic Republic, do you believe that? I mean, let me ask you this. Like when you have the U.S. President Donald Trump saying, we weren't aware that Israel was going to attack South Pars gas field.
He's lying.
Right, and it turns out that everybody is seeing through that lie. I mean, isn't the U.S. and the Israeli regime, obviously they're on the same page, but aren't they working in coordination? And even some say it's the U.S. who's really executing this in some form or manner, debunking the fact that it's the Israeli regime that pulled the U.S. into this war.
You know, I agree with your logic, but I think maybe we can look at it this way, that the Zionist lobby is not Israeli and it's not American, it's Zionist. And so they are Israeli firsters, not American firsters, even though they may be in the United States and they may have American passports too, and Israeli passports for the most part. So they are working for Zionism. So when we speak about the United States and Israel, the United States being pushed towards war, that means those elites in the United States that are empowered by the Zionists. Most Americans didn't want war. We know that. We've seen the polling. But the regime went for war. Why? Because of the power of the lobby, the power of the Israeli regime through that lobby. So I think it's not America or Israel, it is the two together. But we have to separate, I think, the elites in Washington from the majority of Americans. Even though the majority of Americans are heavily propagandized against Iran. Even though they don't trust the media, when they to a greater degree trust them when they say evil things about us. You know, these evil Muslims, these Iranians and all that. But they don't want war. So the regime in Washington is working against the interests of the American people, against the wishes of the American people. And of course against the interests of the American people too. But the important thing here is that it just shows that despite the intelligence that he says, because he's the key intelligence figure, he says Iran was no threat, so the main justification for war goes out the window, and that we were pushed by a certain group of people, Zionists. And Zionists are not necessarily Jewish, Christian Zionists, the U.S. ambassador. So we should always keep in mind that many, many Jews and many, many Christians are completely against Zionism. And we're seeing that those numbers increase. And many young Jews in particular are very heroic in their activism against Zionism. Just like ISIS and Al-Qaeda are not Islam. Right? They are creations of Western intelligence agencies and these Wahhabi regimes. They promote this Takfiri Salafism and Wahhabism for their own, for the needs of Zionism and Western intelligence agencies. The same is true with Zionism and its relationship with Christianity. Christians, all my Christian friends condemn it. And all my Jewish friends condemn it and have they reject it utterly. So we should always keep that in mind.
Sure. Let me ask you this question concurrently, almost at the same time. You have the Tulsi Gabbard confession, I must say, where he said she's the U.S. intel chief.
She turned out to be quite a coward.
But she's flip-flopped on this intel deal with Iran, now saying that contradicting one of several justifications for the U.S. president to have given for launching the war, that Iran was not after rebuilding enrichment prior to the war. She's flip-flopping on the issue. Get a sense out of this, unless you disagree, that maybe Trump's circle is somewhat falling affray, that they are not supportive of the U.S., as some reports are indicating, behind this war, because this war is not going to be successful. A lot of analysts have reached that conclusion already.
Well, I mean, they're better people than me to ask, but I think that Tulsi Gabbard has discredited herself because she had made a name by opposing war, and a war against Iran being a key component of her criticism of previous administrations, including Trump. So I think as an individual, she's lost whatever credibility. I never liked her. I always thought that she was insincere. But I think now, after this resignation and her reaction to the resignation, she has lost her credibility. But she did make this admission, and that too shows that this war was meaningless and unjustified, and therefore the slaughter of Iranians, including all those kids, those little children, these are crimes against humanity that were carried out without any justification whatsoever. Now, whether things are falling apart around Trump, I really don't know. We've been hearing that she has sort of been sidelined. But if she had courage, she'd resign, like Kent. But it does seem, from what we're hearing in the media, and of course we don't have any real insider information, that increasingly people around Trump are saying this is going downhill. Let's bring an end to it. But he's put himself into this hole, and he keeps digging deeper. And as you alluded to earlier, and as I also said, that the attack on Iran's South Pars gas facilities. It's impossible that the United States did not know. You're carrying out joint operations, and the two hands don't know what the other's doing. We're not. Again, it's like these Arab regimes claiming that they're neutral, the Arab regimes in the Persian Gulf. They're insulting our intelligence.
Really?
And, or for example, when Erdogan says he supports the Palestinians, but he continues to transport oil to his business partner Erdogan, that's, it's all insulting the intelligence of those who really support the Palestinian people. And for Trump to say that we didn't know, again, that's insulting.
If I'm correct to understand that given the pressure that I'm assuming the U.S. president is under, that he has a limited timeline that he's dealing with to keep pursuing any avenue that he thinks is going to lead to a success. Trump, as you know, well aware, and as people are saying, he needs to have a successful outcome out of this. One of the things that's been thrown about is the fact that he is going to deploy roughly about 5,000 troops, as it has been reported, that are coming, I believe, from Japan, if I'm not mistaken. And they have a few ground invasion type scenarios that they want to execute. One being the Isfahan facility, which I'm not too sure, but it is said that perhaps the 440 or 460 kilograms of enriched uranium is there. You have the other that is Hark Island, and then you have the other, which is the Persian Gulf coastline. B-2 bombers, I guess, dropped some 5,000 bombs there. What are we looking at in terms of that being really a reality and something that the U.S. is really after? Because you had Senator Lindsey Graham who said, if we take Hark, the war is going to end because that's where all of 90% of Iran's oil exports are, and we're going to decimate their economy if we take it over.
Yeah, but if they shut down our oil exports, how is that going to solve their problem? That's only going to make it worse, because if there's that little bit of oil being exported from the Persian Gulf, if that ends, then the shortage of oil is going to increase in the world. They have to open the Strait of Hormuz. But let's say they want to open it. Let's say they can. I mean, with a few thousand troops, I find it hard to believe. If they take Hark is a flat island. And Iran can destroy their assets from the shore, and from the mainland. If they try to take the Strait of Hormuz, they can do the same. But the important thing is that Iran's military capabilities in the Persian Gulf don't lie on the coast. Iran fires missiles from deep inside its territory. And Iran didn't fire missiles from the Persian Gulf shore at the installations, the Qatari and the Saudi and the Kuwaiti and Emirati and infrastructure after the attack on Iran. They didn't fire from the shore. They fired those missiles from deep inside Iranian territory. So how is that going to affect Iran's capability to keeping the Strait of Hormuz shut? Iran can sink all of those tankers. It can destroy all of those oil and gas installations. And then what? If it does that, if the Americans want to escalate, as they did yesterday, and they saw the results, if they continue that escalation and those oil and gas assets are destroyed, then the global economy will crash. Then economic depression, worse than 1929, is going to wreck the U.S. and the global economy. You don't have to destroy buildings. If no one's going to be in those buildings anymore working, you might as well destroy them. So if they intensify the war, it gets worse for them. If they continue as with with what they're doing now, it gets worse. The only way out is for them to give up and to accept Iran's demands. They cannot win this war. Last night was evidence enough. Iran retaliated and destroyed key installations with a few missiles. Could they stop it? Could they stop Iran? No. They couldn't stop any of Iran's missiles or drones, because the air defenses are gone. So what are the Americans going to do? Let's say they storm the island of Kish. or sorry, the FARC. Okay, you storm it. Iran's exports stopped. The price of oil goes further up. Iran retaliates. What does it do? It destroys the installations and the key infrastructure on the other side of the Persian Gulf. So, what was the purpose of this? You've only made this worse. So they're in a lose-lose situation. The smart thing to do would be for them to back off more quickly. But Trump, he's unpredictable. He's not very sane. We see him. I mean, his tweet this morning was a surprise to me. We had nothing to do with it. Iran didn't know that Qatar was not involved. And in capital letters, Israel will not do it again. And then he went on to threaten Iran, that's not important. He has to do that to back down. We weren't expecting this. That doesn't mean that he's not going to start targeting Iran's vital infrastructure again.
Indeed.
Because it's Trump. So anything you ask me about Trump, I have no idea, because who knows what he's going to do. So Iran is prepared for a long war.
Well, let me ask you this then. I mean,
That's why Iran is prepared for a long war, because we don't know where Trump is going to take this.
Well, it's obviously costing the U.S. quite a bit in terms of costs. We know that based on one particular report, 1 week of the war cost the U.S. roughly between $11 to $15 billion.
It's much more. Kaveh, look, all these assets in the Persian Gulf, the businesses, the banks, everything. I'm not talking about those that are destroyed. These are basically assets of the Western imperial camp. Right? All that wealth, all that money, all those businesses, all those companies. This is the most consumer-oriented part of the world, the other side of the Persian Gulf. The exports of oil, the petrodollar, the money that is going to have to come back, not only is because a lot of the money, the oil wealth, goes to buy U.S. weapons, junk, because these regimes can't use them. They don't even have the population to have an army. They buy them to get kickbacks and commissions, and so that senators and U.S. high-ranking people can get their commissions, and they buy influence. They won't have the money for that anymore. They won't have the money to put it into stocks and bonds and so on. In fact, they're going to have to take money to rebuild their infrastructure that's been destroyed. So this is multi-layer damage. And of course, the price of energy going up, that's going to bring about economic crises. The consumers are going to feel the pressure of businesses and factories and industries. The damage that has already been done to the U.S. economy, in my opinion, is already above $1 trillion.
Really?
I think much more. The UAE is a proxy. The wealth that was just circulating through the UAE and in the UAE, is that, like, who does that belong to? This is an Israeli-U.S. Zionist entity. They control it, or Qatar. So the entire, the entire wealth and capabilities of these regimes is linked to the United States. It is these are their assets. Remember, Trump would take Mohammed bin Salman to say he's going to buy this, 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 and this.
Right, I remember that.
And he said, we milk them. The milk, there's not going to be much milk.
No, there won't be. So what do you make about the Pentagon wanting $200 billion for Iran war as the costs are spiraling?
That's just for war. The damage, as I said, it's multi-layered.
Right, right.
But we'll see. I mean, in any way, they're going to fail this war. They're not going to win the war, because at the end of the day, they've failed in defeating Iran, and protests in the United States will increase, and anger and unhappiness is increasing, and the price of oil every single day. The shortage of energy is increasing. Every day, 20 million barrels, 15 million barrels, whatever, is being reduced in the marketplace every single day. And then gas, LNG, and petrochemicals and so on. It's getting worse by the minute. So
really, it is.
Yes. So
I think it's $118 a barrel from what we're looking at, Brent.
And it will go higher because right now they're doing their best to manipulate it and keep it down. It's not going to work.
Tell us what you think about right now the tools that the U.S. has, along with the Israeli regime, in their toolbox. I mean, if we want to take a look at a drawing board, they've attacked Iran's infrastructure, they've attacked numerous military installations, they've attacked checkpoints, and so many other things. Yes, exactly.
Hospitals.
Exactly. All those are civilian structures. But if we were to take a look at what is left in terms of their drawing board, we talked about Hark, that is a possibility, or maybe Isfahan. But we're also talking about what I read, the Mossad agents that are armed inside of Iran that they may use in order to stir up unrest, and also the separatist factors, whether it's Balochistan or Iraqi Kurdistan. Are we seeing those as being the only other options that are left? I mean, I'm trying to understand what else they can do here, because they've even claimed, U.S. President Donald Trump has said, though not a good source, that we've targeted everything that we can.
Well, that's an admission in itself. And Mossad, if it had all that many agents in Iran, they would have deployed them by now to some effect. They failed. And these separatists are only discrediting themselves because they're being seen as agents of empire. They're being agents of the CIA and Mossad. And Iran has warned the Kurdish authorities in northern Iraq that if you help them, that'll be the end of your reign. And Iran and the Iraqi resistance, they'll end the regional government in Iraq. So I don't see them having that capability at all. This war has united Iranian people more than ever before. It has given them a sense of great self-confidence. They've done all sorts of damage to us, murdered the best of the best and the most innocent of the innocent, and they failed. And as this war continues, we have many more targets to hit than they do. They've sanctioned us for decades. Right in front of us, you have an infinite number of targets that you can hit very easily. And it will bring down everything on their side. And already things are not looking good in the United States. You know the deep divisions better than I. You know the economic situation. So, and we are the victim. And we're on the side of the right. We are right. So we have motivation. And they have chosen to fight a war, launch a war, and murder people for the sake of ethno-supremacism. I think the motivations of the Iranian people are much stronger in defending themselves. This is a war for our survival. For them it was a war of choice, an evil war of choice for an evil cause. So when you put all these things together, I think we have very good reason to be optimistic.
Just a few minutes left here, and I'm going to ask you for an elaboration on this particular point, which I'm guessing is one of the major defeats that the U.S. and the Israeli regime, in a sense, did not anticipate, and that is the overwhelming show of support that Iranians had. I mean, it sounds like a broken record, but because we've seen this accumulate as the days went by, and one of the major defeats was this past Chharshanbe Suri, where their plans just went up in smoke. Started to use that in conjunction with,
you're right. It's
with the ashes going up.
Yes, it's the last Tuesday night of the last Tuesday night of the year. We usually have fireworks and young people go out and literally throw bombs. People stay at home out of fear.
I did.
And this year they wanted to use that opportunity to carry out terrorist attacks. And so the government and the armed forces asked people not to get involved in this sort of thing and to come on the streets to protect the streets. And they did, and nothing happened. And that
nothing happened. That was the part that was shocking.
Yeah.
Because you had the what do you call the Crown Prince?
Yeah, calling
for people to come out, but that didn't pan out.
Yeah, the Pahlavi gang, and they did their best. The Mossad, it failed, and that shows how united the people are. That shows how they miscalculate the Mossad and Western intelligence agencies. How united the people are. And one final point.
Yes.
Across the world, Iran has become extraordinarily popular. and the Islamic resistance and the axis of resistance, people are seeing right through the propaganda, whether it's propaganda from these oil and gas-rich dictatorships in the Persian Gulf, or Western media propaganda that's been going on for decades, demonizing Iran, which to great effect over the decades. That is all collapsing. And people are rooting for Hezbollah, Ansarullah, the Iraqi resistance, the Palestinians, and the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Exactly. Well, that does it for this interview. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. It was a pleasure talking to you, Professor Marandi. Thank you so much.
It's a great pleasure being with you and a great honor. Thank you.
Thank you. That does it for this edition of Unscripted. We just heard the words of Mohammad Marandi. He talked about a whole variety of issues and topics that needs for you, the audience, to listen to again, perhaps, in order to get a better understanding. Do log on to our website, all the W's at presstv.ir, for a repeat of the program. From me, Kavatapway, and the team here at Unscripted, it's goodbye.
دلتنگی اعضای بر رهبرم که دستش دادیم، حس خشم برای اینکه به مملکتم، به سرزمینم تعرض کردم. الان سربازای ما دارن از مرزهای ما دفاع میکنن. کاری که ما میتونیم بکنیم اینه که اینجا قوت قلبی باشیم برای اوناست که بدونن که ما محکم پشتشون ایستادیم. حیدر حیدر
تمام کشور عاشق رهبر ماست. اینا رو ترامپ و نتانیاهو خوب میدونن. فکر میکنن رهبرمون رو ازمون گرفتن.
حتی اگر رهبرمون رو هم شهید کردن که ایشون به آرزوشون رسیدن، هیچ خللی در این انقلاب ایجاد نمیشه.
یک خامنه ای یک ملت شد. با این یک ملت خامنه ای میخوان چیکار کنن؟
عزیز من به رفیقش پیام داده فلانی اگر ما پای کار آقا نباشیم کی پای کار آقا باشه؟ تو این ماه رمضانیه با زبون روزه شهادت چقدر میچسبه.
تو جنگ احد اومدن داد زدن گفتن محمد شهید شده. امیرالمومنین اسدالله الغالب علیه السلام ندا داد اگر محمد کشته شده خدای محمد که زنده است.
تمام عالمیان میدانستند که یک روزی در جهان جنگی بین حق و باطل اتفاق میفته و اون جنگ امروز اتفاق افتاده. چیزی قفله که بالا سرشون پدافند کار بکنه، موشک باران باشه رو سرشون، وایسن و رجز بخوانن. به نظرم چند برادر مرگه، هر کی بترسه زودتر میمیره و اگر میخوان که مملکتمون رو نجات بدیم باید محکم بایستیم. ما از اول اومدیم، از همون شب اول اومدیم.
خسته نخواهم شد، خدا یاری میکنه بازم میام
تا روز پیروزی انشاءالله. این جنایتکار عوضی ما رو نزد، ما هستیم.
The war in Iran transitions to the level of establishing a comprehensive energy deterrence equation. Following the threat of US President Donald Trump to strike Iranian energy facilities, the response of the IRGC came through the Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters, specifying 4 clear steps. First, a complete closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the energy artery of the world. Second, striking the electrical infrastructure inside the Israeli regime, mainly the 5 major power stations that provide more than 50% of the regime's electricity. Foremost amongst them, the Orat Rabin station, with a capacity approaching 2,590 megawatts, and the Rutenburg station, with approximately 2,250 megawatts. The list also includes the Hagit station, with a capacity approaching 1,371 megawatts, and the Eshkol station at approximately 912 megawatts, in addition to the Dalia station with a capacity of approximately 912 megawatts. Third, striking the interest in companies linked to the United States in the region. The response includes targeting facilities in which American companies participate, making any attack on Iranian energy have a cross-border impact. In the UAE, the company ADNOC Drilling is responsible for drilling onshore and offshore wells, while ADNOC Offshore specializes in gas and oil production from the sea. As for Saudi Arabia, Aramco manages offshore and onshore fields in cooperation with Halliburton and Baker Hughes Drilling. And SABIC produces petrochemicals in cooperation with Dow Chemicals and ExxonMobil, while Gasco processes natural gas using partnership and American technologies as well. Fourth, striking power stations in regional countries that host American bases. The geographical data is striking, as between 70 and 80% of the power generation plants in these countries are located on the coastal strip. In the UAE, the Baraka nuclear power plant, with a capacity approaching 5,600 megawatts, represents one of the pillars of the national grid. In Qatar, the Al Khul power plant produces approximately 2,520 megawatts, while the Ras Kartas energy plant has a capacity of approximately 2,730 megawatts. In Kuwait, the Al Noor North power complex provides approximately 1,632 megawatts, with expansions reaching 2,700 megawatts, while the Al Dor power plant produces approximately 1,200 megawatts, and the capacity of the Sohar power plant exceeds 1,700 megawatts. The essence of the scene is that energy has become an element of strategic balance, and any targeting of electricity facilities inside Iran opens the door to a confrontation that will encompass electricity, water, and industrial networks across the entire region.
تا نصیری هستم. یکی از فامیلامون چند تا کوچه بالاتره گفت بغل خونتون رو زدن، خونتون پنجره‌هاش حتما شکسته، هیچی نشده. من گفتم اگه حالا بمبش شد خیلی خوب باشه، شاید حداقل دیوار سمت اتاق من ریخته. بعد دیدم نه، کل خونه نیست.
طبقه چندم؟
من طبقه سوم، فرشی اتاق من.
بله. سالم مونده از خونتون؟
نه، هیچی نمون.
ما طبقه سوم بودیم، پنجم و چهارم اومده تو خونه ما که اینطوری شده. الان رافله ها همه کنده شد.
دو چرخه تاها که نیست؟
چرا؟ اون چرخ دو چرخه تا توی تراس بوده.
اینجا انباریه خونه بغلیمون بود، تمام بریدیم، قفلا رو کندیم نه آوردیم بیرون. الان هر کی میخواد لوازم میاد میبینه یه وانت میگیره لوازم مهمش رو میبره. من یکی از دوستام اینجا بوده، امیر دوستم بود، اینجا با هم فوتبال بازی میکردیم، خاطرات خوبی باش داشتم. شهید شدم.
دوشنبه هفته گذشته 18 ساعت 2:30 بعد از ظهر مطلع شدیم که ما خب منزل نبودیم، مطلع شدیم که منزل رو زدن دیگه. ما وقتی که اومدیم دیدیم اصلا کلا چیزی از خونه نمونده، تمام طبقات 5 و 4 اینا اومده تو طبقه 3 دیگه. الان شرایطی که داریم میبینین اکثرا نه دیگه لوازمی برای زندگی دارن نه خونه‌ای مونده. فعلا اوضاع پیچیده ایه دیگه، هیچکی نمیدونه باید چی کار بکنه.
حالا خدا بیخبر فکر کرده حالا اینجا خونه‌های سازمانی، با خود این خونه سازمانی نبود، اینا همه مسکونی هست، سازمانی نبود که. خونه پشت و همه مسکونی بود، اصلا سازمانی نبود که همه با خاک یکسان شده. این همه شهید دادیم، خیلی شهید دادیم ما. اصلا یه عالمه از 40-50-60 اومدن بیرون از زیر خاک. بعد مهمان های شهرستان هم داشتن، اونا هم بنده خداها رفت از زیر خاک.
هیچ کسی از این شرایط راضی نیست. خب الان من خودم همسایم آقای بابایی ایشونه شهید شده، یه دختر 7 ساله داره، خودش و خانومش شهید شدن. یه دختر 7 ساله داره، اون خونه پدر بزرگش بوده مونده. الان اینا سالها 6 سال با ما همسایه بودن. آدم میتونه ببینه همسایهش تیکه تیکه باشه و شاد باشه.
شش نفر بودن، 4 نفرشون زنده موندن، 2 نفرشون شهید شدن. من نه.
چرا؟
چون دیگه چیزی برای از دست دادن دیگه نداشتم دیگه اون موقع. اینا دارن با جرثقیل آدم ها رو میبرن بالا. اگه مثلا وسیله‌ای چیز داشتن سالم بود بیارم پایین.
ما اومدیم تو واحد با کمک بچه‌های مدیریت بحران و شهرداری و اینا که اگه لوازمی باشه بتونیم ببریم. حالا خیلی چیز کمی تونستیم پیدا کنیم، مثلا اون لباسشوییه که دیگه قابل استفاده نی، ماشین ظرفشوییه که دیگه قابل استفاده نی. یه دو تیکه چیزی بود دیگه گذاشتیم که زحمت کشیدن با بالابر اومدن که ما دیگه جمع کنیم و برای خاک برداری اونا آماده باشیم.
اونجا یک تا همسایه‌مون بعد جمع شده بودن، زیاد بودن. بعد اون موقعی که اینا بودن موشک همون لحظه برخورد کرده، تمام جنازه پرت شده این ور اون ور. 4 تا موشک اونجور که تحقیق کردیم، یه دونه خورده تو این خونه، یه دونه خورده تو این، یه دونه خورده تو، یه دونه هم خورد وسط هم اینجا عمل نکرد. یه سری آقایان اومدن خونسا کردن، بعد با جرثقیل بردنش.
این بقایای پیکر همسایه شهیدمونه. اینا رو هلال احمر از زیر این آواره صبح به سختی در آوردن، لباسای تنشون مونده که اونجاست. از این پیکر چند تا تیکه هایی پیدا شده، بردن دی ان کردن، به خانواده‌شون اطلاع دادن که دقیقاً همین ایشونه که شهید شده. ببین الان چیزایی که این بنده خدا جمع کردن صبح با همکاراتون از اینجا ایناست. اینا
دست دارم کلاه نداری اینجا نه.
آره ما اینجا ببین اینجا آسانتور که پیاده شده، اینجا در ورودی بوده، در رو که وا کرده زدن.
من یه نوجوان یه بچه دبستانی همه چیمون رفت، اتاقم رفت، هرچی رفت. اما آینده ایران دستمونه، ما میمونیم تا پای کار.
ما هممون ایرانی هستیم. کی دوست داره خواهر و برادر خودش اینطوری تیکه تیکشن تو آوارا؟ بالاخره همه ما حالا مسلمونی هر چی رو هم که بذاریم کنار، ما همه ایرانی هستیم. هممون کشورمون رو دوست داریم، حاضر نیستیم هیچ بیگانه‌ای یه کوچکترین اندازه از خاکمون رو بگیره. حالا اینکه خونه زندگیمون بود دادیم که دادیم، حاضریم جونمون هم بدیم، چون واقعا نگه داشتن این مملکت و اسلام بالاخره هزینه داره دیگه.
مرسی خدا قوت که جون مردم نجات میدیم. پیامی دارم برای اون بچه‌ای که خون مثل ما نرن. درست میشه، تمام اینا درست میشه. خدا رو شکر که خودتون سالمین، همین خوب.
تا روز اول که اومد خونه رو دید، خب خیلی شوکه شد. دید فرش اتاقش، تمام ماشیناش، اسباب بازیاش همه زیر آوارن و اینا. خب اولش خیلی ناراحت بود، ولی وقتی فهمید که مثلا همسایه هامون شهید شدن و اینا، اون غم‌ها دیگه یادش رفت. گفت حالا باز دوباره اینا رو میخرن. ولی خب بالاخره بچه ها تو این جنگ خیلی آسیب دیدن، یعنی هم از لحاظ روحی هم از لحاظ روانی واقعا آسیب جدی دیدن. حالا هم افت تحصیلی پیدا میکنن، همه اینا حالا چیزاییه که یه چند وقت بعد خودشو نشون میده.
که چی شده دیگه، موقعی که زده دیگه چیز که دست دادیم دیگه بر نمیگرده.
میدون خراسون که توی خیابون فرعی یه دونه ورزشگاه به نام پناهی که خیلی قدیمی هم هست که متاسفانه امروز مورد اصابت حملات آمریکایی و صهیونیستی قرار گرفت. ما گروه جهادی فاطمیون هستیم که الحمدلله تو منطقه 15 فعالیت میکنیم و کمک مردم هستیم، حالا هم درمانی، معیشتی اینا، و تو این اوضاع جنگ میریم کمک مردم و حالا خونه هاشون رو درست میکنیم، معابر رو باز میکنیم، آواربرداری میکنیم، امداد نجات اینا. مثل این که حالا گروه امداد اومده، ولی یه دونه میگن که یه بچه مثل این زیر بار هنوز مونده. خدا این بچه‌ها دارن کمک کنن که مطمئن شیم کسی هست یا نه. بچه‌ها هستن کمک کنن. خونه‌های دور حتی خیلی آسیب دیده، هم شیشه‌ها تخریب شده، هم خانواده‌ها ترسیدن. هم می‌ریم تمیزسازی کنیم و معابر رو باز کنیم، همین که شیشه‌ها رو ایوتین پلاستیک بزنیم تا حالا ان شاءالله چند روز آینده شهرداری بیاد شیشه بزنه. اینم وضعیت هزینه‌های مردم اطراف ورزشگاه هستش که متاسفانه همه شیشه‌ها تخریب شده، وسایل متاسفانه خراب شده، زندگی مردم شب عیدی کلاً به همه واحدها اینجوری تخریب شده و بچه‌هایمان دارن کمک میکنن که خونه زندگی مردم متاسفانه نمیشه هم دیگه کامل تخریب شده. مردم عزیز، اینجا ورزشگاه مردمی بوده، باشگاه ورزشی بوده که بچهای مردم میومدن اینجا کمک میکردن و بازی میکردن، شادی میکردن و ورزش میکردن. ورزشگاه رو زده، اینم عکساشونه. حالا نمیخوام بگم اینا اینجا بودن، نه، ورزشگاه تقریبا تخلیه بوده به غیر از حالا کارکنانش و چند تا مثل این که ساکنین و این داستانا. ولی میخوام بگم جایی رو داره میزنه که قطعا نظامی نیست، حتما نظامی نیست و اون کمکی که میگفتن از رئیس جمهور آمریکا قراره برسه برای مردم ایران مشاهده میکنید کمکش رسید و همینجوری که میشنوید متاسفانه داره میزنه.
ما ساکنیم، ما ساکن خونمون اینجاست. ما خونه بودیم، مادر اینا زنگ زدن که ورزشگاه رو زدن. ما اینجا اصلا ورزش می‌کردیم، اصلا نه نیرو اینجا بوده، نه تسلیحات اینجا بوده، هیچی نبوده. این باشگاه من نمیدونم واقعا چی می‌بینه که اینجا همه قش ضعیفن، همه اینجا قش ضعیفن، نه قش پولدار داریم، نه قش این داریم که نظامی باشه.
صدای چیه؟
صدای پدافنده داره میزنه. آقا پراکنده شو!
اینجا محلمونه، از بچگی اینجا بزرگ شدیم، اینجا انقدر فوتبال بازی کردیم، برامون خاطره است اینجا. بعد ما خونمون تو این خیابون سفاریه، خونه که رفیقامون اینجا بود، تا صدای انفجار اومد ما سریع بلند شدیم و لباس رو پوشیدیم و سریع اومدیم که ببینیم چه خبر رو کمک رسانی کنیم. و اصلا اینجا نه، ما از بچگی اینجا بزرگ شدیم، اینا اونجا سالونه، اینجا خونه ژیمناستیکه، این دوتا که معلومه مسکونیه، اینجا هم که زمین چمنه، اونم خانه کشی هستن. برای چی باید خانه کشی رو بزنم؟ پای جون برای این کشورم و خاکم هر اتفاقی بیفته جونم هم میره.
یک کسی داره امروز صحبت میکنه که 13-14 سال عمرش گوشه زندان ها بوده. خودم به نوبه شخصی خودم از جمهوری اسلامی دلخوری هایی داشتم و دارم. خودم میگفتم آمریکا، اسرائیل و کشورهای دیگه میان به داد ما میرسن، میان به فریاد ما میرسن، میان کمک ما میکنن این کشور رو از جمهوری اسلامی در میارن، مراقب ما هم، محافظ ما هم. امروز خود من کافم، ملکم، خونم، تمام سرمایه من مردم نابود شد.
اینجا استادیوم شهید پناهیه دیگه، موشک زدن دیگه، اینجا رو موشک زدن، تمام دیوارا خراب شد، تمام داخل خراب شده، بعد دیوار خونه بغلی خراب شده. اینجا رو میگفتن کردن پایگاه، در صورتی که پایگاهی نبوده.
نشسته بودم اینجا، یه دفعه موشک اومد خورد دیگه، خونمونم اینا، این خونمون چی بگه، اینا کتفمه، اینا پامه، بچه‌م هم پاش رفت، بردیمش بیمارستان.
فهمی هستم، کارمند مترو. عرضم به خدمت شما که اسرائیل و آمریکا میگفتن ما با خونه‌ها و هیئت و مناظر مسکونی کاری نداریم، با ماشینای مردم کاری نداریم. الان شما ببینید چقدر ماشین رو تخریب کرده. ماشین من بوده، ماشین عرضم به خدمت مسافرا بوده، ولی فدا سر نظام. ما تا آخرش هستیم، پای کار نظام هستیم. هولوش ساعت 12:01 بود، 2 تا موشک زد دیگه، اومدیم بالا دیدیم مردم وسط افتادند و به خود کمک کردیم تا الحمدلله بچهای اوجانس و بچهای امداد و اینا رسیدن. و عرضم به خدمت تا خود نابودی اسرائیل و آمریکا پایگاه به حضرت آقا هستیم. یا علی مدد.
President Trump started by claiming that the strikes were to stop imminent threats from Iran. He talked about nuclear weapons and long-range missiles. But then, just days later, he admitted it was just his opinion that Iran might attack first. No concrete evidence, just a feeling. Then you have Netanyahu. He has been pushing for a war with Iran for 40 years. Even British-American journalist Mehdi Hassan said Netanyahu has been dreaming of this for 40 years. Now the nuclear talk has shifted. Trump is literally telling Iranians to take over your government. It's regime change. And Netanyahu? He used genocidal language, quoting a Torah passage about wiping out the Amalekites, men, women, and children, to justify the killing. But the biggest giveaway came from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He slipped up. He said the U.S. struck because they knew Israel was going to act. He admitted Israeli plans dictated the timing of the American military. He tried to walk it back, but the damage was done. And here's the kicker. CIA intelligence completely shreds the imminent threat lie. Briefings to Congress confirmed there was zero intelligence showing Iran was planning to strike the US first. None. Reports from the AP and Reuters all say the same thing. So what's really happening? The US is panicking, and now the Pentagon is secretly panicking about running out of missiles. The Navy is even refusing to escort ships because it's too risky. The US is being dragged into a war of choice based on shifting stories to serve Israel's agenda. And intelligence proves it was all a facade.
جنایت رژیم صهیونیستی کافی این دنیا این تصاویر رو ببینن. مدعیان آزادی ببینن این تصاویر رو. ایشون پدر آمد دنبال بچهش. نه همش دانش آموز دختر. آخ
شماره 75 بله. علنگو بزن کیف آبی.
پسر شهیدمون نه این چند نفر از همکلاسیاش ظاهرا زنگ ورزش بوده. موقع ورزش کردن شهید شدن. کفش ورزشیش هنوز پاشه. پشت پاش بنداشو بسته که محکم بازی بکن. این یه دختر، یه دانش آموز. این یک دانش آموز دختر.
میاد امروز که وقتی اتفاق افتاد زهرا کجا بودی؟
کلاس.
تو کلاس بودی؟ چند تا دانش آموز بودن تو کلاس؟
نمیدونم یادم نمیاد.
بعد چه اتفاقی افتاد؟
بابا منو صدا زدن، معلم منو صدا زدن. بعد من کیفم برداشتن که برم، همه داشتن جیغ میزدن، ما هم جیغ زدیم رفتیم در رو باز کردیم. معلم اومد تو، چشماش قرمز بود، بعد ما رو یه جا جمع کرد، منفجر شد.
پای قشنگی چی شده؟
پای قشنگم من که بیدار شدم یه چیز سنگینی روش بود.
آخ کی برداشت این سنگینی؟
بابای رفیقم.
بابای رفیقه؟
آره.
بابا اول
نه
چی بود؟
Welcome to the Mideast Stream in times of war. This week, the illusion has collapsed. What was marked as a strategic patience by Donald Trump, a 5-day delay framed as a window for diplomacy, is revealing itself for what it truly is. Not restraint, not calculation, but hesitation wrapped in deception. A tactical pause not to prevent war, but perhaps to prepare for it, and more tellingly, to prepare for its consequences. Because while the rhetoric spoke of negotiations, the actions told a very different story. Across the region, urgent warnings were issued. Evacuation orders, diplomatic drawdowns, quiet withdrawals disguised as routine advisories. This is not the behavior of a confident power stepping into a controlled engagement. This is the posture of a leadership bracing for fallout it cannot fully contain. A leadership that understands the scale of what it is about to unleash and fears the response. Trump's move is not strength, it is preemptive damage control. 5 days were not granted to diplomacy, they were bought for logistics, for repositioning, for coordinating with allies who themselves hesitated before committing to a confrontation that could spiral beyond prediction. For insulating American lives and assets before the first strike lands, and that tells us everything. Because on the other side, there is no such ambiguity. Tehran has not played along with the illusion. It has rejected the premise entirely, not out of defiance for its own sake, but out of clarity. Clarity that what is being offered is not negotiation, but delay. Not dialogue, but staging. Iran is not preparing to retreat. It is preparing to absorb, to respond, and to escalate if necessary. The message coming from Tehran is deliberate and unwavering. There is no panic, no scramble, no attempt to de-escalate at any cost. Instead, there is readiness for pressure, for confrontation, and for a conflict whose boundaries may not remain confined to a single geography. This is no longer about a strike, it's about what follows the strike. Because if Washington is emptying the region of its civilians, it is acknowledging a simple, uncomfortable truth that any war launched will not be contained, and that the response it provokes may be as consequential as the attack itself. So what are we witnessing tonight is not a countdown to a controlled operation. It is the quiet, calculated positioning before a storm. One side masking uncertainty behind theatrics, the other signaling resolve without spectacle. And that contrast lies the real balance of power. The language of diplomacy is fading, and in its place, a far more dangerous reality is taking shape. What was presented as a window for negotiations is now being exposed as a calculated illusion, one that failed to convince even those it was meant to pressure. Tehran's response has been swift and unequivocal. There will be no negotiations conducted over the ashes of sovereignty. The signals emerging from both sides suggest that the region is no longer merely on the brink of escalation, it has already entered its opening phase. Here are more details in this following report.
The diplomatic track has effectively collapsed. Iranian officials have publicly dismissed claims of ongoing negotiations, describing them as fabricated narratives aimed at stabilizing markets rather than resolving conflict. This is not rhetorical defiance for its own sake. It is strategic clarity. Tehran appears convinced that what is being presented as diplomacy is in reality a delaying tactic designed to prepare the ground for a large-scale military operation. And on the military front, the indicators are becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. Reports reveal that American strategic bombers are being fueled and supported through European bases, pointing to a level of coordination that extends far beyond a limited strike scenario. This looks like the framework of a broad, multi-layered assault. The integration of NATO infrastructure suggests that Europe is no longer a distant observer, but an active logistical backbone, and therefore inevitably exposed to the consequences. Even more telling are discussions within the Pentagon about deploying airborne combat units, including elements of rapid response divisions. Such considerations signal that previously unlikely scenarios, territorial incursions, strategic seizures of key islands, or expanded ground support are now firmly within the realm of possibility. Iran, for its part, is not signaling retreat. Instead, it is preparing for a confrontation defined by escalation and reciprocity. The message being conveyed is deliberate. Any attack will not remain confined to military targets. Critical infrastructure across the Persian Gulf, energy networks, desalination facilities, and essential economic arteries has entered the sphere of potential retaliation. The implications are severe. A disruption of this scale would not only destabilize the Persian Gulf monarchies, but send shockwaves through global energy markets. Europe, already entangled as a logistical platform, could find itself facing direct repercussions, whether through energy insecurity, economic turbulence, or the extension of retaliatory measures toward its strategic interests. The countdown is no longer theoretical. It is already underway.
Ladies and gents, we are no longer witnessing a war of weapons. We are witnessing a crisis of leadership. Because at the center of this escalation stands a man who appears to be operating in a reality of his own making. Donald Trump has repeatedly declared that he does not need advisors to decide on war, strategy, or even global energy consequences. In his own words, "I don't need advisors, I know the answer." It is a statement not of confidence, but of detachment. A leader substituting analysis with instinct and expertise with impulse. And that detachment is not contained, it is exported. Trump openly mocked the British Prime Minister for consulting his own government before joining the war effort, reducing complex military decisions to casual orders like, just send the ships. This is not strategic thinking. This is simplification at a dangerous scale. A worldview where alliances are inconveniences and war is reduced to a matter of personal authority. But perhaps the most revealing pattern is contradiction. Constant, rapid, and often within the same day. Trump claims he does not need allies, yet warns that NATO itself is at risk without their support. He declares that Iran's military capabilities have been almost entirely destroyed, yet expresses shock when Iranian forces strike back. He insists control is absolute, then admits uncertainty about when the war will end, saying that he will feel it in his bones. This is not coherence. This is improvisation masquerading as leadership. Even his own administration struggles to translate this ambiguity into policy. When asked whether war decisions are being guided by instinct, the response was telling. Yes, but an instinct based on facts. A phrase that attempts to rationalize what cannot be rationalized. And the consequences are not theoretical. A region has been dragged into war. Global markets are destabilized. Thousands of lives have been already lost. And all of this is unfolding under a decision-making framework that appears reactive, inconsistent, and at times disconnected from even the most basic strategic forecasts, including predictable retaliation. What we are witnessing is now clearly the collision between reality and a parallel narrative. One where power is imagined as absolute, consequences as manageable, and war as controllable. But reality, as it is now proving, does not bend to instinct. And when leadership operates in illusion, the cost is paid in the real world. Ladies and gents, thank you for joining us. Stay connected and ahead of the story by following us on Telegram and X for real-time updates from across West Asia, right here on Press TV's The Mideast Stream. Assalamu alaikum.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم ما در
In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. We're going through a time in our beloved homeland when the blessed month of Ramadan coincides with the arrival of Nowruz. Both occasions have been inscribed on UNESCO's list of intangible cultural heritage, which means that any heritage item registered globally belongs to all humanity. The holy month of Ramadan is a month of peace and security. Yet the criminal enemies, the child-killing and usurping Israeli regime of fabricated entity, and the criminal United States, without any authorization, have attacked Iran for the second time in the year 2025-2026, with the support of their various allies. But it is us, our great nation, and the Almighty God who stand firm. These atrocities began with the martyrdom of our revered leader, our great Imam, who was martyred, alongside a number of commanders and innocent civilians. The arrogant and criminal president of the United States, who ordered the bombing of our people and the martyrdom of the girls of Minab, stated in his recent interview, "We took a stroll in Iran, had a little reaction there and came back." Such crimes in their eyes are as trivial as that. Now let us speak of Iran itself. Iran is among the world's 10 great civilizations. We have 29 World Heritage Sites inscribed across 1,400 UNESCO-listed locations. In the field of intangible cultural heritage, Iran ranks 4th globally. There are 23,000 archaeological sites and ancient mounds, 14,000 historic monuments, 800 museums, and over 1 million historical artifacts across this nation. A country with such a civilizational background is, as I have often said, truly an open-air museum. Today, as I speak to you, I must sorrowfully say that 108 of our cultural sites in 12 provinces and 17 cities have been damaged by these criminal aggressors. In Tehran province alone, we have suffered the most losses, 60 damaged sites. In Isfahan, 20 sites. In Kurdistan, 12 sites. And in Kermanshah, 4 sites, with the numbers unfortunately increasing day by day. Even at this very moment following the attack last night by invaders near the Saadabad Cultural and Historical Complex, many of our museums there have been damaged. In total, 34 museums across the country have sustained destruction. This is the condition of a nation that is supposed to be supported according to UN resolutions. Yet its major backer, the United States, disregards all humanitarian and moral principles. These are among the heavy losses inflicted upon the cultural and civilizational fabric of our country.
اینم از خسارت‌هایی که به حوزه فرهنگ و تمدن کشور وارد کردن. ببینید در میان این آثاری که ما داریم
Among the cultural properties we possess, 4 are inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. The Golestan Palace World Heritage Complex has been targeted twice, meaning it sustained damage during the attacks, and our colleagues are currently documenting and assessing the losses. Likewise, within the Isfahan World Heritage Zone, both the Chehel Sotun Palace as well as the Jame Mosque and Naqsh Jahan Square have suffered serious damage. This is in complete violation of international protocols, both in 1996 resolution of the International Committee of the Blue Shield, which states that buildings bearing the Blue Shield emblem are protected from attack during wartime, and the 1954 Hague Convention and its protocols, which classify deliberate strikes against cultural and historical monuments as war crimes. As for our actions within the cultural heritage sector, we have sent official letter to UNESCO and the International Council on Monuments and Sites. I personally emailed the chairperson of the World Heritage Committee. While a number of these institutions have condemned the attacks, our argument is that mere condemnation is not sufficient. They must fulfill their responsibilities and actively prevent further aggressions. Condemnation only has meaning if it ensures protection against renewed assaults on these monuments and heritage sites. We are a member of the World Civilizations Assembly and have communicated with them. We also coordinated with the Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance, headquartered in China and co-founded by Iran, as well as with the Islamic World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization based in in Morocco. We have provided full documentation, including photographs and detailed records of all 108 affected sites to our colleagues at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs so that they may take the matter forward through international institutions. But I sincerely hope that the voice of the people of the world will rise more powerfully against this barbarity imposed by the United States and Israel, and that the media will represent the voice of truth, justice, and righteousness, the very voice that the Islamic Republic of Iran continues to raise today.
اسلامی داره فریاد میزنه رو نمایندگی بکنن. ببینید کشوری که اصلا سابقه
Now, as I mentioned earlier, countries with such limited historical backgrounds, those whose foundations barely span half a century, seek to fabricate a past for themselves. When they carry out genocides such as the one in Gaza, where 60,000 innocent children and women have been killed, they show no hesitation. Even at this moment, as we speak, just steps from here, there is a checkpoint where young people working tirelessly, fasting yet protecting civilians, have been directly targeted. All these weapons, all this ammunition, all the powers of the world have now aligned behind America and Israel. We are not fighting only against America and Israel. This is a global confrontation. The United States, a country whose formation is not even 4 centuries old, naturally seeks to destroy older centers of civilization. As its current Secretary of Defense, formerly a television host, once said, "We must go and destroy Iran's cultural and civilizational centers." Such statements make their intent clear, to attack the history and identity of a nation. And yet, even amidst the 12-day war, we successfully registered with UNESCO a new heritage site, the prehistoric complexes of Khorramabad, dating back over 63,000 years, the era of Neanderthal humans and the early intelligent humans who migrated from Africa, passed through Iran and continued toward Asia. This is the legacy of our civilization. West Asia is the cradle of civilization, and Iran is the jewel of that civilization. They oppose our history, our culture, our existence, and our independence. Did they not declare that they wish to see Iran submit to them? The delusional president of the United States, who lacks even the authority to appoint the mayor of New York City, claimed Iran's leader must be chosen according to my decision. For over 2 weeks now, they have been committing crimes across our land, but the unity and resilience of our people are evident, and by God's grace, victory will be ours.
ظفر و پیروزی از آن ماست. ببینید ما با توجه به بحث جنگ 12
Given the 12-day war, we have transferred many artifacts and historical objects to secure storage facilities. Fortunately, the damage has been minimal due to these prior precautionary measures. We have successfully relocated over 60,000 historic artifacts to save repositories, and efforts continue to full speed. God willing, we shall soon witness the utter defeat of the enemies. Our dear people should know that, even as we speak, my colleagues and I hold continuous sessions so that during Nowruz, visitors can still enjoy access to our historic monuments and cultural sites.
بناها و اماکن تاریخی بازدید داشته باشند. ببینید ما الان در دنیا
Today, Iran proudly stands among the 10 leading civilizations of the world, with 29 tangible and natural heritage sites registered with UNESCO. Some of these are single sites, such as Hegmatane, Persepolis, or Nakhsh-e-Jahan Square. But we also have serial inscriptions, including the Iranian caravanserais, covering 55 centers across 24 provinces, and the Persian Qanat and gardens spanning 1,014 designated locations. Another crucial point: since each country is limited to a small number of nominations per year, Iran currently has heritage dossier queued for UNESCO registration for the next 58 years, a position unmatched anywhere else on earth. In the realm of intangible and spiritual heritage, Iran ranks among the top 4 countries worldwide, giving our nation an exceptionally distinguished status. I am deeply grateful to you and your colleagues. Our hope is that you continue to be the voice of truth and authenticity, as you already are, and help carry the message of Iran's cultural and civilizational heritage to the world wherever possible. We cherish the treasures left to us by our ancestors as dearly as our own lives, and, God willing, we shall rebuild and preserve them even more beautifully than before.
بسیار موقعیت استثنایی است.
This week, the illusion has collapsed. What was marked as a strategic patience by Donald Trump, a 5-day delay framed as a window for diplomacy, is revealing itself for what it truly is. Not restraint, not calculation, but hesitation wrapped in deception. A tactical pause not to prevent war, but perhaps to prepare for it, and more tellingly, to prepare for its consequences. Because while the rhetoric spoke of negotiations, the actions told a very different story. Across the region, urgent warnings were issued. Evacuation orders, diplomatic drawdowns, quiet withdrawals disguised as routine advisories. This is not the behavior of a confident power stepping into a controlled engagement. This is the posture of a leadership bracing for fallout it cannot fully contain. A leadership that understands the scale of what it is about to unleash and fears the response. Trump's move is not strength, it is preemptive damage control. 5 days were not granted to diplomacy, they were bought for logistics, for repositioning, for coordinating with allies who themselves hesitated before committing to a confrontation that could spiral beyond prediction. For insulating American lives and assets before the first strike lands, and that tells us everything. Because on the other side, there is no such ambiguity. Tehran has not played along with the illusion. It has rejected the premise entirely, not out of defiance for its own sake, but out of clarity. Clarity that what is being offered is not negotiation, but delay. Not dialogue, but staging. Iran is not preparing to retreat. It is preparing to absorb, to respond, and to escalate if necessary.
Professor Mearsheimer, welcome here, my dear friend. Before we get to your analysis of Iranian impatience, Iranian patience and Trump impatience, I want to note that this is the 20th anniversary of one of the most groundbreaking books in the post-World War II era, your book that you wrote with Professor Stephen Walt, The Israel Lobby and U.S. Foreign Policy, which really opened up the eyes to the entire world of the influence that the lobby has on American foreign policy. Today, it seems like a vice, doesn't it?
Yes, it certainly does. I think that the lobby is as strong as ever today. And
even stronger than when you wrote this book and did all this research 25 years ago.
Yeah, I think that it's important to emphasize that the lobby operates at two levels. One is that it goes to enormous lengths to influence public discourse about Israel and the U.S.-Israeli relationship. And furthermore, it goes to great lengths to influence policy, actual government policy. In terms of actual government policy, it's clearly as strong as ever. Where it's really lost out is in terms of the discourse. The discourse has fundamentally changed. Criticism of Israel, criticism of the U.S. relationship with Israel has become abundant. It was almost unimaginable that we would be where we are today in terms of the public discourse when Steve and I wrote the article and then the book. So the discourse has changed. And the big question that you have to ask yourself is how long can the policy of supporting Israel no matter what remain in place in a world where the discourse and public opinion has changed so drastically?
Can overwhelming public opinion overcome the extraordinary wealth that the lobby has and the manner in which it has used that wealth, funding the political campaigns of 2/3 of the members of Congress?
Well, we're going to see moving forward because there's been a sea change inside the Democratic Party, and exactly how it plays out remains to be seen. I think it's hard to imagine someone like Rahm Emanuel or Josh Shapiro, who are both joined at the hip with Israel becoming presidential or even vice presidential candidates inside the Democratic Party. And you already see Gavin Newsom distancing himself from Israel and from AIPAC. And I think that will be the trend in the Democratic Party moving forward. And then if you look at what's happening in the Republican Party, I think that Tucker Carlson is the wave of the future in the Republican Party. So I think that in terms of actual policymakers, that you're likely at some point in the future, hard to say where, you're going to get a change.
I usually wouldn't run a clip of Marjorie Taylor Greene with John Mearsheimer, but she does crystallize the problems in the Republican Party very nicely. This is from yesterday, Chris number 12.
Why would an American president lead his political party into the midterms waging a full-scale major war, completely unprovoked on Iran, on behalf of Israel? And that's the way most Americans see it. They see this is for Israel, not for America. Why would an American president do that, which is forcing gas prices to hike right here going into spring break, where families are going to be driving out of town, going into summer, declaring and waging a major full-scale war that seems to have no end in sight, that is not de-escalating, it's escalating every single day. And it just doesn't make sense. We said on every single rally stage, no more foreign wars, no more regime change. It's time to put America first, and this is a complete betrayal of those campaign promises.
To get into domestic politics with you, but she hits the nail on the head, doesn't she?
Yeah, there's no question about it. I agree with everything she says. It's quite remarkable, but I often find myself in agreement with Marjorie these days when she's talking about American foreign policy. And I would just note to you, going back to what I said earlier, the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene is making those comments publicly today is really quite remarkable given the context that existed when Steve and I wrote the article and the book back in the day.
Right.
Public discourse has just changed in fundamental ways. And by the way, your show is a clear reflection of that.
The lobby can't be very happy with the way the war is going, can it?
No, this is a disaster, and they surely know that. These are basically very smart people who are in charge of the major organizations, and even the individuals who wield influence pretty much on their own are very smart, and they have to know that we and the Israelis have gotten ourselves into a real hole, and all we're really doing is digging here. And what's becoming clear is that this is a war for Israel. That we had no interest, no national interest in going to war against Iran. And there's just a ton of evidence that President Trump was dragged into this war by Israel and Israeli supporters inside the United States. And that's one part of the story, but the other part of the story is that the war is going very badly, and hardly anyone I know can see how we come out of this winning. So if Israel is seen to be responsible for pulling us into a losing war, this will be, I think, disastrous for the lobby.
How would you even define winning a war like this?
Winning the war, as I always say, is largely a function of whether or not you achieve the objectives that you set out before the war started. People like to focus on battles and the assassination of this person or that person, but the key question is, what are your objectives, and are you likely to achieve those objectives? And almost everybody agrees that it's almost impossible to see how we're going to get regime change, how we're going to get Iran to give up its nuclear enrichment capability, its ballistic missiles, and its support for the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. How do we do that? Nobody can tell a story how we achieve those particular ends. And if you can't tell a story like that, you don't win the war.
I just wonder what kind of advice the president got if he's surrounded by yes men. There was that article, we talked about this in the Washington Post, very lengthy, very detailed, classic venue for the CIA and military people to leak information claiming that General Kane warned the president about these very things that are happening now, and the president wrote that, it's not true, it's not true, it's not true. Nobody believes him when he says these things. But they obviously, the people around the president, grossly miscalculated the resilience of the Iranian people, the strength of the Iranian government, and the asymmetrical nature of the Iranian military response.
Well, I think you have to be very careful when you talk about the people around him. I actually think in this case, the deep state, for lack of a better phrase, told him what was going to happen. It's now quite clear from press reports that he was told that the Iranians would shut the Strait of Hormuz. He was told that. And he just ignored it because he thought we would win a quick and easy victory, or a quick and decisive victory. So that would never become an issue, that meaning the shutting down of the strait. So he was getting, I believe, good advice from General Kane. General Kane was telling him that we did not have a serious military option here. The National Intelligence Council was telling him the same. The problem is that Benjamin Netanyahu and a handful of people who are profoundly tied to Israel, and this would include Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, had enormous influence on President Trump. And he listened to Netanyahu, he listened to Kushner, he listened to Witkoff, and he ignored the deep state here. And we went into this war without clear objectives, without a clear plan. And when you do that, and you're dealing with an adversary that has a rich history of fighting against Israel and its ally, the United States, and has learned a lot over time about how to wage that war, you're asking for serious trouble. And that's the situation we're in now.
How is this war viewed in the Kremlin, in your view, Professor Mearsheimer?
Oh, I think this is wonderful news for the Kremlin. They're the big winner in this one. First of all, let's just talk about gas and oil prices. Because of this war, it's very important to understand that the administration has a vested interest in allowing as much oil as possible to get out into the market. Most people don't understand this, but Iranian oil is being exported around the world in the same amounts that it was being exported around the world before the war started. You just want to understand that. Iranian oil is flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. It's the Gulf states that can't get the oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran can. And why is the administration allowing Iran to sell its oil around the world, send its oil to China and to India? Because we need as much oil as possible out on the international market so that the price of oil doesn't go too high.
Right.
Same basic logic applies with regard to Russia. President Trump basically took most of the sanctions off of Russian oil because he wants Russian oil to flow out into the international market so that prices stay as low as possible. So Russia is a huge winner in this regard. And Iran, as I pointed out, is in an excellent position to continue the war because it's not being economically throttled. Okay, back to Russia. Not only did they get relief from these sanctions, what this also means is that we don't have weaponry that we can give to Ukraine because we're using it up in the Middle East. So what's happening here is that the prospects that Ukraine will lose on the battlefield and that Russia will come out of this smelling like a rose is going up because of the Ukraine war. It's really quite remarkable what's happening here. And just one other point that I believe I've made before on the show is that you want to understand that we consider our principal goal to be containing China in East Asia. But what we're doing is weakening our forces in East Asia to deal with this war against Iran. We are not pivoting to Asia. We are pivoting away from Asia because of this crazy war against Iran.
Wow. I'm going to ask you about China in a minute, but basically what you have just described is economics 101. Now, wouldn't Scott Bessent or the Secretary of the Treasury or someone in Trump's orbit have explained this to him? You realize what's going to happen? You're going to add a lot of cash to Putin's treasury because he's going to be selling more oil and he's going to be selling it at a higher price. And all your blue-collar MAGA guys, when they go to fill up their pickup trucks, are going to say, why am I paying $4 and $5 a gallon for gas? I didn't fight this war. It has nothing to do with me.
The key point here that's essential to keep in mind is that President Trump thought that he was going to win a quick and decisive victory. He did not think that we would end up in a long war. And therefore, he didn't pay any attention to these problems. Remember what I said a few minutes ago about closing the Strait of Hormuz. He was told that the Iranians were likely to close the strait. He ignored that warning because he thought we would finish them off. It would either be a decapitation strategy that brought Iran to its knees, or it would be shock and awe, or it would be a rapid punishment campaign. But this war, in President Trump's mind and in Prime Minister Netanyahu's mind, was not going to go on and on. It was going to be a quick and decisive victory. So all these issues that you're now raising were ignored or not even addressed.
Wow. How is the Financial Times reports that Russian oil companies are collecting $150 billion a day over what they had been collecting during the sanctions period as a result of the increase in the price of oil. That is extraordinary. I'm not familiar with the Russian tax scheme, but somehow that has to be contributing marvelously to the Kremlin's treasury.
I think that's 150 million. I'm not absolutely sure.
Sounds more reasonable that it will be 150 million. It's still a lot of money, $150 million a day.
There's absolutely no question about this. This war is a real boon for the Russians. It's really quite remarkable. I mean, if you begin to assess what's happened here, this war is catastrophic on so many dimensions. Just take the Europeans. Our relations with the Europeans were terrible before the war, but now they're worse than ever. President Trump wanted the Europeans to send naval forces to help the Americans crash through the Strait of Hormuz, and they refused. And if you look at how the Germans have reacted, it's really quite remarkable how hard-nosed that they have been with us. The Minister of Defense said, "This is not our war." Friedrich Merz, who is the German chancellor and usually dances to President Trump's tune, said that NATO is a defensive alliance. It's not an interventionist alliance.
Wow.
And as such, NATO has no role whatsoever to play in this war. Really quite remarkable. And it's true of countries all over the world who are our allies. They have refused to come into the fight. The Japanese, the South Koreans, the French, the British, and so forth and so on. And by the way, that's in large part because they understand this is a lost cause. They don't want to enter a war that is going to be lost by us.
Here's a very recent clip from President Trump. First lamenting that the United Kingdom won't help, and then saying, we don't need them. It's typical Trumpian. Chris?
If we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time. We have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. This isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. If we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us. We want them to come and help us with the strait. My attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them.
Where is he on this? I guess maybe he's lamenting the inevitable that Sir Keir Starmer has basically said to him, this is Israel's war, it's not ours.
Well, the problem is he's desperate here, right? He knows he has to open the strait and that he has to get oil from the Gulf states flowing back into the international oil market. He just knows he has to do that, but he has no way of opening the strait. You want to remember, the United States Navy is by far, and I'm choosing my words carefully here, it is by far the most powerful Navy in the world. And we have a huge chunk of that Navy in the Middle East, 2 carrier battle groups, for example. But we can't force our way through the Strait of Hormuz with that incredibly powerful Navy. So he goes out and he asks these other countries to send naval forces to help us. They don't have significant naval forces. None of these countries do. And even if they take what they have and they send those naval forces to the Middle East, and we launch a joint operation on the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to fail. It's not going to work. And that's why we alone have not tried to force our way through the Strait of Hormuz. You just can't do it. And the truth is, even if you can force your way through the Strait of Hormuz, it doesn't solve the problem. Because once you're in the Persian Gulf, it's a rich target environment for Iranian cruise missiles, Iranian drones, and Iranian ballistic missiles that can target any ships that are in the Persian Gulf. And furthermore, the Iranians always have the option of just destroying the oil refineries, the oil installations of the Gulf states. So even if the straits are open, there's no oil to go through them. So the Iranians hold almost all the cards here, and it's hard to see how we can solve this problem, how President Trump, who's got himself into this war and got us into the war in the process, can figure out how to get out of it. There's just no way that anyone can see at this point in time to fix this problem.
How is this war viewed in Beijing?
Oh, I think that the Chinese are glad to see the United States shooting itself in the foot. This is going to increase Chinese influence not only in the Gulf in significant ways, but all around the world. If you ask yourself which country on the planet among the 3 great powers, the Chinese, the Russians, and the United States, looks like the responsible stakeholder in the system, and who looks like they are the least responsible, it's clearly the Americans who look the least responsible. States all over the world look at us and scratch their head and think we have lost their mind. And it's easy to understand why that's the case. The Chinese look like they're responsible stakeholders. And indeed, the Russians look the same. So we have done enormous damage to our diplomatic position around the world, which is to China's interest. We've done damage to our situation or our position in Europe and with the Gulf states, and this is going to work to China's advantage. I would make another point just about, international law and what the Israelis and the Americans have done to destroy it. And not only to destroy international law and international institutions, but to do great damage to diplomacy. Diplomacy has been used as a cover twice now to attack Iran. What kind of faith can the Iranians have in diplomacy, much less international law? Now, the reason this really matters that you want to pay attention to is it's related to the question of how do we shut down this war? It's quite clear that there's going to have to be sanctions relief and maybe some reparations, but at least significant sanctions relief to get the Iranians to end the war. But also, the Iranians are not going to end the war unless they can get some sort of guarantee that the United States and Israel won't pay a return visit. They won't come back and attack them. Remember, there was a war last June, and here we are in March, and there's another war, right, in less than a year's time. Who's to say if the war ends now that in less than a year's time, the Israelis and the Americans won't attack Iran again? So the Iranians are going to want some sort of guarantee that that won't happen. And in a world where international law has gone out the window and diplomacy has gone out the window, and you can't trust the Israelis or the Americans as far as you can throw them, please tell me how you work out a diplomatic solution to this war. How do you convince the Iranians that you won't pay them a return visit? So all of this behavior on the part of the Israelis and the Americans is just making it incredibly difficult to figure out how you shut this war down in the end.
The title of your recent podcast is Americans Have Lost the War in West Asia. That puts you among the few who have dared to call the outcome of this widely unpopular aggression the U.S. and Israel have launched against Iran. What makes you so sure so early?
See, it's very clear, that the Americans never had a clear objective. Because when you start a war, you need a clear objective that includes the center of gravity of the war. And based on that, in this case, the center of gravity is the Strait of Hormuz. But the center of gravity that was chosen by the Trump administration, it was regime change. So based on the center of gravity, then you do a war appreciation. And based on that, then you do the war planning. So the long and short is, as far as the Americans are concerned, there was the wrong center of gravity of war. There was no war appreciation. There was no war planning. And on top of that, now it's coming to light that they actually do not have the adequate stocks of interceptors. They don't have the stocks of missiles. And everything is basically very limited because the whole thing was not planned at all. Whereas on the other side, the Iranians were very clear. The Iranians were expecting a regime change because they have gone through this exercise in the 12-day war that happened in June 2025, and after that, they decided that a unity of command or a centralized command is not a good thing. We need to decentralize the command. Now, what this means in military terms, when you talk of a decentralization of command, is that the unity of command is not important, the unity of effort is important. What that means is that you coordinate. You don't need a leader, you just coordinate between various commands that you have created. So they were well prepared, and on top of that, if you see the type of preparations, so much underground tunnels they have. In fact, I was watching a visual and I was quite amazed that even these missiles that they are firing from underground tunnels. So the missile comes up and then it takes off to wherever it has to go, and depending on the type of missile. So they have done extensive preparation, perhaps over 15 to 20 years, and certainly learnt all the right lessons from the 12-day war. And here is the last thing. They have the backing of China and Russia, and China and Russia today in the multipolar world, they are great powers. They are great powers like America is. So when you have so much of backing, then it is very clear that they are not they will not accept a ceasefire. What they are saying repeatedly is what we want is a permanent solution. And they've also spelled out what a permanent solution will look like. The most important demand of theirs is that the Americans shut down their bases from the Middle East. That is their demand, and they are willing to fight and see the consequence of what has happened in the first 13 or 14 days. I mean, today, of course, is the 18th day. Because they have closed the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf is closed, the Gulf of Oman is not available. So already there is a growing global energy crisis in the world. Now that is impacting the petrodollar, and that in turn will impact the American economic dominance of the world. So when you see all this, then you realize that nothing was prepared here. They simply are not prepared for this war. So one of the things when you look at war is, you look at the will of the two sides. In the case of Iran, for them this was a war of survival. So they have the will to fight, they'll fight, and they've done adequate preparation. As I said, they identified the war, correct the center of gravity, then what else is there? And now President Trump says that, look, I can always leave and I can go back, I have enough oil, and all the other countries who have a problem with oil, they can directly negotiate with the Iranians. Well, you can't go away also. Why you can't go away is then what will happen, all these GCC countries where you have the bases, the Americans have the bases, they will then be asking and wondering and saying it aloud that if the Americans cannot protect our oil and gas passage through the Strait of Hormuz and to the world market, why must they have the American bases on their soil? So basically, President Trump today is in a very difficult situation, and now the Americans are openly saying, I mean, if you see now this Director National Counterintelligence, Joe Kent, he has resigned, a handpicked man by President Trump, and he has said very clearly that Iran poses no threat to America, and this war that President Trump has launched, it is basically a war at the behest of the Israel lobby in America. It can't get clearer than that. And the mega base of President Trump obviously is very disappointed, and the prices of oil, of gas, of food, everything is rising in America. So he has a problem.
Let's look at this first from a military standpoint and then the massive economic ramifications. You, of course, mentioned the Russian and Chinese help to the Iranians. There's obviously, most of this is speculation in the sense that neither country has admitted or acknowledged any particular help, and for good reason. You know, strategic ambiguity is the name of the game, especially when you're in a hot war like this. How do you see the difference? Okay, two questions on this. What do you think is the Chinese and Russian help? And then what do you think Iran learned in the intervening 8 months between June, or put into effect in the intervening 8 months between the June war and the launch on February 28th?
So you see, there is enough evidence to say that that China and Russia, they are backing Iran. And why I say that is that in January of 2026, Iran, which was on the GPS, it shifted from GPS to the Chinese system, which is Beidou 3 satellite constellation, which, as far as the military is concerned, in military terms, is far better than the GPS because it is modern. Therefore, all the missiles and the drones that they are firing now, which is not the case in the 12-day war we saw this time, they are absolutely accurate. Then there is more evidence that when the crisis happened and the war had not started, there was news that the strategic helicopters of China, which are called Y-20, and they can carry a payload of something like 66 tons. 19 or 20 of them, they brought the material, they brought the things from China to Iran. Then we know that all the Iranian oil, which they are exporting even now as the war goes on, it goes to China. And there is a report that on the way back, one of the oil tankers, it had missile fuel, which is called propellant. So propellant is required for the indigenous manufacture of missiles, all the facilities that they have underground. So my point I'm making is there is enough evidence which clearly points out, and same is the case with Russia. Russians are helping them with drone technology, with drone tactics. See, the key thing is, why are they backing them? Backing Iran is the question. The reason they are backing Iran is that besides for whatever bilateral reason, which they are there, great bilateral reason, they have deals. But more than that, Iran is a full-time member of BRICS, and BRICS is what is at the heart of the new world order, which is coming up, and BRICS is supported by these two great powers, China and Russia. So there is evidence, and what you said, what the Iranians have done, I just gave you one example. Since the last 12-day war, they shifted from GPS to Beidou 3, and that's a big move. And this you can check, it is there. It is in the news. I mean, this is not hidden. This is part of what the Chinese call the digital Silk Road, which is part of their Belt and Road Initiative. Everything is there. It is, the problem is that the Americans, they were so full of themselves that they simply failed to analyze all these things. I mean, how grossly can you go wrong? The Strait of Hormuz is there for everybody to see. Everybody can make out it's a choke point, a major choke point. 20% of the world oil goes through the Persian Gulf. And you identify the center of gravity of the war as regime change. I mean, how non-military can the, I mean, I don't know who planned it, whether it was planned in the White House or in the Pentagon, because I'm being very honest, as far as Pete Hegseth is concerned, the Secretary of War, I have heard him a bit, you know, and I don't think he understands warfare at all. So, I mean, this is, yeah, please.
You know, despite all this, Iran is still being pounded quite hard. This week, just in the last day or two, we've seen very heavy bombardments by the Americans, dropping extremely heavy bombs on alleged Iranian targets. But, you know, we also heard Trump say the war was won and he's destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability. Given what we saw in the first week, meaning Iran trying to deplete the enemy's interceptors, Iran trying to take out the eyes and ears of the enemy in various neighboring countries. It seemed the one thing I heard that sounded logical from Trump in all this time is that we have, forget the production, the missile production, the very storage of the missiles. We need to go and target the launchers. If you don't have the launchers, then they can't, do anything. Is it possible for them to identify launchers? I mean, 100% we've destroyed of Iran's military capability. What does that even mean? How would they even know? Because every day they're hitting civilian targets. It seems like they run out of target banks. Do you think they have?
No, see, it's something like this, that to start from the beginning, to answer your couple of questions that you raised in the big question that you have put to me. See, for the Iranians, this is a war of survival. And when for any people it is a war of survival, you can take enormous pain. So first thing is they can take enormous pain, something that the Americans can't do. The other thing is that they have prepared, so their military facilities, they are all underground. And as far as the civilian structure is concerned, which is on the ground, there are a lot of pounding and they have had a lot of losses and they have taken a lot of pain. But as I said, I saw the visuals, everything, in fact, their launchers also are underground, and from underground they are firing their cruise missiles and their ballistic missiles. I'll tell you something very interesting what they are doing. All along the Persian Gulf, including the Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf of Oman, they have underground tunnels. They have made that because when you see Persian Gulf, it is very shallow waters. The maximum depth of Persian Gulf is just about 200 meters. And now this talk even was going on that we will try, Americans were saying we'll get the Kurg Islands. We'll secure that. Now the problem here is that for the Kurg Island to be secured, now they have got their amphibious ship also. Tripoli is coming, I think another 2 days it will be here. What can it do? Because it has to go through this whole obstacles that they have created underground, and in these tunnels they have the capability to fire the anti-ship cruise missiles from there. Then what they have is what is called midget submarines, small submarines. A lot of help has come from North Korea, and that can fire both the torpedoes as well as the missiles. Then they have the speed boats which can fire the missiles. Then they have the various type of mines that they have. So it's a elaborate, extensive obstacle thing, what we call in military parlance A280, which is anti-access area denial capability. So now his commanders are telling Trump that, look, we need some help from the allies. Because now he has appealed to the allies, the NATO allies, that look, you come and help me with your navy so that we blast through this entire thing, which is as good as 500 kilometers. The distance from Strait of Hormuz to the Kurg Island is 480 kilometers along the Persian Gulf. It is at the north end. And obviously these guys, the NATO fellows, first of all, they are involved in the Ukraine war. And they are rightly saying that this is not our war. They don't want to come there because they know that they'll get egg on their face if they come there. So now he's telling them that I will not come and fight your war. So basically what I'm saying is I don't see him behaving like a commander-in-chief. Commander-in-chief of a military which has an annual budget of $1 trillion, which is more than the budget of the 12 countries after him combined. So he is not behaving like a commander-in-chief, and I am very surprised that the Israelis could mislead him in fighting their war. And what are the Israelis doing? See, one thing that came out of the 12-day war very clearly was this, that Israelis started the war. Once again, they did this regime change thing. And that time, they realized by the 10th day, they could not take it forward. So they had to get the Americans in to finish the war. The 12th day, the Americans came and the war was over. So Israelis by themselves are an overrated power. If tomorrow the CENTCOM is not there to assist them, Israel can do nothing. Israel is only fit to do what they are doing with Hezbollah, what they are doing with Syria. They can't take on Iran. You know, somebody was telling me other day, some general, that look, they fought the war, the Yom Kippur war. And I said, look, with time, what happens is the war perspective changes, the capabilities of the adversaries change, they learn a lot, which is why things like war appreciation becomes important. If you don't do all these things, I mean, I'm surprised that America's commander-in-chief has been taken for a ride by the Israelis. I can't believe this actually, but that's the truth.
Does the United States have anything left on its escalation ladder?
Well, I can't see anything because all the weapons that they have, the world knows about it. What President Trump keeps on talking, I have beautiful weapons, I have the biggest military. See, here is the point that I must say. Yes, they have the largest military, the maximum platforms they have, that's all fine. But they are prepared for a 20th century war and not for a 21st century war, because the 21st century war is about space capabilities. And that is where I just mentioned this Beidou 3 is far superior to the GPS of the Americans. Then it is about cyber capabilities, it is about electronic warfare. So in all these things today, I have done a lot of work in this area. The PLA is very good, and which is why, if just to change the subject, these American generals and admirals, they have war gamed it so many times. This war in West Pacific, the Taiwan theater, and every time they have come to the conclusion that they cannot win over the PLA on PLA's home ground. That is the home ground. They have complete deterrence there, and primarily because of two things: the 21st century capabilities which are in the virtual domain, and second is asymmetrical warfare. Asymmetrical warfare is what we are seeing Iran display against America, for which America is not prepared.
Maybe we can move to the economic angle of this conflict, which is probably the most extraordinary one, in the sense that there are no tools really to combat this kind of warfare. Iran has seized control over the Strait of Hormuz, which effectively shutters Persian Gulf oil and gas production, because these states don't have options to export their supply, correct? So the Iranians have effectively assumed control over 20% of global supply and halted the trade of the petrodollar, which, as you know, gets recycled by the Gulf states into propping up the U.S. economy through stock market buys, purchases of U.S. Treasury bonds, paying down the national debt, investments into high-tech U.S. companies. I mean, effectively, the petrodollar being cycled into the American system is gone, right? That changes everything, not just oil and gas supply. That changes the world of finance, potentially.
See, this is precisely what I was saying, that because of petrodollars, it will have a major impact on the U.S. economic domination of the world. Let me now explain this a bit, what it means. Everybody knows, it is no secret that today the national debt of America is $40 trillion. And they need $1 trillion just every year to pay the interest of that. And for that, they need the petrodollars. If the petrodollars stop coming, then they have a big problem. The inflation will happen. On the other hand, what is happening is, this is not the only thing that is going on. The other thing that is happening is that that in the BRICS, all the BRICS nations that include two great powers, China and Russia, they have now started an alternate financial system that bypasses the American dollar. And in that financial system, what they have done is that now all the countries of the BRICS, they can trade in their local currencies. The whole idea is that all the countries and more countries want to join the BRICS, the global South countries especially, because they want to be safe from the American sanctions. So on the one hand, this whole thing is going on, the second financial system, which is not meant to replace but to displace the dollar. And on top of that, if the petrodollars stop coming, then who will pay the American debt and who will bother for the American debt? I mean, even their closest ally, Japan, is selling their debt. It is buying gold. Chinese are buying gold because that is where they want to invest. So this whole idea of the America's dollar as a reserve currency of the world, which was started by Nixon in 1971, so that seems to be getting over. And as you rightly even pointed out about the AI needs a lot of investments. Now, the nation has so much of debt. Where is that money coming from? So you have the AI problem, then you have the growing, how to pay the debt, then the reliability or the confidence of the world will diminish on dollar as the reserve currency, which is why they are moving to gold. So when you see this whole thing, it becomes very, very clear that what he has started without applying himself or without consulting his real experts in America. America has a lot of people who understand these things, but he has around him a coterie of advisors who I understand all seem to be yes men.
So, Pravin, I mean, you have declared the Americans have lost the war. Tell us, who will forge a solution and what will that solution look like in your view?
I've just done a video which is online today. Before I came on your show, I just put it online. So what is happening in the world is that there is an alternate parallel world order being created, which the Westerners are not very aware of. And that parallel world order is supported by two great powers, which is China and Russia. And this is where the majority of the global South nations, which is 80% of the world, is gravitating towards. Because this one talks about peace, it talks about development. Just to give you a sense what it is about. So it has certain attributes or certain characteristics which are very unlike the present world order, which is led by the American and which came into being after the Second World War. So the two or three distinctive features of this vision which has attracted the global South towards it are, one is a thing of sovereign equality, that there should not be a hegemon, that every country should be free to choose its foreign policy and development path. Of course, in reality, all this is not possible, but to whatever extent it is possible, it should happen. Then they have a very important concept which is called a concept of indivisible security. It's a new concept, and unlike the American concept, which is about absolute security, which is about zero-sum game, now when you put so much of effort in your security, first of all, a zero-sum, when you talk of absolute security, it leads to crisis, it leads to war. So that means if you are devoted so much to absolute security, obviously you can't pay attention to the development and progress of the nation. So they have come up with the concept of collective security, a concept of indivisible security, and another thing that they talk of is that everything should be under the United Nations. It should be a united-based rules order, world order, and united-based international law, which is not the case in the Americans. It's all America-based rules and order. So the point that I'm making is that this new world order, parallel system, is already very much there. A lot of countries are gravitating towards that, and its central institution is BRICS. And you can see the popularity of the BRICS today. It has 49% of the world population, and it has 41% of the world GDP, which is more than that of the G7. So what President Trump has done is, in my assessment, by getting into that war, he has basically hastened the creation of the new world order. Because now even the Western countries, they are considering their security, because NATO is as good as dead. He's already threatened that, look, NATO doesn't help me, I won't help NATO. And if he stays in power, he means it.
Before I let you go, just give us your last thoughts on how the U.S. will likely exit this and what the wrappings of the solution might be.
See, this war, if it continues, that means he is now on an escalation ladder of war, President Trump. So how long he can continue, I do not know. But as far as the Iranians are concerned, I do not see the possibility they can sustain this campaign for minimum 6 months, and they have full backing of two great powers. And for both the powers, Iran is very important. As I said, Iran is a very important member of BRICS for them. So it is about President Trump, which way he wants the campaign to go. So honestly, the ball is in the court of President Trump. Iranians have put all their cards on the table. That is where we stand. The more he escalates, the more there'll be chaos in the world. And rapidly, as I said, the new world order will get created. That is the way I see it.
Iran's conditions for stopping the war are very strong conditions, but they're also very reasonable. Do you know what I mean? And logical.
Yeah.
How can a final solution not include what Iran's proposing, including perhaps having some kind of security architecture established between Persian Gulf littoral states, which I think is one thing that might be missing?
So, already this has been proposed, the collective security arrangement has been proposed by the Russians, and the Pakistanis will be part of that if it comes about. If the Gulf states agree to that, so the configuration that I am looking at is, if it happens, it will be Pakistan, the Gulf states, Iran, and backed by China and Russia. This is a sort of a collective security arrangement, that is in case the Americans decide to go and they vacate the bases. But then mind you, this will have a domino effect all over the world. It will not be here. The other bases will also go.
Do you think if the Americans drag this war on, that these Gulf countries, Pakistan, Iran, with the assistance of Russia and China, can quietly circumvent a lot of this by coming up and then announcing their own security agreement, much in the way that the Beijing brokered Saudi Iranian rapprochement deal shocked Washington?
I don't think it will go it cannot stay for very long, this war. He has to end it. And the reason is simple, that this global energy crisis is building up by the day, and this is a major problem. So he cannot say that I'll fight for another 5 months. Even if assuming he has the stocks also to fight, he can't fight. Because unless he gets control of this whole center of gravity of war, which is Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz and Gulf of Oman, and I don't see that happening.
Ladies and gents, we are no longer witnessing a war of weapons. We are witnessing a crisis of leadership. Because at the center of this escalation stands a man who appears to be operating in a reality of his own making. Donald Trump has repeatedly declared that he does not need advisors to decide on war, strategy, or even global energy consequences. In his own words, "I don't need advisors, I know the answer." It is a statement not of confidence, but of detachment. A leader substituting analysis with instinct and expertise with impulse. And that detachment is not contained, it is exported. Trump openly mocked the British Prime Minister for consulting his own government before joining a war effort, reducing complex military decisions to casual orders like, just send the ships. This is not strategic thinking. This is simplification at a dangerous scale. A worldview where alliances are inconveniences and war is reduced to a matter of personal authority. But perhaps the most revealing pattern is contradiction. Constant, rapid, and often within the same day. Trump claims he does not need allies, yet warns that NATO itself is at risk without their support. He declares that Iran's military capabilities have been almost entirely destroyed, yet expresses shock when Iranian forces strike back. He insists control is absolute, then admits uncertainty about when the war will end, saying that he will feel it in his bones. This is not coherence. This is improvisation masquerading as leadership. Even his own administration struggles to translate this ambiguity into policy. When asked whether war decisions are being guided by instinct, the response was telling. Yes, but an instinct based on facts. A phrase that attempts to rationalize what cannot be rationalized.
کمکی که رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده به مردم شجاع ایران وعده داده بود اکنون رسیده است. این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است.
خانم منزل تو مسکونی بوده کامل؟ منزلای بغل هم مسکونی بوده؟
که رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده به مردم شجاع ایران وعده داده بود اکنون رسیده است. این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است.
این سند جنایت آمریکاست. این دانش آموز چه گناهی کرده؟ جنایت‌های رژیم صهیونیستیه. این تصاویر رو دنیا باید ببینه. این عزیزان صبح اومده بودن درس بخونن عزیزان خودکار. رژیم حرامزاده صهیونیستی.
این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است.
بچه‌های مردم رو کشتن. همه مردم رو کشتن.
وضعیت بیمارستان جانبی، وضعیت بیمارستان صاف زده بیمارستان
خونه رو برای چی
ستاد اورژانس استان تهران شش خوردهایی که میبینی
این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است.
جنایت رژیم کودک‌کش آمریکا.
Welcome back to Press TV's special coverage of the war on Iran by US and Israel. As we are going to enter this war's 27th day, a lot has happened in the past few weeks. I'm going to bring you up to speed on the events that happened only yesterday. One of the things that is on top of the headlines is the matter of the Strait of Hormuz. So many experts are saying that the objective of this war, first by Donald Trump, was so many different things. On top of it was regime change. Then it became destroying Iran's navy, missile systems, the air defense system, and so many other parts that Donald Trump speaks about on a daily basis. But what we are seeing right now is that the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, the strait that was open before this war, is the main objective of this war at this point. There are reports by Wall Street Journal, an article yesterday, an opinion article yesterday, talked about the UAE standing up to Iran's threats. Also, Dr. Ghalibaf talked about the same thing, saying, he didn't mention UAE, but saying that there's a country in the region planning an attack, and that attack is going to happen soon, based on the facts on the ground that Iran is observing and monitoring every day. Another major event that happened yesterday was the shooting and intercepting an F-15 fighter jet and another KC-135 refueling aircraft, which is something that happened. This is contradictory to Donald Trump's statement. Yeah, to what is happening is Donald Trump's air defense systems, saying that we have full control of Iran's air defense, and Iran's air defenses are not working anymore. Based on that, so the downing of an F-15, we had an F-35 fighter jet being hit, and so many different other aircraft throughout the region by Iran's air defenses and other countries, the axis of resistances, air defenses, which is again contradictory to Donald Trump's statements. Right now, one of the things that is being thrown around a lot on social media is Donald Trump's approach. He is thinking of two different things, it is said. One of them is doubling down on the war of Iran. He's talking of negotiations, saying that Iran has talked to them, called them. Of course, it has been denied time and again by Iran's foreign ministry, saying that no talks have been made with the US. There are no needs for talks. Why? Because deterrence has not been reestablished yet. And the reason for that is because Iran, based on Iranian official statements, Iran is thinking of ending and breaking this vicious cycle of having a war and a ceasefire, and then after that ceasefire negotiations, and then being attacked in the midst of those negotiations. So Donald Trump's approach has been to double down based on the facts on the ground. Doesn't matter what he is saying, because it is Donald Trump being Donald Trump. But finding an off-ramp, as so many like to put it, based on the facts on the ground, is not what Donald Trump is trying to do. It is also correct that so many different experts are urging Donald Trump at this point to find an off-ramp, declare victory, and exit from this war. But as things are unfolding in the region, everyone is waiting to see if Iran is going to be invaded, or one of the islands, Khark and the 3 islands of Iran, are going to be invaded by by countries in the region or by the US itself. Airborne operations, we're going to be looking at that in depth. And that is going to be maybe a game changer in this war. It depends on how that unfolds. We are going to be back with more analysis as you're going to be taking a break. And then I'm going to be bringing you more of the coverage of this war on Iran by US and Israel. So stay tuned.
Every home has a story of joys, sorrows, and memories. Memories of childhood days, of laughter and tears, the hard days, bitter and sweet moments of life. Home. Home is where life flows. A refuge for passing moments, a place for hope and tomorrow. That ruthless storm that turns a home into ruins of memories that can no longer be touched. Cracked houses, broken windows, memories crushed beneath the rubble. Residents of a neighborhood in Tehran on one of the days of the Israel war on Iran. In the middle of the day, when one was busy cooking in the kitchen, another watching television. Children, happy with the holidays, were playing. But with the sound of an explosion, life came, however, to a halt for them. And all their shelter and the memories of their lives collapsed over their heads. What remained for them was destruction, ruin, and pieces of the bodies of neighbors and families.
برقتون قطعه؟
آره برق محل قطعه بودم تا این سم
نبودیم شما اون بود؟
نه نبودیم ما آره طبقه بالا بچه ها تمام خونه هاشون اون پشت اصلا دیوار قلبه کن شده ما اینجا کوچه پشتمون فروشگاه کوروشه در اونا کنده شده بود پشت شیشه های پشت همه ریخته بود یه همسایه رفیق داریم اون وره اون بنده خدا تمام شیشه و کمود اینا همه در بود آقا خدا رحم کرده بچه‌ش زیر روسر بوده روسر افتاده بغل دختر بچه مثلا اونجا خیلی خیلی بد زده آدم نمیدونه باید چی بگی خدا وکیل
کلا میگه این چند تا شیشه قابل سوخت
من اصلا اینو میبینم خانم مثلا خودمو یادم رفته باور مثلا میگم فعلش من اصلا حرف زدنش خنده داره مثلا چی بگم مثلا
از اون ساختمون که
از اون آدم میبینه اینو میگه بود به خدا نمیدونم چی بگم
میتونیم خونه همسایتون هم ببینیم اگر باشون صحبت کنیم
مشکل داشته باشه
But amid all this destruction and devastation, people search for pieces of their lives under the rubble. Even in the heart of war, as walls collapse, they seek life and resist death and destruction.
این کار دستیش بوده؟
که دست سوم کاشته بود زیاده
روشن کردم الان اصلا نایمدن نه این دوستش فقط یه تو که پا اومد بسیدهاشو بود این که اصلا نایمد رحمه خدا
Life in those homes has not ended. Every piece of this land bears witness to the resilience and inner strength of people who never fall. Every ruin tells the story of the lives of men and women who, in the heart of destruction, fought for life and still stood strong.
We are back with Press TV's special coverage of the war on Iran by U.S. and Israel as we are going to enter this war's 27th day. Joining me live is Firas Al-Najim, human rights activist, joining us from Toronto. Mr. Al-Najim, great to have you back on Press TV. Well, so many different things are happening all at the same time. Talks of negotiations by Donald Trump, him doubling down and wanting to invade the Hark Island and maybe the 3 other islands. How likely do you see that? If something like that happens, do you think that is going to change the outcome of this war?
You know, with tyrant Trump and with his history, he's a very unstable person, and he's got a lot of pressure by Netanyahu and his extremist cabinet. So things are very uncertain. We don't know what kind of foolish move he will do. At the end of the day, we've seen that one of the biggest crimes that he's committed in his history was the killing of Qasem Soleimani, and then now killing of Imam Khamenei, the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So when he gets to this height of arrogance and treachery and these type of international law violations, we don't know what we can expect. There is a possibility that they will make a very foolish move and try to do a ground invasion through Bahrain or through UAE. But the question is, will they be successful? I will say from here that this will be the biggest opportunity for the Islamic Republic of Iran and for the whole region that is waiting to see the U.S. defeated and swallowed up in this battle, that they will lose the battle. And there will be a lot of prisoners of war in the hands and the custody of the IRGC and the Iranian forces and the Iranian army, and also the Iranian people. The Iranian nation will not accept this, and the Iranian nation will not sit idly and watch this. As we can see, the nation is, in grievances and in sorrowful times, but at the same time, they're united on the streets, and they're all calling for intiqam, as they say in Persian, for revenge, and they want to see justice, and they don't want to see this aggressor getting away with all these aggressions against their nation, against their country, against their, safety and security and stability. And the Iranian people have shown their true face, and they have shown how beautiful and how unified of a nation that they are, and that they will never accept for invaders, especially the West, to intervene and control and try to take over their land and their history. And this is, like I said, it will be a very good opportunity, because it will be the graveyard, for the Americans if they do this. And this is what the official from Iran, Ghalibov, said, that it will be a nightmare for them pretty much. And this is what we expect, similar to what happened to Yemen. Yemen is also known to be the graveyard of the invaders, and we've seen what happened to the Saudis and the Emiratis and all the mercenary organizations that they brought in different countries, such as Blackwater or the Sudanese army or so on. And we've seen what happened to them as an outcome. They had to pull back, and now look how powerful and strong the Yemeni forces are, that they're actually blockading the Bab al-Mandeb and, striking deep, even against the Zionist entity itself, reaching to the Zionist entity with the missiles that they were able to manufacture themselves. So you can see that the axis of resistance is very unified, and the Islamic Republic of Iran is very powerful till now and very strong. It's not a monarchy system, and it's not a system where if a leader dies, that the system dies. This is not how it works in Iran. The Wilayat al-Faqih, the rule of the jurist system, works differently. There is an assembly of experts that are, different jurists that will appoint somebody that is very intellectual and very just and very good for the position to be able to lead, even if God forbid, they were able to murder or kill Sayyid Imam Mujtaba Khamenei. May he be safeguarded and in a safe place. But, it will continue the battle, and it will make the people more determined, actually, that we're noticing now through the history of the Islamic Republic of Iran that, the wars don't make them weaker. They actually make them more experienced and more determined and more unified. And this is the miscalculation and the you can say illiteracy in the rules of war from the Western part, is that they haven't studied the Iranian people, and they have not studied the Shia belief system, and also the rule of the jurist, the Wilayat al-Faqih, to understand how powerful this government is and how powerful the nation is that has been bred under this system. They are ready to sacrifice. As Qasem Soleimani, the great general that defeated ISIS, that helped Hezbollah defeat the Zionist entity in the 33-day war in 2006 between Hezbollah and Israel, he said that we are the nation of Imam al-Hussein. And Imam al-Hussein is the master of murderers according to the Shia Muslims. That he stood up for what's right. He was outnumbered. He had thousands against them, and he sacrificed selflessly for the sake of God Almighty, for the sake of humanity. And he was one of the bravest people in the history of mankind. If anybody studies this great individual, and anybody in the world can learn from him, because he called out a very important call before he was murdered. And he said that hayhat min al-dhillah, that means we will never submit or surrender to humiliation. And this is what the honorable Iranian nation today is not accepting humiliation. They're not accepting to be, aggressed against. They're not accepting to be slaves to the colonial system, to the imperialist system, to the Zionist system. They're saying that we will sacrifice our children, we will sacrifice our houses, we will sacrifice our schools, whatever it takes to expose this regime, this Epstein regime or this evil regime, and we will also fight back. And as we can see now, that the spokesman, that is Ibrahim al-Fiqari, was saying that do not think that the equations are in your hands or the power is in your hands, that you have lost power in the region. Your US bases have all been destroyed, and now you're hiding in different areas, and we're also looking for those areas to target. And they know that the Strait of Hormuz is in the hands of the Islamic Republic of Iran, under their control. They have regained control. And this is the way forward. I think this is the only way to safeguard the region and to safeguard Iran, is to control these important passages and shipping lines, and this is the only way, because these aggressors, they are like an octopus, and they think that they can put their heads everywhere and try to control everybody. And whoever does not abide by their illegal laws that they have imposed on the world, that they will take their government down. They will impose very heavy sanctions. They will have a big defamation project against them on mainstream media and different medias. And this man Trump is just out of control. He does not care about any law. He's a very lawless person. He does not care about international law. And I recently read a statement by the foreign minister of Iran, Arakchi, where he said that international law is dead now. It's dead because of the U.S., because of their disregard and their trampling on international law. And Trump thinks that he can do whatever he wants and get away with it, and that he can somehow justify it and use some type of label, that he's helping people or he's bringing safety or peace to the world and so on. We've seen what he did with supporting the war in Gaza and the genocide that's happening against the Palestinian people. And he called it a real estate project. He said that he was going to take over Gaza and he was going to rebuild it, based on his own projections and his own projects. Unfortunately, he does not care about humans. He does not care about human suffering. He does not care about the wounded mothers and children and the people that lost their homes and their properties and their businesses and everything. All he cares about is he looks at everything as a real estate project for him, and he looks at it as a system that he can change based on his his project.
Mr. Al-Najim, so many different things to unpack. You talked about the possible ground invasion of Iran and the islands is a very good opportunity. This has been the narrative of so many different Iranian officials as well. We had Dr. Arakchi on the 6th day of this war saying that we are waiting for them, with an interview with NBC, saying we are waiting for them. This will be a major disaster for the U.S. To do something like that. Some days ago, I was interviewing an Iranian analyst, Dr. Fuadi Zadi from the University of Tehran. He said that in terms of the deterrence that Iran wants to have reestablished, the human lives cost that Iran has inflicted on the U.S., the one that the U.S. is confessing has happened so far, has not been enough in order to have that deterrence reestablished. Your thoughts?
The U.S. is hiding the dead bodies. They're hiding how many people are wounded. They're claiming a lot of the downing of fighter jets.
Yeah, that is true. I'm so sorry to interrupt. That is true, but it should be, based on these experts' points, it should be to a point that the U.S. cannot even hide the real numbers anymore.
Yes. I mean, the thing is, we need more footage, obviously. We need more technology, right? The Americans have better technology in different fields, in different dimensions. Although we need more of that, hopefully, to be exposed from their end, possibly. And then hopefully in the future, Iran is gaining experience from this battle as well, right? And more technology will be advanced, hopefully, for the next battle. And they will be able to get footage of these dead soldiers, and they will be getting footage of the wounded soldiers and so on. I think that it's not in their interest in any way to invade Iran, because it will also give an opportunity for the Islamic Republic of Iran to show its true power on its ground and show that how unified and how strong this Iranian nation is. I think the people will pour out in millions and thousands from the streets. They will not even stay in their houses to support this battle, first of all, to support the armed forces, and at the same time to even want to come out themselves with arms in their hands, the women, the children, everybody, the grandmothers, the grandfathers. This is what the Iranian nation is, and we'll have to wait until that happens so the world can see this. And at the same time, I think it'll be also a opportunity for the Islamic Republic of Iran to get some prisoners of war and have some American, army officials, generals, soldiers in their custody, and then they can, they can exchange them possibly for, Palestinians that are in prison, or Hezbollah prisoners of war, or any type of benefit to the axis of resistance. I think the Islamic Republic of Iran will have an extra card to play at that time, and it will be very humiliating for the U.S. because we've seen. The UK Navy was arrested many years back when they invaded Iraq, when they breached the Iranian territorial water areas, and then at the same time, the U.S. Navy was also arrested when they also breached in the time of Obama, and they were also arrested and humiliated, and they were crying on TV, and we've seen that footage. So we'll see something even more stronger and more powerful at this moment, and then we'll see. This will also, I think, make the Americans think twice and 3 times and 4 times, and the American public and the families of these soldiers, and even the soldiers themselves, might even start to, rebel against their commanders and government and the foreign policies of tyrant Trump. That is truly just sacrificing his nation to support and secure this evil, cancerous regime called Israel, this little colonial project that wants to colonize the whole region practically with their Greater Israel project. And it's very clear now they're saying they want to invade areas in Lebanon and take over areas in Lebanon. And now, we haven't just, all we have in Canada here is the Prime Minister or Foreign Minister give a few condemnations here and there and, asking the Israelis to retreat from this project or so on, or from this plan. But what is that going to do? We've been hearing this for years. All these foreign countries in the West sometimes throw in a few condemnations and a few statements, but there's no real action. If there's no action, so what is Israel going to feel from this? What? Just they're already used to getting condemned. They're getting condemned day and night online by people, by politicians, by human rights activists, by organizations. Everybody's condemning Israel, but they have no sense of respect for human rights, and they're senseless human beings. The Zionists are senseless human beings, and their tears are all crocodile tears. And the thing is, we want to see action. We want to see sanctions. We want to see serious, implications. We want to see serious embargoes. This is the only way it can possibly push the Israelis back a little bit to respect international law, if this happens. But they haven't seen this. All through their history, they're allowed to have nuclear weapons, hidden secret areas, and the international organizations that are supposed to, investigate this and monitor these issues. They don't monitor Israel for some reason. They have a green light to do whatever they want and get away with it. But the focus is on Iran and its nuclear energy program, and saying that it's close to making a nuclear weapon and so on. This is all a manipulation, and it's a lie. It's a disgusting lie. They have been saying for years and years and over, and Netanyahu and many American politicians and officials and presidents, that Iran is very close to making a nuclear bomb. Iran is 2 weeks away. And this, like any human being, even a child, if he sees this and watches the videos, he'll know that this is all lies, and this is just fabrications, and this is just a way to kind of justify an illegal war. And this is what they're doing. So I don't understand how the world is even sitting around watching. And it really hurts to see that the Gulf regional countries that are neighbors to Iran, that should be allied with Iran instead of being enemies to Iran, by supporting the enemy and hosting bases, like Qatar, like Saudi Arabia, like Bahrain, like Kuwait. Your neighboring countries, this is your regional neighbor and a fellow Muslim country that you should build an alliance with. And not just that, the Islamic Republic of Iran has reached out to them many times, and they've helped Qatar through the times when they were being, put under pressure by Saudi Arabia and so on. They've helped many countries in the region, and they've always reached out to try to have regional security agreements and so on. And they've always talked in a way where you are our brothers, we are here together, we are in this region together, we have a common enemy, and so on. But unfortunately, they keep hosting bases, and now they're all collectively now sitting together and condemning Iran and trying to have UN resolutions against Iran and so on. Obviously, a lot of it is US pressure. They're being bullied, like MBS or MBZ or, Hamad, the king, the so-called king of Bahrain, or the Emir of Qatar, or, they're under pressure, obviously. At the same time, they should not be surprised or shocked. What do you expect if you have a launch pad and missiles in your country, and if your country is being used to attack Iran? Obviously, Iran is going to hit back and defend itself. Maybe you're not used to defending yourself because you're a puppet proxy regime, and this is what you're used to, is just being, surrendering and being a little sheep. But there's other nations and other governments in the world that are willing to put up a fight and will not accept to be bullied. And that's what the Islamic Republic of Iran is. It's doing its basic duty to protect its people and its citizens, and to respect international law. They're actually upholding international law. This is what's happening now. If any country right now is respecting international law and re-establishing international law, that's the Islamic Republic of Iran. That's what they're doing with this battle. Because if the U.S. and Israel think that they can just, breach international law, attack any country, kill any leader, arrest any leader, and get away with it, there will be no law. It's going to be like a zoo. It's going to be a jungle. It's going to be, even a zoo is better because at least a zoo, there's some control involved and there's people that are involved in these cages. But this is just a lawless jungle, with savages and animals, and everybody's attacking each other and survival of the fittest. But Iran, with this move of supporting itself and defending itself and all these years of working under these heavy, severe sanctions, to build this strong system and being prepared to fight the enemies, because they knew, as Imam Khomeini, the one that established the system and the one that did the revolution, he said that America is great Satan, and that the system is a satanic system. It's a system that wants to do sinister acts and wants to control the world, and they want to spread evil and corruption everywhere, and they want everybody to surrender to their project and their plans. But fortunately, Imam Khomeini was a man that was relying on God, that was a man that was determined to fight the enemies and to build a strong state and get people closer to God Almighty and to the religious laws. And this is the outcome that we're seeing right now. These people are bred by Imam Khomeini. They're the sons and daughters of Imam Khomeini. And Imam Khomeini was a man that relied on God and was not fearful of anything except God Almighty. And the West doesn't understand this. The West does not understand this because the West is far away from God. The West has no respect for God. Look at the way that Netanyahu speaks on TV, and he compares Jesus with Genghis Khan and slandering and disrespecting Christians all over the world. You can see that these people have no faith inside them. They don't respect, God. They just use sometimes the name of God. They claim that they're Jewish. They claim that they care about Judaism, or they care about, Jacob and his 12 tribes and so on. But in reality, they're breaching all the international laws. And this is what we hear from very religious, righteous Jewish people that are allied with us, that are anti-Zionists, such as Natura Karta. When I've had my discussions with them many times, and they say that these people are God, they don't believe in God. These people are far away from God. Netanyahu and his cabinet and the Zionists, they say that these people, they only use God's name for benefits and interests and to control and kill and so on. And they breach everything that is in the Torah, the 10 Commandments, and they breach all that day and night, and we can see what they did to Gaza. If they claim that Gaza is part of their holy land, and they believe that it's a Jewish land and it's part of the Jewish state, let's just say, we obviously don't know that's not true, but let's just say that it's true from their end. How could you bombard a place where Jacob used to walk and his 12 tribes and all these prophets, and that, this is a holy place? How could you just drop bombs and destruct everything and kill the animals and kill the humans and destroy all the infrastructures? How is that in any way of respect to your religion? So we see that these people are just people that do not believe in God, and they're people that just want to control. And we're very lucky and fortunate to have a system like Wilayat al-Faqih, the rule of the jurist in Iran, that is willing to be undeterred and to defend its land and to destruct the evil hands that try to aggress and think that they can hit and run. As Imam Khamenei, the great martyr of this nation and this great martyr of humanity, Imam Khamenei said that there's no more hit and run. Do not think that you will get away with this. And he told them and he warned them. He told the whole region many times, but especially at this last time before he was murdered, he said that if they launch an attack against Iran this time, it will be a regional war. So he warned them. And his officials of his government went and had very good intentions to have some type of deal, an agreement. They were having negotiations and they were sitting. There was a good country such as Oman that was mediating this whole procedure, and they just they were planning on this. They were very treacherous. They backstabbed and they attacked and they started killing. The first major kill was they killed over 150 little babies, little children in the school, in the Minab school. And it's very, very sad actually to even think about this, how all these children were killed at one time, and just a little while before that we were hearing about how the Epstein Island and that how much Trump is involved in that, and they were raping children and killing children, so on. I mean, it's the information that we were getting, and the whole world was shocked with this information. And then after that, the first thing they do is kill over 150 children inside Iran. And then after that, in Ramadan, in the holy month of Ramadan, this is a clear violation and an attack on all Muslims, because this is a holy month where people reflect and get closer to God and repent, and people start to reassess their lives, and also they're fasting, they're not eating, they're not drinking, and they're thinking about the poor people and the suffering people and the oppressed people in the world. And this is what Ramadan is all about. And then they attack and they kill one of the most powerful and most important leaders in the Islamic world that is supporting the Palestinians, and they just attack him and kill him like that in front of the whole world.
Yes.
And they don't care about Sunni or Shia. They've made that very clear recently, some of their American officials, that we will attack anybody that is in our way.
Mr. Al-Najim, as you put it, it is the axis of resistance versus the axis of Epstein. One day ago, we had the Popular Mobilization Forces being authorized by the Iraqi government that they have every right to retaliate against the U.S. bases. And at the same time, some days ago, we had Hezbollah having its biggest operation ever since October the 7th. So the whole axis of resistance is very much alive. The axis that Netanyahu has claimed time and again is dead. And Iran has been having its 82nd wave of operation only last night. Do you think that this is the strongest the axis of resistance has ever been?
Yes, absolutely. I think they have gained a lot of experience. They have more certainty, especially after their great leaders sacrificed their life in a very brave and courageous way. They confronted the evil forces. They stood against the evil forces, and the greatest and the biggest leaders sacrificed themselves in the battlefields. Fighting for this cause of supporting Palestine and standing against this Epstein regime and these colonial powers, and they wanting to control the region. So truly, the leadership when they sacrifice themselves, that really inspires the followers and supporters in a lot of different ways. And the axis of resistance is very powerful, as you said. Like now, Hezbollah has hit Tel Aviv today, as I heard. I was watching the news, and they hit, I think, a headquarters of something very important for the Zionist entity. So they thought that Hezbollah, was crippled, that they were weak, and that they had pressure on them inside the Lebanese government. And now they see that, this is a very bold and brave move by the Iraqi government to give authority and the green light for the Popular Mobilization Forces, the Hajj al-Shabi, to get involved and support the security of the country and to attack the Americans. I mean, somebody else will look at this as a suicide, actually, because most governments are very submissive and very scared of the U.S., right? Because of the repercussions and the punishments and what Americans can do by attacking the government or the parliament, or look what they did to Maduro not too long ago in front of the whole world. They arrested the president of Venezuela in front of the world and his wife. So this is a very, very honorable move by the Iraqi government. I hope they stand firm and they support the Popular Mobilization units, and I hope the Popular Mobilization units does some good operations to support the axis of resistance. At the same time, lest we forget Ansar Allah in Yemen, under the leadership of Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi. We've seen what they did during the 2 years of a genocide in Gaza, how they blockaded the ships and they were hitting the American warships and the fleets in the region. And then the U.S. was so submissive and weak at the end. He also, Trump also played his Hollywood movie where he said that we can destroy the whole army, we can destroy all of Yemen, and so on. But then, thankfully, he went to an agreement with Ansar Allah, with the Houthis, to stop, asking the Yemenis to stop attacking their warships. But Trump did not say to the Yemenis to stop hitting the ships going to support the Zionist entity. He let them continue to hit the ships that were going to the Zionist entity because he knew that he could not have that condition because the Yemenis are too powerful, too strong, and too stubborn, and they want to support the Palestinians, and nobody's going to stop them from that. So this shows you that these forces are here and they're strong, and Hezbollah today proved that they're alive, they're powerful, and they can strike deep in the heart of the Zionist entity, and that is Tel Aviv. And now they're crying all over the media that there's this one girl that died, and they're putting her picture everywhere, and there's all these condemnations again, and the Zionist entity is playing the crocodile tear game online and posting about her. But she's an IDF soldier, so she's killed probably many people who were involved in killing many people in Palestine or in Lebanon or Syria or Iran. I mean, there's you can't even track the record of the crimes that the Israelis do because how many countries now they have intervened in and how many countries they have killed human beings in. Look at them. They're blowing up people in Iran. They're blowing up people in Syria. They're blowing up people in Lebanon. They're blowing up people in Gaza. They're blowing up people in Iraq now too. They've blown up people in Yemen. I mean, their hands are just sinking. They are sinking into the blood of the innocent people and of the regional country. And now they have so many enemies. How much revenge, how much opportunities that their enemies have now to get them, to somehow strike them. They don't understand that by you building this much enemies, that one day they will have an opportunity and they will have the upper hand to get justice. We've seen this during, the history, all the tyrants. Look at them from the time of Pharaoh and the prophetic times, and then if we look at our times, look what happened to Hosni Mubarak, look what happened to Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, look what happened to Saddam Hussein, look what happened to Zayn al-Abidin ibn Ali, the Tunisian president. Look at how many of these tyrants in the world that betrayed the Ummah, betrayed the region, betrayed their country, worked with the enemies, with the Western Bloc. And look what their outcome was. They were eventually ousted out and humiliated. And even the U.S. wouldn't even help them. Look what happened to Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. He was seeking refuge from the U.S., but the U.S. threw him out. And he eventually died and was buried beside Pharaoh in Egypt. This is the outcome of these tyrants. And unfortunately, people do not read into this. Some people are blind. Some people, their hearts are dead. I mean, these Epstein criminals, they obviously have no consciousness. Their consciousness has been killed because they started by raping children and molesting children and killing children. So obviously this is the first step that they took to be able to kill their consciousness. And now for them it's very easy to kill masses amount of people and not feel any remorse or any pain or any consciousness towards that. I mean, this is the outcome of you doing crimes for many, many years. I don't think a person becomes a criminal in 1 day or 2 days. So these people have obviously done a lot of crimes to be able to start to do all these massive, biggest crimes of killing people on a massive scale, like what they're doing in Gaza, and just sitting there supporting the Zionist entity. They have no right to speak about human rights. They have no right to talk about international law. They have no right to talk about fighting tyranny or bringing democracy. They have nothing to do with democracy. USA is not a democratic system. It's a dictator. It's a global dictator system. They want to dictate the whole world and tell them what to do. They have nothing to do with democracy. If they play the little democratic game inside their country and get people to elect different tyrants to be in power that are obviously handpicked by some criminals in the Freemasonry system, and then after that, what happens? What happens with the world? The world is dictated by these criminals, and they're preaching about democracy and human rights. It's totally contradictory. It's totally hypocrisy, and thank God that people are starting to see more and more of Trump's speeches and lies, because he keeps changing his tone, keeps changing his statements. Now, first he was saying he wanted to do a regime change, and this Islamic system is not a system that we want, and so on. And then he changed his rhetoric recently, saying that I will work with the Ayatollah to control the Strait of Hormuz, the new Ayatollah, and so this man his mentality is very demented and is very unstable, and you don't understand him, But that's one reason behind that is because he's very treacherous. So he's used to lying, and he thinks because he's got so much power and impunity that he can do this and get away with it. But truly, like any human being with logic today, any human being, to listen to his different statements in a matter of 24 hours, let's not even talk about 2-3 days. In a matter of 24 hours, if you see him speaking, you will see that he's truly lying, that he has no control of the situation, and that he's failing. He's failing in this mission, whatever the mission is. He's failing in it totally. The Islamic Republic of Iran is a strong, powerful country. It's got a strong armed forces. Their arms are reaching to Tel Aviv. They're reaching to all the U.S. bases, or anything that's left over of the U.S. bases, or the infrastructures that host any of these Mossad or Shin Bet or CIA or FBI or military personnel. They're all being struck one by one. This region is being cleansed. Like West Asia looks right now a lot cleaner. And this is actually a happy moment for a lot of the people that are seeking freedom in the earth, because we're starting to see the U.S. evacuate and pack their things and run away. And this is what we want to see, because since they came into this region, all we've seen is havoc, all we've seen is wars. We've seen war after war, invasion after invasion, more massacres happening. We've seen what happened in Afghanistan, we've seen what happened in Iraq, we've seen what happened in Libya, we've seen what happened in Syria, we've seen what happened in Palestine all these years, we've seen how they supported the war against Lebanon in 2006, and then later on in different times. Everywhere that their hands reach, just total chaos, total massacres, lots of bloodshed, and lots of seditions. They make a lot of seditions between different countries. What they do is they study the country based on its different factions and different fragments, and they fragmentate the whole thing, and they want to break it up into pieces. For instance, in Iraq, they made the Sunni Shia battles and internal battles. They tried to also work with the Kurdish, the Kurdish people in the north, and try to separate them from Iraq and cause a problem between them and the Arabs and so on, or different political parties, like what they did in Palestine. What they did is they split Gaza from the West Bank, and they put two different governments, and they isolated them, and they made a big strife and big sedition with them. And then when Mahmoud Abbas tried to unite with Ismail Haniyeh at that time before he passed away, the Israelis started to threaten Mahmoud Abbas, telling him if you become allied with Hamas, that they consider a terrorist organization, we will take you out of your power. We will do this to you. So he obviously, unfortunately, surrendered and pushed back, because he doesn't want to sacrifice his life and his people for the right cause and to liberate the land. He's happy with his little power structure there in the West Bank. But this is what they're doing, right? They're just dividing, conquering, controlling, killing, and they're getting away with it, but not with the Islamic Republic of Iran. They're not getting away with it right now. And this is like I said, it's a happy moment. We don't like to see bloodshed. We don't like to see destruction. We don't like to see instability. But you need to, you need to fight the cancer. If somebody has cancer, you need to find this cancer. You need to cut this cancer. So you can, and it will hurt. The process of cutting the cancer and finding this cancer is going to take time, and it's going to take some pain and suffering and some appointments and some work. But at the end, the resolution and the outcome is going to be good for that human being once the cancer is out of his system. And this is what it is. Israel and America and this colonial system is a cancer in the region, and it needs to be cut up, and it needs to be thrown out of the region. And this is what the Islamic Republic of Iran is doing. And they didn't choose this. They were sitting there, peacefully, and they were not aggressing against any other country. They never shot a bullet against any other country unless they were aggressed against. Formally, the Zionist entity, started by killing, diplomats in Syria and striking the Islamic Republic of Iran's consulate in Damascus, and at that point, that's in international law. Based on international law, a consulate or an embassy means you're striking the actual land of that country. So pretty much, it's they breach international law, and also they struck the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they got what they deserved at that point. Iran had to retaliate and teach them a lesson, so they don't feel like they can do this again and get away with it, because they will. The Israelis have this history, and also have this tendency to feel like they can keep going and killing and breaching international law and getting away with it, unless you cut their head. And that's what the Islamic Republic of Iran did. It seems like this octopus has many hands, and unfortunately, and we gotta put the blame on the regional countries that let them build their bases there and normalize their relationship with the Zionist entity, and and let them kind of flourish in this Muslim region, and in this Arab region, and this Persian region. I mean, this is what we're paying for right now, because of these U.S. bases, because of the Zionist entity and the normalization. If these countries didn't normalize, if they all allied, there would not be an Israel occupation committing all these crimes against a poor nation, an oppressed nation like the Palestinians.
That's right. Thank you so much for your insight. Firas Al-Najim, human rights activist, joined us from Toronto. Thank you. All right, before we move on with the rest of our special coverage, let me bring our viewers up to speed on the latest events that have been happening in the region in the past 24 hours. One of which was Wall Street Journal talking about the UAE, saying that Iran's full range of threats need to be addressed once and for all, and this is why there is a chance that the UAE might stand up against Iran. There were many different officials in Iran also indicating the same thing, saying that we are observing and monitoring the region the whole time, and there is a chance of a possible ground invasion of the Khark Island and the 3 other islands in Iran that are as important. And if such a thing happens, based on the different analyses that you have seen here on Press TV and the different experts, Western experts are talking about the troops that might invade those islands might be very easy targets. And based on Dr. Araghchi's statement on NBC on the 6th day of this war, he said that will be a very good opportunity for Iran, and we're waiting for them, his words. So ever since that this war started on February 28th, what we've been seeing has been miscalculation after miscalculation, different contradictory statements by the leaders behind this war, especially Donald Trump. On the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before this war, right now it is closed because of this war. Donald Trump has been talking very differently. For example, at the beginning he said we do not need help on the Strait of Hormuz, and then he admitted that he needs help from other countries. The UK, France, other countries like China need to come in and open the Strait of Hormuz. And then he said, why aren't these countries helping? We're going to have problems with them if they do not help. And then Donald Trump said that help is on the way on the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not going to say which countries are helping Iran, because Iran is going to attack them, but some countries are going to help us. And then we had help is not actually on the way, but we do not need it anyway. And right now we are hearing him saying we may just abandon it and leave it to everyone else. And then he threatened Iran's electricity infrastructure, a country with so many different electricity power plants. A very decentralized system was threatened that is going to be in a complete state of blackout, because Donald Trump said that he is going to attack the biggest one first. And if something like that happens, which it hasn't yet, because Donald Trump backed down after that tweet saying we are giving 5 more days to our military not to attack Iran's electricity infrastructure, to open up the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran's navy is controlling right now. It's a smart control, by the way. The same navy that Donald Trump has been talking about and saying has been destroyed 5 or 6 times at the very least in the past week. Anyways, let me bring in Greg Simons, a professor of journalism from the Daffodil University, joining us from Dhaka. Mr. Simons, great to have you back on Press TV. The last time we had you on was at the beginning of this war. I remember that I was the one interviewing you. What do you think has been happening in the region and beyond ever since?
Well, what has happened has been entirely predictable. For those who actually been paying any attention, especially to the performance of the earlier sneak attack by Israel and the US in June last year. So this has played out pretty much as anticipated. The problem being when you have leaders like Trump and Netanyahu in office, you have 2 people who put themselves first, who are narcissists and who are megalomaniacs, and they cannot ever admit they are wrong because it goes against their ego, their megalomania counters that. And what you have with Trump, you can see his desperation. The flip-flopping is incredible. And you get whiplash just listening to one 5-minute, I don't know if you call it a press briefing or whatever, but it's just so contradictory. And I think what he is doing now is the next stupid idea. He said, okay, as you just earlier talking about the attacking power plants, it shows how infantile and underdeveloped his mind is. We'll attack the biggest one first. It shows he has no clue what he's doing. It's bluff and bluster. So bluffing that he will attack something at some time, bluster that the victim of this garbage is going to be intimidated. I do think why he's shifted it to 5 days, I suspect he's going to try and assemble some kind of cobbled together force to perhaps attack Carg Island or something like this. He's watched far too many Hollywood movies, coming from a guy who spent his whole youth avoiding military draft, and now ready to send more of his soldiers to die for Israel's war.
Yes, as you put it, Donald Trump's approach, so many are saying that has been 2 of the things that I'm going to lay out right here. One is to double down on this war, go deeper and do more reckless things, because what you've been doing so far has been miscalculation after miscalculation in this war. And the other one is finding an off-ramp. There are experts around him telling him, you need to find an exit of this war because this is a war that you cannot win. The facts on the ground are showing that he is trying the first one, doubling down, maybe invading Iran's Khark and the 3 islands. My question right now, because we talked about Trump's mentality right here, it is impossible to ignore it at this point.
Yeah.
Do you think that he is given the right information that you are not doing as well as you thought you were?
I think even if he is, because that's quite a risk to say, given he's surrounded himself with yes men, those who want to kiss his posterior. So he has surrounded himself with people who never contradict him. Those who contradict, they get ousted. I mean, we see how Tulsi Gabbard flipped. She said Iran was not a threat, and then she was ostracized, and now she's trying to ingratiate her way back in that last Senate committee hearing. You can see she's completely flipped. So he's surrounded himself with corrupt, weak, feeble people and psychopaths like Lindsey Graham and these other ones. So Trump is not a very intelligent person, should we put it this way. He's full of hubris, he's full of arrogance, and he's full of ignorance. So he probably thinks with a very dumbed down 2-minute condensed sort of summary by yes people that he is some kind of military genius. And this is the problem. Because if the world is increasingly seeing him for what he is. Because, I mean, not even his most ardent slaves, these vassals from Europe, were not willing to go on this adventure. And, I mean, if you got to the point where you're begging China to send naval vessels to open the Strait of Hormuz, it shows you two things. Just how detached from reality you are, and just how deeply desperate you are, because you're not looking for an off-ramp. You're somehow trying to take a whim out of the mess which you're creating, and creating an even bigger mess. And, I mean, the final part I would mention, that the pattern of his briefings is becoming apparent now. So he will say just before the market opens, oh look, we have indirect talks or direct talks with Iran. So therefore the market reacts, the price of oil goes down, which is the intention. A lot of people make money, but it kind of reminds me, Biden used to shake hands of imaginary people on the stage when exiting. Trump has gone one better. He negotiates with imaginary people in his own mind. And the second point, and this is the thing to look out for, especially tomorrow, when the markets close on Friday evening, this will be the time to show his true intention, where he traditionally announces bad news, or should I say, a very ill-considered, retarded kind of tactics without strategy. So if on this Friday, if he announces that there is going to be, for example, a land war, that he's going to attack Hague Island, which would be absolutely suicidal, it'll make Gallipoli adventure in the First World War look like a picnic. But he would do that, something like that, this Friday, just as the markets close.
So, because of the markets closing, you are saying that, I mean, the chances are higher, so the ground invasion finally happens on these islands. How would the chances of other countries entering this war, and do you think that is going to somehow affect the outcome of it?
I don't see why you'd want to enter this. I mean, you just listen to what people are saying. I mean, we had Brennan, the former CIA director, on a live TV interview when he said directly, he said, I trust the Iranians more than I trust Trump. You've had the German president, not the chancellor, the president, who stated that the US and Israel have breached international law, and international law is on life support. Of course, the mainstream prostitutes then attacked him because you're not meant to say these obvious things. And finally, I mean, you had a retired French general who, talking about the lack of consultation, the constant insults by Trump to Europe and NATO allies, and then he says Trump begs us for help to clean up a mess that he made. And he actually said in French on TV, F Trump. So, I mean, he does not, I mean, they see the naked emperor now. He has no clothes and people see it. And
yes, Professor, that was Yakovlev, so sorry to interrupt, but it was important to quote him, saying, joining Trump in the Strait of Hormuz is like buying a ticket for the Titanic after hitting the iceberg.
Correct, yes. And I mean, this is the sentiment you get. People are expressing it openly. And this is just, I mean, it's just one after another now. I mean, I don't see how from now that Trump can finish his presidency. And he's created the situation himself. Of course, probably I dare say this is his stupidity is in part due to one, that someone's managed to convince him if you do this, you create a good legacy. Iran is weakened and we can have a military victory and you'll be forever known as the president who achieved this. But on the other hand, I think it's also coercion. And this is coming to the Epstein files. And hence why you're getting such a derision and this satire and irony by renaming Operation Epic Fury as Operation Epstein's Fury. I mean, he is not his own agent, and even if he was, he is not intelligent, he is not mentally capable of understanding this conflict, which he should never have begun in the first place, for a second time.
And let's do a hypothetical, Professor. If Iran was the one losing this war, if Iran was the losing side of this war, do you think the same countries like France, Germany, and other countries would have joined this war then?
I think there's a much greater chance that they would, but they have a much more realistic understanding and perhaps a greater sense of self-preservation than Trump. Excuse me. The only country in Europe and NATO that has offered Trump any assistance in the Strait of Hormuz, laughably, has been Estonia. And the Estonian chief of the army was bitterly complaining that Estonia has sent an offer 17 times to Trump to offer military assistance, all of which have been ignored. So, I mean, that just goes to show, I mean, what a desperate situation he is in. And as I say, I mean, his personality kind of prevents him from admitting the obvious, and which increasingly just about everyone else sees. I mean, we looked, this morning I actually saw an interview with a former MI6 head, and he was asked, so who is winning? And he said, Iran is winning, without question. And then he said, there is no love lost between us, between MI6 and the IRGC. He said, but Iran is clearly winning this conflict. They have thought this through more thoroughly and have done a much more appropriate and correct strategy than Trump, who employs tactics without strategy. And the results are clear.
Speaking of miscalculations and how the war on Iran has been going for Donald Trump and Netanyahu at the same time, two nuclear powers, they are not winning this based on many different analyses. Donald Trump said some days ago that we are being very judicious. You can end this war in 2 seconds, somehow indicating that he might be considering using strategic, not tactical, strategic nuclear weapons, because those are the only weapons that can end this thing in 2 seconds. Do you also see that likely?
Well, Trump is absolutely deranged. He is mentally not fit. He should be removed from office. You just listen to his ramblings. So I do not put this out of the question. Those around him might see a more problematic issue, because if they do go down that road, of course Iran has the option to take out Dimona nuclear power plant and create something very nasty for Israel. That might be the one thing that prevents him from going down this road. But, I mean, I see increasingly parallels between how Trump is behaving and how this scenario is unfolding with that Peter Sellers movie, Dr. Strangelove, How We Come to Love the Bomb, which was a classic anti-war movie which lampooned the political and military establishment in the West as being psychotic and not so intelligent and resulting in the end of life on Earth.
I mean, one of the reasons why during the beginning, at the beginning of this Cold War that we had right after the Second World War, correct me if I'm wrong here, was the US calculating that if I attack Soviet Union with nuclear weapons, a country that does not possess nuclear weapons, as I'm attacking it with nuclear weapons, it is going to go underground, under the ground, finally making those nuclear weapons and retaliate against it. Don't you think that right now the same logic is being applied here on Iran? Of course they can. They have the capability of ending this war in less than 2 seconds, and they are, as Donald Trump says, being judicious. Do you think the same scenario applies here as well?
Donald Trump is not judicious. He is a fraud and a clown. But the problem is he's surrounded himself with yes men who will not challenge him. Those who challenge him lose their jobs, they lose their status, they lose their influence. They are not thinking the same way that they did during the Cold War. And one of the primary reasons for that, they saw the end of the Cold War as an American victory of the Cold War, and therefore they can do whatever they like without any consequences for what they do. The problem is the rest of the world has moved on. That is decades ago now. I mean, 1991, it's 2026, and the world is a vastly different place. But you've got this imperial legacy in the mentality of the US, and at the same time you have Pax Americana, which is in a kind of increasingly exponential decline. So you have the problem of a very, how shall we say, denuded capability and capacity of their political and military leaders to come up with something which is rational and which is logical and correct, that will not result in this mutual destruction. But this doesn't exist because that is the first thing that has gone. They're living on past legacy, and there will be massive consequences if they do go down this road. But Trump is like a petulant toddler. He's used to getting his way. He likes to be seen in charge, and increasingly everything is slipping out of his hands. So desperate times for him, and desperation breeds miscalculation, which is based on emotions more than rational logic.
As this war, Professor Simons, is going to be a month old soon, nobody expected this war to be this long, especially the American and the Israeli side. Yeah. Whose side do you think time is on? In other words, there are people saying that one side is going to blink first, and it depends on the interceptors, the number of missiles that you have, and so many other factors. So, in other words, who do you think is going to blink first?
I think the US is going to blink first, because time is a definite ally of Iran. It is a distinct enemy of the United States. If we remember Trump's boasts and bragging, this would take 2 days, then it would take 4 days, then it would take a few weeks. And now what is the time frame? He has none, because he is going in with tactics and no strategy. Iran is much more systematic. And, I mean, when you get people like the former head of the CIA, former MI6 chief, former French generals and so forth, all saying Iran is on top, then it is clear, no matter how many times Donald Trump screams like a toddler in a tantrum, that fake news is twisting his words in reality. I mean, he is the one who's trying to twist reality to cover up the absolute mess that he's made, not only for the United States but for the globe as well. And at the same time, I mean, if we remember, I mean, showing the desperation, I mean, he's renewed the threat to annex Greenland if his NATO allies do not come to his aid. And this is where the Iranian response is absolutely perfect. Irony and satire, suggesting that that Denmark can ask Iran to help defend their sovereignty in Greenland, not to mention these different Lego things. So the physical war, the tangible war, is going against the US and Israel because they're going by measure of activity. In other words, we bombed this number of times, we had so many sorties, and we killed so many schoolgirls, we bombed so many civilian targets. But this measure of activity does not mean and translate to measure of effect. Has it degraded Iranian military capability and capacity? Has it degraded the will to fight in Iran? Has it degraded the Iranian public's belief and trust in the Iranian political and military leadership? No. So the metrics are all wrong, and it's kind of like going back to Vietnam again. They had the military advantage, but time was on the side of the North Vietnamese. And in the end, the humiliating defeat of the US was clear after a while. This is not to say that this will last 30 years, but it's going to be very painful. I mean, this is not to say pain has not been inflicted on Iran and Iranians, because the approach by Israel and the US has been to approach it from a point of view of collective punishment against the whole nation, regardless of their status as military or civilians. So this is kind of summarizing. Time is on Iran's side. It's against Israel and the US.
As this war is being waged on Iran, there are also very important events happening in the West Bank and Cuba. The electricity in Cuba is shut down. Doctors are physically and by themselves handling the ventilators in order to keep babies alive. I wanted your thoughts on those events as well. What has been happening in the West Bank? Israelis are pushing in the West Bank in order to annex it. I don't know, you can tell me. Or what is happening in Cuba as well?
Well, in Cuba, it just shows that the inhumanity that the US has displayed towards Iran and Iranians, it's not an exception, it's the rule. This is the collective punishment that I was telling you about. And the gall of them, I mean, you had the US diplomatic, I think, I'm not sure if it's an embassy or something less, but in Havana asked the Cuban authorities to import fuel, even though they are starving fuel from the country. Naturally, the Cubans have self-respect and dignity and told them no, and rightly so. But this just demonstrates this garbage which the US talks about, human rights and respect for law and all of this. It's nonsense. They don't practice what they preach. They practice the opposite of what they preach. Coming to West Bank, yes, I actually, not long after the 7th of October 2023, said this would be an excuse for Netanyahu and the Zionists to embark on fast-tracking their Greater Israel project. Because world opinion before the 7th of October was increasingly hardening against these tactics of ethnic cleansing. Well, now they're not only doing ethnic cleansing, but genocide, war crimes, breaches of international law. So they're systematically ethnically cleansing and annexing the West Bank, but also they're being systematically annexing and this creeping kind of, shall we say, occupation of Syria. But also now what we can see in Lebanon with this attempt to shift the border to Litani River. So and where are the international institutions? Where are the European countries that keep on talking about sovereignty? They're absolutely silent. You have Netanyahu and the Zionists going for this maximalist grab of land under the cover of warfare while people are looking elsewhere. But yeah, I suspect this is not going to go the way they intend, especially in Lebanon. But
yes.
Of course, West Bank is extremely exposed because you've just got civilians there. You've got the occupying Zionist security forces and armed religious fanatics which are killing and dispossessing these people. That's another story altogether.
Greg Simons, Professor of Journalism at the University of Daffodil International, joined us from Dhaka, Bangladesh. Thank you so much for your time. And that brings us to the end of this special coverage of the war in Iran. I'm going to be back soon with the latest news of this hour, so stay tuned.
The war in Iran transitions to the level of establishing a comprehensive energy deterrence equation. Following the threat of US President Donald Trump to strike Iranian energy facilities, the response of the IRGC came through the Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters, specifying 4 clear steps. First, a complete closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the energy artery of the world. Second, striking the electrical infrastructure inside the Israeli regime, mainly the 5 major power stations that provide more than 50% of the regime's electricity. Foremost amongst them, the Orat Rabin station, with a capacity approaching 2,590 megawatts, and the Rutenburg station, with approximately 2,250 megawatts. The list also includes the Hagit station with a capacity approaching 1,371 megawatts and the Eshkol station at approximately 912 megawatts, in addition to the Dalia station with a capacity of approximately 912 megawatts. Third, striking the interest in companies linked to the United States in the region. The response includes targeting facilities in which American companies participate, making any attack on Iranian energy have a cross-border impact. In the UAE, the company ADNOC Drilling is responsible for drilling onshore and offshore wells, while ADNOC Offshore specializes in gas and oil production from the sea. As for Saudi Arabia, Aramco manages offshore and onshore fields in cooperation with Halliburton and Baker Hughes Drilling, and SABIC produces petrochemicals in cooperation with Dow Chemicals and ExxonMobil, while Gasco processes natural gas using partnership and American technologies as well. Fourth, striking power stations in regional countries that host American bases. The geographical data is striking, as between 70 and 80% of the power generation plants in these countries are located on the coastal strip, In the UAE, the Baraka nuclear power plant, with a capacity approaching 5,600 megawatts, represents one of the pillars of the national grid. In Qatar, the Al Khul power plant produces approximately 2,520 megawatts, while the Ras Kartas energy plant has a capacity of approximately 2,730 megawatts. In Kuwait, the Al Noor North power complex provides approximately 1,632 megawatts, with expansions reaching 2,700 megawatts, while the Al Dor power plant produces approximately 1,200 megawatts, and the capacity of the Sohar power plant exceeds 1,700 megawatts. The essence of the scene is that energy has become an element of strategic balance, and any targeting of electricity facilities inside Iran opens the door to a confrontation that will encompass electricity, water, and industrial networks across the entire region.
headlines, a senior Iranian official has told Press TV that the country rejects the U.S. proposal. Tehran has laid out 5 conditions for the war to end. Iran's armed forces have carried out a new wave of the Operation True Promise 4 as they continue their retaliatory strikes against the U.S. and Israel. Also coming up, an Iranian military commander has warned that any threat or ultimatum from the U.S. president to Iran is regarded as an act of war. Hello and welcome. You're watching Press TV World News. Our top story, a senior Iranian official, a political security official, has told Press TV that Tehran has rejected a U.S. proposal sent through a mediator in the region. The official said Iran will determine when the war will end if its conditions are met. The source added that Tehran will not allow Donald Trump to dictate when the war should end. The Islamic Republic has also laid out 5 conditions for the imposed war to end. They include an end to the enemy's aggression and assassinations, as well as guarantees that compensation will be paid to Iran. Iran has carried out its 81st wave of retaliatory operations against the U.S. and Israeli targets under what it calls Operation True Promise 4. The Islamic Revolution Guards Corps struck more than 70 points across the occupied territories. Targets include Haifa, Dimona, and areas north and south of the Tel Aviv. Ahmad, Qiyam, Khorramshahr 4 and Qad ballistic missiles were used in the operation. Addressing the American people, the IRGC urged them to see the truth of the war at gas stations in the streets of Iran and in the skies of Tel Aviv and Haifa. The IRGC vowed to level Tel Aviv and Haifa to the ground, saying this is what their martyred leader of the Islamic Revolution has taught them. Wow. An Iranian military spokesman has delivered a scathing rebuke to the United States, saying that its internal conflicts have reached the point of negotiating with itself. Let's take a listen.
The strategic power you were boasting about has turned into a strategic defeat. If the one who claims to be the world's superpower could have escaped this quagmire, he would have by now. Do not call your defeat an agreement. Your promises have run their course. Today, there are 2 fronts in the world, truth and falsehood, and every truth-seeking free person is no longer influenced by the waves of your media. Your internal conflicts have reached the point of negotiating with yourselves. There will be no news of your investments in the region, nor will you see the previous prices of energy and oil until you understand that stability in the region is ensured by the powerful hand of our armed forces. We clearly declare stability through power, and until it is our will, no situation will return to how it was before. This will only be created when the thought of taking action against the Iranian nation is completely purged from your filthy minds. Our first and last word has been, is, and will be the same as from the very first day. No one like us will sit with someone like you, not now, and not ever.
An Iranian military commander has warned that any threat or ultimatum from the U.S. President Donald Trump to Iran is considered an act of war. The commander of the Aerospace Force of the Islamic Revolution Guards issued the warning on social media after new strikes on the strategic points in the occupied Palestinian territories. Sayyid Majid Mousavi said recent strikes on Dimona and Haifa were part of Iran's military strategy, but also a clear message in response to the American threats. He referred specifically to the 2-day and 5-day ultimatums previously issued by Donald Trump. The remarks underscore Tehran's position that it will not bow to American pressure or deadlines. Iran's president has underscored the importance of national unity in the wartime, saying the country is speaking with one voice amid the ongoing imposed war. Masoud Pezeshkian stressed that in line with the viewpoints of the country's martyred leader, Iran believes a unified voice must be heard on key national issues. He said that on the issue of war and its management, all decision-making bodies are acting with cohesion and solidarity under the guidance of the current leader, Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei. Iran's parliament speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf has warned a regional country that any move to occupy an Iranian island will trigger unrestricted retaliation against its vital infrastructure. In a post on X, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf said that based on intelligence data, the enemies of Iran are preparing an operation to occupy an Iranian island with the support of one of the regional countries. He stressed that all enemy movements are under the surveillance of Iran's armed forces. If they take a single step, he warned, all vital infrastructure of the regional country will be targeted in relentless attacks. Ghalibaf did not name the country in his remarks. Iran has downed an American F-18 fighter jet off the southern coast of Chabahar. The aircraft crashed into the Indian Ocean after being hit by an IRGC Navy missile. The IRGC said the jet was targeted by advanced air defense systems operating in Iran's integrated network. This marks the fourth strategic fighter jet belonging to American or Zionist forces to be down since the imposed war began. Previous down jets include an F-35, which made an emergency landing after being hit. Iran's armed forces say they have intercepted and destroyed more than 200 enemy aircraft since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran on February 28th. Since the imposed war began on February 28th, the Iranians have been gathering every night in the main squares across the country to slam the U.S. and Israeli aggression and demand revenge.
لشکر صاحب از زمان بسم الله شخ بزن میدان با شما خیابان با ما میدان با شما خیابان میدون خونوادگی غرق میکنیم تا نیفته این وطن دسته مشتی.
The nightly rallies bring together people of all ages. They carry the flags of the Islamic Republic and the pictures of both the martyred leader and the new leader of the Islamic Revolution as a sign of allegiance. They chant against the U.S. and Zionist regime, praising the armed forces for their operations.
With God's promises, Iran will win in this war 100%. And after that, the promise made by the martyred leader of the Islamic Revolution will come true. A new Islamic civilization will take shape.
Trump, you dog. You gambler. You yellow American dog. You can't do anything. You can't make a single move against us. We know exactly what we're doing. If you try to hit us with missiles, we are not afraid of martyrdom. We are not afraid of spilling our blood. If you have the courage, come and see how we strike back.
The people truly are not afraid of any form of bullying. They have proven their courage. They were always courageous, and now we are witnessing a great display of that courage. We are not afraid of bombings at all. Even when our leader was martyred, our only concern was for him. Now that he is gone, we have no fears or worries left. May my blood and soul be sacrificed for this country.
We don't want negotiations. Israel must be burned. America must be burned. Why should our young people be killed? America must be burned. We will stand with our brave men until the very end. May God bless them.
We never back down. We are always victorious. In this war, we will always be victorious.
Iranian health officials say the country's medical infrastructure has come under continued attack since the beginning of this war, with dozens of hospitals, emergency bases, and ambulances damaged in the U.S.-Israeli strikes. Iran's deputy health minister says since the beginning of this conflict, at least 190 medical centers across the country have been damaged. Alireza Raisi added that 12 hospitals have been forced out of service, significantly impacting healthcare delivery. At the same time, Tehran's emergency services report mounting losses. Separately, the deputy head of Tehran's emergency organization says at least 23 emergency bases have been targeted in attacks carried out by the United States and Israel. Health authorities argued that such actions demonstrate a pattern of disregard for civilian safety and essential services.
Trump proving once again that words mean nothing to him, while he publishes comments about postponing attacks on Iran, hinting at the possibility of negotiations. Attacks on residential buildings continue in Tehran. Ordinary people, civilians, are paying the price of these lies.
We are currently in one of the residential neighborhoods in Tehran that was hit by U.S. and Israeli missiles.
This is the reality behind the headlines. While Trump speaks of diplomacy, his missiles have already spoken. The target? A residential neighborhood in Tehran. Families, homes, and lives.
This is another residential building that was targeted. Iran Red Crescent first responders are here, working to reach anyone who may be inside.
Iran Red Crescent teams arrive within minutes. They don't ask what this building is, and they don't wait for diplomatic statements. They simply run towards the danger. With their hands, with their tools, and with a dog trained to find life beneath the rubble, they search. Every piece moved is a chance, every moment a prayer. This is what war looks like when it comes to a neighborhood. Not precision, not strategy, just destruction, and the desperate struggle to save what remains.
If we can open up a path from here, we can remove the rubble.
Trump speaks of negotiations. Iran has denied any such talks, but here in this neighborhood, the only negotiation is between life and death, and the only truth is written in rubble, in the unwavering resolve of those who refuse to abandon their own. This is the reality of war, and this is what the world must see. Gizmi Shahmadi, Press TV, Tehran.
The Israeli military has killed scores of Palestinians in its latest attacks on Gaza. The attacks, which are in violation of the Gaza truce agreement, are launched amid the imposed war on Iran. Ghada Ibrahim reports.
Over the past month, amid headlines dominated by U.S.-Israeli aggression on Iran, Strait of Hormuz, and retaliatory strikes, local health officials report that at least 85 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza in violations of the void ceasefire, and indicating the non-stopping Israeli military activity in the Gaza Strip during the war on Iran.
Today, the Gaza Strip is still under fire, and the Israeli army is continuing the ethnic cleansing campaign as less international attention is on the Gaza front. Around 89 people have been killed in massacres. The last was yesterday that targeted a densely populated area west Gaza during an alleged ceasefire period. Gaza news are not in the international spotlight, but what people are living nowadays is a continuation of the war. We call upon the international community to take action to stop the massacres and to open the crossings.
For Gazans, Israel is exploiting the broader war with Iran to intensify operations in Gaza while international scrutiny is diverted. In addition to its bombing, which leads to daily massacres, Israel finished digging the trench in Al-Maghazi area, which cuts through the Gaza Strip. But despite the deep pain and suffering, Gazans watch the Iranian retaliatory strikes hitting hard in depth of the Zionist entity with a quiet celebration.
It's not that we love war, and we pray that Allah blesses the people of Iran, but it is relieving that we see the Zionists who have been celebrating and cheering up for the bombs falling on our children running away from the Iranian strikes. It is quite relieving that they may feel a bit of what their army inflicted upon us.
When no one stops what is happening to us, we feel that someone, somewhere, is responding. Watching Arad and Rishon LeZion being hit by Iran is relieving. Yes, we get to roofs and to the street to hail and bless every Iranian salvo, knowing that it is going painfully deep into the Zionist entity.
Families here speak of nights punctuated by explosions and days shaped by grief. However, each time Iran's retaliatory missiles arc across distant skies, Palestinians gather to watch with a mixture of awe, relief, and a quiet celebration. This reaction underscores the depths of despair and anger built over the past 2 years that have been marked by loss, repeated massacres, and lack of accountability. In that context, these Iranian strikes, though geographically distant, are seen as an act of retaliation and revenge to the Palestinian blood shed in Gaza. Ghada Ibrahim for Press TV, Gaza City, Palestine.
In a bold move, a Sunni-led Muslim organization in South Africa has galvanized support among religious groups for Iran's right to defend itself in confronting the U.S. Israeli aggression against it. Hassan Seria, our correspondent, reports.
Over 60 Muslim religious organizations, together with civil groups, politicians and Christian clerics, have paid homage to Iran's role in confronting the threat to humanity, as manifested in the American and Israeli terror campaign being waged against the Islamic Republic. At a meeting hosted by the Sunni-run Cape Town Ulama Board, an unequivocal message of support emerged, where participants warned against flirting with notions of so-called neutrality. They noted Iran's unwavering role as the leader of the resistance front.
The oldest trick in the book, divide and conquer. When Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam went to Madinatul Munawwara, what he done? Between the Ansars and the Muhajirin, he made them brothers. When he went to Madinatul Munawwara, they were fighting between the Ansars, he made them brothers as well. And the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam stood with the people of Medina who were non-Muslim at that time, and he said that we will be a citizen. If the people from outside, the mushrikun of Makkah, they come to attack us, we're going to defend Medina together. That's what the Prophet ﷺ's message was, justice.
In an attempt to establish the facts on the ground, Iran's ambassador to South Africa was invited to address the session, fielding a range of questions to dispel Western myths. The Ulama Board says religious leaders must get the narrative right. It is the messages disseminated from the pulpit that has an impact well beyond the battlefield. Ultimately, it is what is said here that shapes public opinion.
South African society is by and large a really religious community,
And so as faith leaders, we really bear a far greater responsibility. We are speaking on behalf of prophetic justice, and that was the ultimate objective of the revelation and scripture as per the Holy Quran itself.
But despite the clear delineation of the battle lines, even here there still exist those who prefer to sow discord, either in defense of Persian Gulf Arab nations on whom they rely for funding, or in the interest of sectarian strife.
Even in international law, when you establish bases at the borders of a country, we know that is, especially where there are hostilities, that is an act of war, that is an act of aggression. So we know that even before this illegitimate attack on Iran, just by it existing has already been a violation of international law. So those countries which are allowing it are complicit in that. They are complicit in the unlawful acts in violating international law as well, and no amount of benefit can surely be used to justify that kind of conduct.
Noting the Islamic Republic of Iran's proven record, Ambassador Mansour Shakib Mir was presented a shield of resistance. Iran's role etched in history as a beacon of hope for the Ummah or global Muslim community. Hassan Sirio, Press TV, Cape Town.
So that takes us, thank you very, very much.
And that does it for this edition of World News Bulletin. We're going to be back with more of the special coverage of Press TV of the war on Iran, so stay tuned.
What began on February 28th as their cowardly Operation Epic Fury, the assassination of our leader Ayatollah Khamenei and over 200 civilians, has turned into a strategic catastrophe for the U.S. military machine. Operation True Promise 4 didn't just strike back, it systematically shattered the fortress America spent decades building. We're talking about Al-Udeid in Qatar, the largest U.S. base in the region. Iranian missiles destroyed its billion-dollar early warning radar, the electronic eye of their entire air defense. Gone. Al-Dhafra and the UAE, its command centers, the nerve center for their spy drones and surveillance aircraft, were decapitated. The headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain was hit directly. Their primary naval supply hub at Jebel Ali port in Dubai, crippled. And in Kuwait, Ali al-Salam Air Base has been rendered completely out of service. Think about what that means. The radar that saw everything is blind. The centers that commanded everything are silenced. The fleet that dominated our waters is paralyzed. In a single, precisely coordinated campaign, Iranian missiles and drones pierced their advanced defenses, proving that the technological edge the U.S. has relied on for decades is a myth. They're not invincible. They never were. The United States started this war thinking they could eliminate our leaders and break our will. Instead, they have exposed their own vulnerability. The message from Tehran to Washington could not be clearer. The era of American dominance in West Asia is over. Any future aggression will be met with a response far more devastating than anything yet seen.
جمهوری اسلامی یعنی یک ملت زنده. جمهوری اسلامی یه حکومت جدا از مردم نیست. جمهوری اسلامی عبارت است از ملت ایران. این ملت پابرجا، این ملت مستحکم، این ملتی که حاضره برای پیشرفت خودش زحمت بکشه، کار کنه، تلاش کنه و به حمدالله پیشرفت کرده در این 47 سال. اون روزی که جمهوری اسلامی نهال باریک بود، شما نتونستید اون رو از زمین قلع کنید و بکنید. امروز به حمدالله یک شجره مبارکه بلند و پرثمر جمهوری اسلامی.
شهادت شهید بروجردی، این بلوکه یکی، اینم بلوکه 7، اینم مغازه ما دقیقاً 1:12 ظهر. آره.
This was meant to be another report in a series documenting U.S. Zionist war crimes in Iran. This time, the target was a residential building in Shahid Burujerdi, a working-class neighborhood in Tehran. An entire family, 2 children among them, was killed. The building was struck, and beside it, her small supermarket, her only source of income, was also destroyed. But when I met her, the story was no longer only about destruction.
این 8 طبقه است. 8 طبقه بوده، الان 6 طبقه شده. 2 طبقهش قشنگ رفته. بعد یه خانوم اون بالا میشه که الان دیگه یه خانوم و 2 تا بچه با یه آقام طبقه 7ش میشستن که باز آقای همون مرد که دولت سر پیدا نشده جنازه خوشامتشون. آره راننده آژانس بود و بدبختی ماشین خرید و قرض خودم قرضش هم نداده بیچاره. یه پراید خرید راننده آژانس، خونه رو مادرش براش خرید. آدم عادی نه اصلا نه بابا نه. چی ارگان خاصی؟ نه ارگان خاصم که بون دستمه.
She didn't want me to focus only on the crime or the loss of her livelihood. She wanted something else remembered. She pointed to the flag and said what mattered most was that it is still stood and that it must rise even higher. Because even when homes are destroyed and livelihoods erased, a people do not surrender their sovereignty. So this is the report. An Iranian woman, one among millions, whose livelihood was destroyed by U.S. Zionist war crimes, yet who believes that as long as the flag still stands, she remains victorious.
اونم که سوپرمارکت بچه منه. آره هیچی نمونده به جز پرچم که پاییزار بمونه انشالله. انشالله بالا پرچم این بالا و از اون بالاتر بره پرچم این انشالله به امید خدا.
Welcome everyone, welcome back to the show. It's your host Danny Haifong. As you can see, I am joined by Alistair Crook. He's a former UK diplomat and expert on all things Middle East, geopolitical analyst. Alistair, great to be back with you today.
Thank you very much. It's also a pleasure to join you.
Yes. It's great. Everyone hit the like button as we get started, as that will help boost this show. But Alistair, let's get started right away. So yesterday, over the last 24 hours, was wave number 61 of Operation True Promise 4. According to many reports, at least 100 sites were hit in Tel Aviv. The sensors have been breaking of late in recent days and weeks as this war continues. A major train station was hit. It seems like the escalation against Israel, according to Iran, is in large part because of the assassination of Ali Larijani, which happened in the last 36 hours, the head of the National Security Council. Now, in the hours before this show, Israel has hit major gas lines in the south of Iran, I believe. And now Iran, as we were talking about before the program, Alistair, is looking to target gas and oil fields all across the Gulf states in the region, Kuwait, Qatar, etc. I'll pull up some of those images, but I want your reaction to where we are in this war now as we are now in the third week, and as the escalations on all sides, especially the U.S.-Israeli side, become very inconsistent and almost haphazard. What's your assessment of the situation?
Well, essentially, despite what has happened to Larijani, who was the head of the, if you like, the security apparatus, the Supreme National Security Council. His loss, will be felt, and also, as often is the case with Israeli assassinations, they often target the most moderate people, and they are replaced by people that are more hardline. We don't know who's going to replace him, but he was a very learned person, a very intellectual, clever man. He was a philosopher, and he will be lost. He was also, to a certain extent, with his connections to the reformists. So he was a centrist more than anything else. And of course, he will, as you know, it's the standard practice, it has been in Iran, to anoint and have prepared your successor and your successor's successor as well. Everyone has to do that these days. Since the beginning of the war, it's mandatory for all the military and for all the political leaders to all have a successor who's ready just to step straight into the shoes. And the war itself won't be much changed by it, because the war is led really by Kalibaf, the former mayor, who's a former military officer. He was also Speaker of Parliament. He's a formidable figure and much admired in Iran. And he has been in charge of the side of the immediate response to events on the ground. It doesn't always go to the full Security Council. There is a smaller, more specific, more expert committee of military and technical officials that deal with the war as it unfolds. And Kalibaf has been managing that.
And Alistair, what do you make of these reports? I know that you said on conflict forums you're publishing a very important piece that's coming out very soon, and there's also reports, I think, that go along with what you are about to release that talk about how Israel is having not only a lot of difficulties with the missile fire and the fact that they are likely running out of interceptors as we speak, as Iran hits them every single day since February 28th. But now Israel is, according to a cable that the State Department has leaked to Washington Post, said that they told their U.S. counterparts they hope for an uprising even though it lead to a massacre. But that cable said that Iran is not cracking and it's willing to fight till the end, leading to a need to reevaluate the goals of the war. What have you made of this, Alistair? Because over the course of this war, now we are into week 3. It appears while the escalations continue and the strikes continue on Iran, there's a lot of questions about even an intel officer, the number 2, I believe, to Tulsi Gabbard, now leaving. There's a lot of questions about Joe Kent. There's a lot of questions about what exactly, not only is this war for, but is it winnable at all?
Well, those are big questions. But let me first of all say, in these last few days, because we follow the news, particularly the Hebrew channels very carefully, the Hebrew press, what we have seen has been quite a noticeable shift. The vibe is different, very different in these last few days. And people have been saying, well, it's time for Trump to declare victory and to get out. I mean, senior military officials from Israel are saying this, and others are saying the same. And so for these days, it's been very odd. I mean, for us, we've looked at it, and you can see that something has been taking place, but it's not clear what that is. I mean, it's obvious from the whole range of comments that were coming in about 3 or 4 days ago. And recently, as yesterday and the day before, when you look at the Hebrew press, there was no comments about the war. I mean, it was just off the pages. There was commentaries about rivalries between coalition partners in the government and who might be going up and who might be going down, and other ones about legal aspects and the Attorney General and so on. But everyone seemed to be avoiding the big issue, the elephant in the room, the war with Iran. And it wasn't clear why or what was really going on. However, today, it seems we've got some inkling of what's been happening or what is happening, because Yediot Ahronot, which is a Hebrew paper, has an interview with Roland Bergman. Roland Bergman is a sort of premier political correspondent. He also writes for the New York Times in the US, but he's renowned and a serious commentator. And he writes in his column today that Netanyahu has given up on the total victory, which you know has been his theme for all this time. He's given up. And Bergman says that Netanyahu is saying that it is clear that, and this is a big change on the part of Netanyahu, Netanyahu is saying, you know, we're not going to achieve the success we hoped for in Iran. We're not going to destroy the state. The state is not going to fall. There's not going to be an overthrow of the state by an opposition. It's not going to happen. And we are going to have to redefine our victory in different ways. And he goes on to say that, you know, we still have these other wars, and Bergman says, well, and you know, the wars are not going well, whether it's in Gaza with Hamas, or whether it's in Lebanon, or whether it is elsewhere, for example, in Iraq. I mean, all of these are faring badly. So how are we going to redefine victory? And Netanyahu comes up with a strange sort of formula saying, well, you know, Iran was a threat, but it's not existential threat anymore. It's just a threat, and we have other threats. Threats go up, threats go down, and, you know, we have our alliances and our forms, and we are emerging as a global power thanks to these efforts. It really doesn't hold together very convincingly, but this is the story that he's putting out. But at the same time, Katz is announcing that henceforth any Iranian official that they identify or can locate, they will kill. Automatically, it doesn't need authorization. Blanket authorization is given to kill all and any Iranians that they can see and identify. So that's an escalation on that part. The second big escalation that has happened just in this period, today, effectively, was that I don't know who led this, whether it seems as if it was led by Israel, but that the reports indicate that it was with the green light from the US, from Trump, the attack on the gas field South Pass. South Pass is this huge gas field which is shared with Qatar. It's divided between the two. But this provides much of the gas resources for Iran. It is a serious source of energy for Iran in terms of the gas. And so what we've seen in consequence, in addition to it, is that now the IRGC has warned 5 gas and oil facilities throughout the Gulf to be evacuated, that all the staff must leave it immediately. And we've seen overnight a huge escalation in response to the assassination of Ali Larijani, the head of the National Security Council in Tehran. apparently he was, they managed to identify him staying overnight in an apartment of his, owned by his daughter, I think. And so they're all killed, and all his security detail are killed too. So there has been a massive attack into Israel, and Hezbollah has also been pummeling the center of Israel. Major attack across Israel from Hezbollah. Of course, the censorship in Israel is near total, and as yet, I mean, the Israelis, very deliberately, and we have evidence of this, that the Israelis are careful. When you see a film which purports to show some sort of the result of a strike by Iran in Israel, what you generally see is a little bit of debris lying around, or perhaps a damaged car, and we're told, light or no injuries. And we know, because an Israeli journalist has said this, that actually what's happening is deliberate. The Israeli official journalists or broadcasting journalists are going, and they deliberately avoid showing any main damage, but just focus on something trivial, a sort of damaged car or some debris on the street, as if they're acting as real journalists, as if they're giving a picture of what's happening. And it's not the picture at all. They're just deliberately filming a sort of minimal sort of effect and publishing that as if that's all that happens. So total, we don't know. And Israel too. It's been sort of rather a magical war from that side, because, every time it was, no injuries claimed, or, one Sri Lankan was injured as a result of this attack. And I think this is the first day that they've actually said that 2 people were killed. Otherwise, this is a war, where there are apparently, according to the Israeli studies, they've not admitted really to any deaths. A few injuries, people are in hospital, but no. It's a bit like America. America's doing the same thing pretty much. How many people are dead or killed? Oh, well, you won't get those from the United States, from Hegseth. He just says, well, 6 people died in that refueling tanker that came down in Iraq, and others, there are injuries, but they're all back in service. They're all they've been rehabilitated into service again. So the idea that no one has been killed or injured in the attacks, across Erbil, where there's been heavy attacks on American bases in Erbil and in Iraq, people apparently have had some psychological effects, but light injuries. So we don't know. We don't know what's been attacked. We do know that there have been serious attacks with some of the advanced weapons. The Khorram Shah weapon was clearly being used towards Israel last night. But what effect these are having, we don't know. But it's really instructive now to learn that Netanyahu is trying to reverse his narrative. Instead of calling for the big war, the war that he persuaded Trump to lead on, this war is now, he says, not going to be pursued, because it's, if you like, it's unwinnable. They're not going to achieve their main objectives. They're still going to go after Iran as other adversaries, but it's going to be redefined in a new way. It's going to be redefined as that Israel has these threats, but these threats are not absolute they are relative. They go up and they go down, and there are other threats, and we have different threats, and we will win in all of them, and that is going to be our victory. But actually destroying Iran and having collapsing the state is no longer possible, likely to be achieved, and therefore is not on the agenda anymore. Big change, and it comes at a time when Trump is escalating.
Yeah. Maybe you can talk about how Trump is escalating here, because, as you said, the censors are just incredible. Israel was obviously preparing for what Iran was going to do and has tried to cover up all of the damage as much as they can, or, as you said, highlight that it's targeting so-called civilians rather than making huge damage on Israeli infrastructure. I'll just show here there have been some getting out. There are power outages across the capital, or at least the capital as the world recognizes it, Tel Aviv. There's also been just massive images of last night of these missiles that Iran has been launching, especially those so-called cluster missiles like Hiroshima 4, which have been used for many days now. And it's not just in the against Israel they've been used. There have been images over Dubai of these munitions, these sub-munitions being released from this missile in the sky, and many have noted that it's pretty unprecedented that Iran is using these and really evading all of these air defenses. But to your point, Alistair, if you could react to the energy question, because prices, as I was showing as you were talking, they continue to go up. It seems like a big escalation the U.S. is pursuing is the continuation of trying to either seize Iran's, Karg Island, cut it off from its own oil production, supply and trade. But at the same time, this has massive effects on oil prices, so much so to the point that Qatar reacted to what Israel did. They released a statement reacting to this that I'll pull up, opposing it because they have been affected dramatically by Iran's drone strikes and missile strikes that are going to target their energy infrastructure specifically, although they have been doing it to a degree even up till now. So your reaction to this, how does this play out in the war? Because this is what a lot of the mainstream media is talking about right now, is how this is going to affect the energy question.
Well, in a word, it's going to affect it badly. It was, Iran had been careful not to not to bomb or strike at the infrastructure, the energy infrastructure until now. Yes, storage tanks and others were attacked, but their focus was much more on ports. And that had a different objective too. It was on ports, but it was about the Hormuz Strait and about changing the geopolitical balance within the region. Ports are important because particularly Bahrain port, which has borne the brunt of this, was the home to the Fifth Fleet, but it was the home to much more. It was the home to a major intelligence gathering center, to radars, to administrative centers, to munitions. A whole intelligence infrastructure was based in Bahrain, and that's been systematically destroyed. And part of this is to reestablish, if you like, Iranian control over the whole of the Hormuz corridor. And this is deliberately to, if you like, flip the whole geopolitical strategy, because this was, the Americans have controlled, the Red Sea and Hormuz through the Fifth Fleet and the Red Sea up until the Houthis started their work on it. But they have controlled that. And the object, and Trump has made this very clear, is to have a dominance over the choke points, and the sea corridors, the navigation corridors of the globe, first of all, to squeeze China, to squeeze China's oil inputs. I mean, that was what Venezuela was largely about, because most of Venezuelan oil was heading to China. And it's also about squeezing in the other direction. It's been about squeezing Russian oil. If you like, the seizure of tankers, the attacks on tankers in the Black Sea and in the Baltic. I mean, all of this was quite clearly, the new war was to sort of try and suppress Chinese economic development by limiting its energy supply. And secondly, it was, if you like, to stop Russian exports of oil. So they are now reestablishing and taking, if you like, because they even attacked ports in Oman. Oman has been friendly to Iran, but because that is part of the network of American attempts to dominate the sea and navigation routes. So that has been an important element. So by and large, they've left the actual infrastructure of energy untouched until today. And that was because Trump agreed or green-lighted, according to the Israelis, an attack on South Pars, a gas field, and South Pars field that serves Iran. So now all restraint is off, and Iran feels free to attack all oil installation. Of course, it's going to have a big effect on the economy. Of course, it's going to affect particularly Gulf states. But finally, I mean, the Gulf states have to probably at some point decide where they stand on this war. I mean, until now, they've been firmly in the Washington, if you like, ambit. They have been completely, Americanized and Israeli dependent for technology and for AI and for now increasingly tourism. It has been, but all of that's changed. I mean, the business model of the Gulf is broken. I mean, some people will stay on in Dubai and other places maybe, but there's been a big exodus from Dubai. Not just tourists, but other people who say they're not going back because it's broken. We went there because we thought it was safe, secure, and, plenty of money to be earned there. Now it's not so safe, not so secure, and not so much money going to be around. So the Gulf states have to decide. I mean, they will be dependent on Iran for their revenue from now. Not from the United States, but Iran can either green light their vessels to pass through the Straits of Hormuz or not. And furthermore, a state like UAE imports all its food through Hormuz as well. Qatar exports its gas through Hormuz. All of these are going to be subject to the permission being granted by Iran. So this is going to continue to be a vital issue in this period. And the ability of the West to do anything about it is very, 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 very small to being almost non-existent. The reason being, and we've heard from Trump frequently, we've sunk their navy. Well, Iran really didn't have a navy in the proper sense of it deliberately, because navies are sort of vulnerable now. They don't have battleships and carriers or anything like that. But what they do have is real deterrence, because they have, first of all, underwater drones that move very fast, can be directed and and find their own targets. Very rapid. They're like sort of high-speed torpedoes. Very little, very difficult to do anything about those. Then they have unmanned surface drones, effectively like a speedboat packed with these explosives. But that also moves very fast and can be steered so that it can zigzag around. And that, I think you've probably seen videos, has indeed struck an American linked tanker, and it ended up in flames. But that's not the end of it, because then they have small surface vessels, which, like speedboats, but which carry anti-ship missiles too. And then you have, beyond that, Iran has 25 submarines that can fire anti-ship missiles while submerged. So this is their navy. It's not a battleship or a frigate. It is these small, very fast vessels and submarines. And, it's all been thought through. And this is asymmetrical warfare. They didn't need a frigate there or anything like this. This would be pointless. But I wouldn't like to be the frigate or the tanker that tries to get through Hormuz. And they don't even need to use those, because actually from the center point, and they're making sure that people have to move past Keshem Island now, which is the nearest point. That's 21 kilometers from Iran, which means that the whole of that area is under fire control from back, not from the coastal areas, but further back. Artillery can reach all of that area easily. So that is, I would think it's no surprise that no one has volunteered to escort a tanker through this. The Iranians control this utterly. What they're going to do with 2,500 Marines supposedly arriving in the next week or more, I have no idea. But the coast, the Iranian coast of Hormuz is 2,000 kilometers long, which means it would be about 1 American Marine per kilometer over that coastline. Are they going to take that, and how are they going to suppress the artillery, let alone the missiles that are honeycombed into that shore? As I say, the Iranians have been preparing this for a very long time. This is asymmetrical warfare, and it has been thought out, and it seems, and Trump said, we didn't expect this. We didn't think they were going to. I didn't think they would shut Hormuz. Come on. The Iranians have said that they would, if they were attacked, Hormuz would be shut for the long term. They said that. I kept saying it. I think I probably said it on your program. That's what they would do, and they've done it. And so what can America or Europe do about it? Nothing, except finally they will have to come to terms with Iran. But the terms that Iran will impose on the United States to get the economic crisis resolved are going to be, I think, beyond, if you like, the capacity of the United States to tolerate that degree of retreat and humiliation. It will be a lifting of all sanctions on Iran, a return of all their frozen assets. It will include also the end to all conflicts. It will include the continued enrichment of uranium, their nuclear project. And it would also include, I am almost certain, the demand for Israeli withdrawal from Gaza and an end to what is happening in the West Bank. So that will be, I think, quite hard for Washington to digest. But that's basically what they'd have to contemplate to set this right.
I decided a long time ago that I would not
Across cities in Iran, the expanding list of sites hit by U.S.-Israeli strikes reads like a map of everyday civilian life. Schools filled with children, hospitals treating patients, crowded residential districts, emergency response centers, and historic urban spaces. Dozens of non-military sites have been targeted by the U.S. and Israel, including medical centers, educational institutions, markets, and densely populated residential districts across several cities. The earliest reported incident was the targeting of an elementary school in the southern city of Minab, when the U.S.-Israeli strikes hit 171 young girls. Hospital and emergency records show that civilians make up a large share of casualties. Women represent a significant portion of the victims, including expectant mothers. Children and teenagers also form a heartbreaking share of those killed. The youngest reported victim was a 4-day-old baby from the central Iranian city of Arak, a life that had only just begun before it was taken. Those who rushed to help have not been spared either. Medical personnel, teachers, and students are among those who have lost their lives, underscoring how deeply the violence perpetrated by the US and Israel has reached into the fabric of civilian life. Iran has warned that the strikes reflect a deliberate disregard for innocent lives.
The war in Iran transitions to the level of establishing a comprehensive energy deterrence equation. Following the threat of US President Donald Trump to strike Iranian energy facilities, the response of the IRGC came through the Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters, specifying 4 clear steps. First, a complete closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the energy artery of the world. Second, striking the electrical infrastructure inside the Israeli regime, mainly the 5 major power stations that provide more than 50% of the regime's electricity. Foremost amongst them, the Orat Rabin station, with a capacity approaching 2,590 megawatts, and the Rutenberg station, with approximately 2,250 megawatts. The list also includes the Hagit station, with a capacity approaching 1,371 megawatts, and the Eshkol station at approximately 912 megawatts, in addition to the Dalia station with a capacity of approximately 912 megawatts. Third, striking the interest in companies linked to the United States in the region. The response includes targeting facilities in which American companies participate, making any attack on Iranian energy have a cross-border impact. In the UAE, the company ADNOC Drilling is responsible for drilling onshore and offshore wells, while ADNOC Offshore specializes in gas and oil production from the sea. As for Saudi Arabia, Aramco manages offshore and onshore fields in cooperation with Halliburton and Baker Hughes Drilling, and SABIC produces petrochemicals in cooperation with Dow Chemicals and ExxonMobil, while Gasco processes natural gas using partnership and American technologies as well. Fourth, striking power stations in regional countries that host American bases. The geographical data is striking, as between 70 and 80% of the power generation plants in these countries are located on the coastal strip. In the UAE, the Baraka nuclear power plant, with a capacity approaching 5,600 megawatts, represents one of the pillars of the national grid. In Qatar, the Al Khul power plant produces approximately 2,520 megawatts, while the Ras Kartas energy plant has a capacity of approximately 2,730 megawatts. In Kuwait, the Al Noor North power complex provides approximately 1,632 megawatts, with expansions reaching 2,700 megawatts, while the Al Dor power plant produces approximately 1,200 megawatts, and the capacity of the Sohar power plant exceeds 1,700 megawatts. The essence of the scene is that energy has become an element of strategic balance, and any targeting of electricity facilities inside Iran opens the door to a confrontation that will encompass electricity, water, and industrial networks across the entire region.
دلتنگی اعضای بر رهبرم که دستش دادیم، حس خشم برای اینکه به مملکتم به سرزمینم تعرض کردم. الان سربازای ما دارن از مرزهای ما دفاع میکنن. کاری که ما میتونیم بکنیم اینه که اینجا قوت قلبی باشیم برای اوناست که بدونن پشتشون ایستادیم.
تمام کشور عاشق رهبر ماست. اینا رو ترامپ و نتانیاهو خوب میدونن. فکر میکنن رهبرمون رو ازمون گرفتن.
حتی اگر رهبرمون رو هم شهید کردن که ایشون به آرزوشون رسیدن، هیچ خللی در این انقلاب ایجاد نمیشه.
یک خامنه ای یک ملت شد. با این یک ملت خامنه ای میخوان چیکار کنن؟
We are back with Press TV's special coverage of the war on Iran by US and Israel. We are officially in this war's 27th day. This war is going to be soon a month old. A war that Donald Trump promised is only going to take 4 days, 72 hours at first, is entering its second month in a matter of 3 days. Joining me is Suhail Mahmood, writer and political analyst from the city of Lahore, Pakistan. Mr. Mahmood, welcome back to Press TV. Well, so many different things happening, and so many things are expected to happen in this week, especially tomorrow, before the markets close. There are expectations of a ground invasion of Iran's islands. Some analysts are saying that the UAE might get involved in this. Wall Street Journal reported that the UAE is going to stand up against Iran's and also mentioned that the full range of threats posed by Iran need to be addressed. At the same time, we have Hezbollah a few days ago having its biggest operation ever since the October the 7th, and Iraq's PMU, Popular Mobilization Units, being authorized by the Iraqi government to retaliate against the US bases. Let's look at the big picture right here, and what's your analysis?
Okay, well, like you said, a lot has happened in the last 24 hours. You are right. And escalation of Israeli strikes on Iran, and of course Iran is striking back on Israel, and says Iran is continuing to strike on the Gulf Cooperation Council. There's a lot of condemnation coming from the Gulf Cooperation Council. Okay, it's very stringent condemnation, and you just said the UAE is, well, in my opinion, what is happening is that the USA, for its domestic reasons, and as I said before, all wars is politics by other means, and this is the Prussian 19th century strategist that taught us, and I believe in that. Okay, all wars are politics by other means. So the most important thing is the big picture, not what is happening immediately, the strikes, the escalations. That is, of course, happening. Okay, the condemnations are happening, the threats are happening. That's but the big picture is that President Trump, has given a very clear indication. I mean, he is a very clear indication that he wants an off-ramp. Okay, there's no doubt about it. And the biggest reason is domestic. Trump is losing popularity. His rating has come down to 35%. Okay, and he's very concerned. The American public opinion is very concerned about inflation, is very concerned about the fact that gasoline prices on the pump has increased by $1 since the war began. And, that is February 28th. So there's a lot of concern about that. The biggest concern is what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz. For all effective reasons, the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed since the war began. Only a number of ships are being allowed, 15 or something like that, mostly Chinese and some Pakistani and others. But it is effectively controlled by Iran. And that is a very big concern of the USA and also the European Union, that they have to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Now, America has been asking, and the Trump administration has been asking and has been, has showed a lot of anger at its NATO allies that they are not coming forth to send military force to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And, America wants them to participate, but they are very reluctant for obvious reasons. No one wants to enter the war. No one wants to enter the war for obvious reasons. Okay, because the European public opinion is against the war, like the American public opinion is against the war. Most of the American public opinion, overwhelming American public is against the war. Only the Republicans, about 34-35%, they support the war. But no one supports a ground invasion. I mean, only 3% of Americans support a ground invasion. So the problem is that how to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The European politicians, they are in a double bind. They do not want to get involved militarily in the war, but they have to become part of that coalition which the Americans are trying to set up, about 20 countries or so, that will somehow try to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know how it will happen. Okay, but after a ceasefire that might happen. There might be some policing or whatever, but that's beyond the question now. Okay. On the one hand, they do not want to enter the war, but on the other hand, the Europeans are very concerned that gasoline prices are increasing, energy prices are increasing in Europe. Okay, as far as Europe is concerned, if you go back, most of the energy supply of Europe was coming from Russia. And, that was liquid LNG, liquid natural gas, okay? But during the war and because of American pressure and all the war, I'm talking of the Ukraine and Russia war, the Europeans gradually shifted over a period of 4 years, gradually shifted to Gulf supplies, mainly Qatar. Qatar alone supplies 102 countries in the world. But if what has happened in Qatar is that Iranian strike and their LNG has been disrupted, and it will take a few years and $50 billion and all that. It will take a lot of time and effort to revamp the Qatari supply. Okay, and Qatar was a big supplier of energy to Europe, and it is a big supplier of energy to China and Japan, and it's the world's biggest exporter of LNG, and that was a very big shock.
Mr. Mahmoud,
then, of course, refineries were hit in other places in the UAE.
Mr. Mahmoud, so sorry to interrupt, but I'm being told that we are showing live images of a funeral ceremony that is right now, as we speak, happening in the city of Tabriz. This has been the way in the past 27 days. Every day we have had funeral ceremonies in different cities of Iran. The main squares, we had night rallies, and they are still ongoing. The question that arises up at this moment is because of the events back in January, the US and Israel did not expect the people of Iran to back this government, and this has been another major miscalculation of theirs so far. What do you think of that?
Okay, now Iran has been badly hit. The Iranian economy was very bad even before the war, and in about 1 month, 26, 2 days a month will. Okay, Iran has been hit very badly. Okay, by Israel, and Israeli and American strikes are continuing. Okay, what is happening is that the Americans want a way out. Americans want to de-escalate the war, not the Israelis. As a matter of fact, the Israelis want to ramp up the war because they are afraid that if the Americans, please understand, the Americans have already given a 15-point plan to Pakistan, and Pakistan was facilitating and was trying to, facilitate negotiation between Iran and Pakistan. That is a back channel. Okay, that is already happening. That is happening even now. Okay, but the Israelis fear that if the Americans stop the war, the Americans have called for a 1 month of ceasefire in which they can negotiate a peace deal with Iran. I mean, they have already given a 15-point. And the most important point is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, because that is the real problem, and Iran has tremendous leverage on the Strait of Hormuz. So that is the biggest problem now. Okay. Now, as far as Israel is concerned, Israel is the real problem. I mean, Israel will continue the war because Israel wants to destroy Iran completely destroy Iran's military capability, Iran's, missile development capability. They've already destroyed the Iranian nuclear program, according to the Americans and the Israelis. I mean, the Americans claimed that they had obliterated Iran's nuclear capability last June. But by now, I think I am convinced that because of their strikes, continuously strikes they are striking Bushehr. I mean, Iranian reactor, and the Russians are very, very angry that there can be a nuclear accident. Okay, but as far as I'm concerned, the Iranian nuclear program has been struck very bad. Now the Israelis are trying to completely dismantle the very formidable and very impressive Iranian missile program. So the problem is that the Americans want a way out on the one hand. On the other hand, Americans are sending in their 82nd Airborne Division, which is going to enter in a day or two. I mean, they're about 1,000, 2,000. Okay, then another 6,000 is coming, and then another 6,000 is coming. So the problem for the Trump administration the problem for President Trump is that on the one hand, I am convinced that he wants to de-escalate. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mahmoud, as we are showing the pictures, the live images of the people of the city of Tabriz having this funeral ceremony, because you're based in Lahore, Pakistan, I wanted your thoughts. Please bring us up to speed on how the people in the city of Lahore, Pakistan are generally feeling about this war too.
That the people of Pakistan are very angry. I mean, there's no doubt about that, I mean, the people of Pakistan are very angry, but here in Pakistan we have a situation where the people of Pakistan cannot express their anger against Israel and against the US. I don't want to get into that, okay? I mean, the situation in Pakistan. Pakistan has excellent relations with the Gulf countries, especially Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, and has excellent relations with the USA. So the Pakistan is not officially, Pakistan is, playing a balancing role. It has got excellent relations with Iran, has excellent relations with the Gulf and the Americans. So they are on a tightrope, and they are very, trying to balance the situation neither this way nor that way. In the United Nations Security Council, they have given vote to an anti-Iranian resolution as well as an anti-American, anti-Israel resolution. I mean, you can't play both sides, but that is what Pakistan is doing. Pakistan is playing, a balancing act. The government of Pakistan is playing the balancing act. The people of Pakistan are with the Iranians. There is absolutely no doubt about that. I mean, they of course, remember, thousands of Iranians have been killed. I mean, let me repeat myself. There was a glimmer of hope on February 26th. I said that before. Okay, and there was a glimmer of hope that the Iranian and American will be able to achieve a nuclear deal through Oman's facilitation. But that whole thing was sabotaged. I mean, now we understand that the Americans were never serious about that. In 2 days' time, they attacked Iran and killed the head of state within hours. No country in the world can do that. I mean, remember the Americans dropped 2 nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but no one even thought of killing the emperor of Japan. No one does that. That is international law, and there are certain traditions of war. I mean, you do not kill the head of state within hours. That was all pre-planned. That was all, the Americans were manipulating. But having said that, but I remember, please, the point that I'm making is that the Trump administration was playing the game of Israel. Okay, it was Israel manipulated the Trump administration. Israel has very strong lobby in America. You should try to understand the American domestic situation. The American-Israel Public Affairs Committee is very powerful. It has a lot of leverage. It has a lot of influence on the Republican Party and the Christian evangelicals, the Christian Zionists, the Christian fundamentalists, the Baptists of the South, the MAGA base. They are very strongly pro-Israel. Okay, so, the Trump administration still has some support. Okay. So the problem for the Trump administration is that on the one hand, they want to de-escalate. But on the other hand, they are sending troops. And I believe, I may be wrong, but I believe that they are going to occupy the Kargil island, okay? Only for the sake of negotiations, only for face saving, and so that they can negotiate a peace deal. The Trump administration has given very clear indication that it wants a way out. The problem is that it doesn't have many options. The problem now on the other hand, let's look at the situation from the Iranian perspective. Thousands of Iranian innocent people have been killed in Iran, in Isfahan, in Tehran. Iran is suffering very badly. Iran cannot continue the war with Israel and the USA. Iran will ultimately have to come down to negotiations. Iran is showing a lot of resilience. There is now a very strong public opinion in Iran to show defiance of USA and Israel, to go on with a war, and Abbas Araghchi has said that we are not serious about the American of a peace deal of a 15-point peace plan, whatever, because the Americans have lost credit. Of course, the Americans he's right. There is no credibility of the Trump administration. They've done it many times before. But having said that, look at the situation now. The problem is that the oil and gas supply, this is the worst energy shock in the history of the world. The world is going to react now. The world is reacting, and the world wants an end of the war. Because this natural gas supply, all nodes of the gas supply have been shut down. Okay, so this is a
Mr. Mahmood, sorry about that, but they're giving me the cue and we are running out of this time of this special coverage. We're going to be back soon with the rest of the special coverage on the war on Iran by US and Israel as we are in this war's 27th day. This is going to be it for me. My colleague, Kaveh Taqwi, is going to be up next with the rest of this coverage. Bye-bye for now.
Has a story of joys, sorrows, and memories. Memories of childhood days, of laughter and tears, the hard days, bitter and sweet moments of life. Home is where life flows, a refuge for passing moments, a place for hope and tomorrow.
ruthless storm that turns a home into ruins of memories that can no longer be touched. Cracked houses, broken windows, memories crushed beneath the rubble. Residents of a neighborhood in Tehran on one of the days of the Israel war on Iran. In the middle of the day, when one was busy cooking in the kitchen, another watching television. Children, happy with the holidays, were playing. But with the sound of an explosion, life came, however, to a halt for them. And all their shelter and the memories of their lives collapsed over their heads. What remained for them was destruction, ruin, and pieces of the bodies of neighbors and families.
برقتون قطعه؟
آره برق محل قطعه خودم با این سم.
نبودیم شما اون رو؟
نه نبودیم ما. برای طبقه بالا بچه ها تمام خونه هاشون اون پشت اصلا دیوار قلبه کن شده. ما اینجا کوچه پشتمون فروشگاه کوروشه. در اونا کنده شده بود. پشت شیشه های پشت همه ریخته بود. یه همسایه رفیق بریم اون ور اون بنده خدا تمام شیشه و کمد اینا همه در بود. خدا رحم کرده بچه‌ش زیر لوستر بوده، لوستر افتاده بغل دختر بچه. مثلا اونجا خیلی خیلی بد زده. آدم نمیدونه باید چی بگی خودم چی.
کلا میگه این چند تا شیشه قابل سوخت.
من اصلا اینو میبینم خانم مثلا خودمو یادم رفته. باور کن مثلا میگم بهش من اصلا حرف زدنش خنده داره. اصلا چی بگم
از اون ساختمون
از اون آدم میبینه اینو میگه بود به خدا نمیدونم چی بگم.
میتونیم خونه همسایتون هم ببینیم اگر باشون صحبت کنیم؟
But amid all this destruction and devastation, people search for pieces of their lives under the rubble. Even in the heart of war, as walls collapse, they seek life and resist death and destruction.
این کار دستیش بوده؟
که دست سوم خشک بود.
اصلا نایمدن. نه این دوستش فقط یه تو که پا اومد بسیده هاشو بود. این که اصلا نایمدن به خدا.
Life in those homes has not ended. Every piece of this land bears witness to the resilience and inner strength of people who never fall. Every ruin tells the story of the lives of men and women who, in the heart of destruction, fought for life and still stood strong.
Hello, welcome back to Press TV's Rolling Coverage. We're looking at Thursday, March 26th, with the Israeli aggression, along with the U.S., leveled against the Islamic Republic, which is basically faced very strong retaliatory measures by the Islamic Republic. Now, the most recent piece of news that we have that is worth discussing with our guest in the studio, Humaira Al-Hed, welcome, is the fact that Iran has rejected the U.S. proposal, something that is now making the news. The 5 conditions which Press TV was exclusively the one bringing out and putting that into light for ending this imposed war. I'd like to discuss that with you first, Humaira, as to what we're looking at. And it's worth taking a look at the 5 conditions before we get into it. And you could pick the one that you'd like to talk about, I guess.
First of all, we should list all the 5 conditions that have been put forward by Iran. First one is that you have to stop the war, stop the attacks, the aggression that is being launched by both America and Israel. The second condition is that you would have to stop war for all times and also assassinations. We have seen that if we talk a bit more about assassinations, we have seen that during the last few decades, Israel has been assassinating nuclear scientists, assassinating important persons in Iran even before the war started. This war started or even before the 12-day war. The assassinations has been a continuous affair for the last few decades. So that also has to stop, both threats of war and assassination attempts. Thirdly, they have said that you would have to recompensate for the damage incurred during the war. So they have to, give the compensation of all the damage, the civilian property that have been damaged. There are thousands of them. The hospitals, the education institutions, and the civil infrastructure of Iran. We have figures about them. They have to give compensation for that. And the fourth point is that you would have to stop military operations against all resistance groups in the region. And the fifth point is that the Strait of Hormuz would be controlled by Iran. So these are the 5 points that have been forwarded by the Iranian side before any negotiations take place. So if the other side accepts these 5 conditions, then we could move towards the next level, that is talking, and talking about the end to the hostilities.
Let me just point out what we're looking at in terms of the images on your screen. You were just seeing the processions that are being held in Tabriz, the northern part of the Islamic Republic, of which they are paying their respect and homage to the martyrs that have unfortunately been the consequence of this war. We're looking at a few thousand Iranians that have been martyred. At the top of the list, obviously, is Iran's leader, Imam Khamenei, who was through a targeted assassination, was murdered by the Israeli regime and the U.S. But here in Tabriz are the pictures that you're seeing there. One thing about these 5 conditions is the fact that you have the 5 conditions and lots of details behind it, I'm sure. But the Iranian official, through Press TV that we revealed this news, said that these stipulations are in addition to the demands that were previously presented by Iran. Are we looking at the fact that given the fact that there's a 15-point proposal that has been given, which is basically, as many have described, to be a surrender of some sorts, that there leaves no room for negotiation, or is the U.S. open to negotiating? I mean, that's one of the key things that arises out of this.
If that 15-point proposal is something which has now been forwarded by U.S., there have been reports which say that it was the proposal which was forwarded a few months ago, which was put forward a few months ago. It's not something new. So this is something which the media is circulating. But if this is again being forwarded, and this is the same proposal which was there a few months ago, then I think this is just a gimmick by the U.S. president, who actually does not want to start negotiations and does not want to have any talks with the Iranian side. But if that is not the case, maybe he has understood that dealing with Iran is different from dealing with other countries, and in an interview yesterday, the foreign minister of Iran, Mr. Abbas Araghchi, said even this talk of negotiations, even this concept that we have to negotiate with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and Trump mentioning this time and again that we are talking to them, is a victory for the Islamic Republic of Iran, because he was the person who just 3 or 4 weeks ago, before the start of war, was saying, I want complete surrender, and I want the Iranian government to just accept whatever I am saying. So from complete surrender, he has moved to negotiations and talks with Iran. So that's actually a big win for Iran.
Okay, very well. Masih Ghamsaya is a professor and activist who joins us. Masih Ghamsaya, welcome to our program. We're talking about the 5 conditions that Press TV was the first to relay when it comes to what it requires for this war, or for, I should say, for their negotiations to even take place. Of course, you have the U.S. that had the 15-point proposal. I'm curious as to, and overall, we must say that Iran has rejected continuing any type of even talk of negotiations, given the fact that this is what they have, these 5 specific conditions, on top of what they had before. What do you see? Do you see any sense of optimism coming out of this, given what has been outlined so far?
Well, I think there's no possibility that any rational government would accept the dictations that are presented by the Epstein regime of the US and Israel. This Epstein regime is thinking of surrender of Iran's sovereignty, and that's not going to be acceptable to Iran under any circumstances. So I think Iran's 5 conditions that are complying with international law are the only way forward, and there's no other way. So the US is trying to, as they usually do, get their way by using bullets and hammers and bombings and things like that. They're not going to get their way. Iran is not a small country. Iran is a country of over 90 million people, a huge country with a history of 5,000 years. The US empire is on the decline, and Iran, in stating its conditions for keeping its sovereignty, is basically complying and defending, actually, the sovereignty of many other countries, because if the US, God forbid, they are not going to succeed, but if the way they think, that if they succeed with Iran, they'll take the rest of the world, all the natural resources of the world, from Latin America to Africa, and it's a power struggle against China, basically. So this is why I think there's no chance that the US conditions are going to be even remotely accepted to, or even partially accepted by Iran.
So, Homaira, if we want to take a look at the way that this is really unfolding, based on the way that I'm looking at the dictation, as our guest there said, giving dictations to Iran, Trump basically wants to negotiate, and he says that if you don't negotiate, that whoever it is might get killed. And at the same time, if Iran refuses, then they're going to get bombed. That doesn't really set up a nice framework for the Islamic Republic to move forward on. And I must add that Trump has said that they are looking to end this war based on a 4 to 6 week timeline, which puts into question how he thinks that he can do that.
Can we first just talk about the language he has been using? I think the language needs to be taken into consideration. This language is not a language of a politician, of a statesman. It's a language of a terrorist, that you do not do this, we are going to kill you, we are going to bomb you. I mean, how... a person who is running a country, who is the head of a country, of a democratic, so-called biggest democracy of the world, doesn't talk like this. I mean, first of all, people should be questioning his way of talking. He's talking like a mafia. He's talking like a goon. I will kill you if you do not surrender. I will bomb your country. Anyways, he has been doing this. His choice of words, his statements have been really, is really very, I would not say strange, but really not what a statesman or what a president of such a big country, the United States, should be talking like. Then coming to this your question that he's not setting the right conditions for negotiations. Yeah, he is again trying to threaten Iran that if you do not accept our conditions, we are going to launch another attack, or we are going to increase the intensity of our attacks and also assassinate your leaders. So he has not learned from his lessons. These 4 weeks should have taught him that these threats do not work in the case of Iran. They might work for other countries, but during the 4 weeks he has seen that they had a counter reaction, counter effect on ground. They have united. These threats have been one of the prime reasons that have united the Iranian public for their government, and we have seen that on the roads every day, people supporting the government. And secondly, we have seen how Iran has retaliated. Iran has retaliated in a way it has forced America to come on the negotiating table or bring in other countries for negotiations. For the last few days or even more than that, we have seen that there have been countries that are through backdoor channels requesting Iran for negotiations, requesting Iran for a ceasefire, though Iran is not accepting any ceasefire the way it has been put forward. So that means the threat mechanism, which even started before the war, the intimidating tactics which Trump employed even before the war started, have proven counterproductive in this case. And now is the time when his advisor should advise him that he changes the way he's talking to Iran. I would again mention the foreign minister of Iran. He says that we listen to the language of respect. You talk respectfully to us. These threats are not going to have any impact on Iran.
Well, Masud Hosaya, one of the conditions that Iran has said, and I'd like to get your opinion on it as to why you think Iran places so much of an importance on it that it is actually a condition to end the war, and that is that there needs to be a complete halt when it comes to Gaza and to Lebanon, and I'm guessing by Lebanon overall also Hezbollah is within that. What does that say about the priorities that Iran has and the importance that it actually places on Gaza and Lebanon in general?
Well, obviously this is a moral position. Iran is not going to end the war that Israel and the US are losing. And even as I was speaking to you, there were shootings of rockets overhead here in Bethlehem. Iran actually has air superiority over Israel. The sirens don't sound anymore before the rockets fall, because I guess all the radars are gone. And Iran is not going to give Israel a chance to rearm and restart the war, so to speak, again on the people of the Middle East. We have to remember the main reason that Iran is targeted is because its moral position for the people of Palestine, who have been ethnically cleansed, for our people, 15 million people, 8.5 million of us are refugees or displaced people. Iran was one of the few countries that stood with us. That's why it's targeted. Venezuela was another, Cuba was another, South Africa, Yemen, Lebanon, of course, with Hezbollah, etc. So these are few countries that stand with us. That's why they are targeted. It has nothing to do with the nuclear program, so to speak, of Iran. The US and the Israeli intelligence agencies, they know that Iran was not interested in developing nuclear bomb or anything like that. The reason they attack Iran is very simple: because of Palestine, because of the Palestinian cause, because of this hegemonic Israeli system. So Iran is not going to end the war that was imposed on it. We have to remember it was imposed on it. Iran was not the aggressor. Iran was defending itself. It's not going to end it based on abandoning, for example, Palestinian cause or Lebanese cause or any of the Muslim and Arab causes, because Iran is more principled than those guys. Those guys in the Epstein regime are interested in money and resources and power, and that's why they suck the money of countries like United Arab Emirates and Bahrain and Qatar instead of helping the people of those countries. This is what it is about, and that remains the main reason, is a struggle between basically a struggle for justice, for sovereignty, for human rights, and on the other side, oppression, imperialism, hiding pedophilia and raping of children. This is what the struggle is about between, what is evil, obviously evil, and the world is realizing this increasingly, and I hope they accelerate this realization, because I also don't want, even if we succeed here, I don't want Cuba to be left alone to face the U.S. wrath, or Venezuela or any other, South Africa. There is a global struggle. Iran is actually at the forefront of the struggle, and this is something that we all humanity is unifying behind, millions of people in the streets. Unfortunately, our governments, whether Western governments or even Arab governments, and even here in Palestine, the Palestinian Authority, I think, doesn't know what it's doing by saying Iran should not attack Saudi Arabia or United Arab Emirates. Iran didn't attack Saudi Arabia or United Arab Emirates. Iran attacked military bases and Epstein regime interests in those countries. That's all. If those countries get rid of those interests that are subjugating their own people, Iran would not attack them. Why would they need to attack them? Iran has never attacked or invaded any other country, so it is always defending itself. And I think they have to realize this, and the Arab world needs to awaken from its American hegemony.
All right, you got less than a minute, unfortunately. Taking a look at Iran's parliament speaker warning, I'd like to find out your reaction, Humaira. He has named an unnamed regional country against taking part in what is plans to seize an Iranian island. I'm not too sure which country he's referring to, but there is one particular country that he's obviously making a reference to. So tell us who you think that country may be, and also the fact that we're looking at possibilities of this deployment to seize what may be Khark Island, maybe deployment to the Persian Gulf area.
And then again, these negotiations, that the talks of negotiations which are going through, again, we require to question them, because as far as the ground reality that we are seeing is that America has already deployed 2,500 Marines from California in the Persian Gulf region with 3 warships. That has already been done, and there have been also talks about that the 82nd Division of the American Air Force, which can be deployed in 24 hours in any region of the world. There are talks going on that they can also be deployed in the Persian Gulf region. So Iran has questioned this negotiations in a way, saying that if they really want to talk with Iran, why are they sending these Marines or troops to the region? And as far as the country is concerned, I think it can be, we can't be sure about it, but if we have to make a random guess, I think it can either be Saudi Arabia or the UAE. And it is suicidal. We have already said it will be suicidal for the United States.
Thank you, Humaira Ahed. We appreciate your comments. Thank you, Masin Ghamsaya, professor and activist. Thank you to you both. With that, we come to an end for this phase of our rolling coverage. Do stay with us. I'll be back with international news at 1:30. It's bye-bye for now.
The war in Iran transitions to the level of establishing a comprehensive energy deterrence equation. Following the threat of US President Donald Trump to strike Iranian energy facilities, the response of the IRGC came through the Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters, specifying 4 clear steps. First, a complete closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the energy artery of the world. Second, striking the electrical infrastructure inside the Israeli regime, mainly the 5 major power stations that provide more than 50% of the regime's electricity. Foremost amongst them, the Orat Rabin station, with a capacity approaching 2,590 megawatts, and the Rutenberg station, with approximately 2,250 megawatts. The list also includes the Hagit station, with a capacity approaching 1,371 megawatts, and the Eshkol station at approximately 912 megawatts, in addition to the Dalia station with a capacity of approximately 912 megawatts. Third, striking the interest in companies linked to the United States in the region. The response includes targeting facilities in which American companies participate, making any attack on Iranian energy have a cross-border impact. In the UAE, the company ADNOC Drilling is responsible for drilling onshore and offshore wells, while ADNOC Offshore specializes in gas and oil production from the sea. As for Saudi Arabia, Aramco manages offshore and onshore fields in cooperation with Halliburton and Baker Hughes Drilling. And SABIC produces petrochemicals in cooperation with Dow Chemicals and ExxonMobil, while Gasco processes natural gas using partnership and American technologies as well. Fourth, striking power stations in regional countries that host American bases. The geographical data is striking, as between 70 and 80% of the power generation plants in these countries are located on the coastal strip. In the UAE, the Baraka nuclear power plant, with a capacity approaching 5,600 megawatts, represents one of the pillars of the national grid. In Qatar, the Al Khul power plant produces approximately 2,520 megawatts, while the Ras Kartas energy plant has a capacity of approximately 2,730 megawatts. In Kuwait, the Al Noor North power complex provides approximately 1,632 megawatts, with expansions reaching 2,700 megawatts, while the Al Dor power plant produces approximately 1,200 megawatts, and the capacity of the Sohar power plant exceeds 1,700 megawatts. The essence of the scene is that energy has become an element of strategic balance, and any targeting of electricity facilities inside Iran opens the door to a confrontation that will encompass electricity, water, and industrial networks across the entire region.
Press TV headlines this hour. The senior Iranian official has told Press TV that the country rejects the U.S. proposal. Tehran has laid out 5 conditions for the war to end. Iran's armed forces have carried out a new wave of the Operation True Promise the Fourth as they continue their retaliatory strikes against the U.S. and Israel. And the Hezbollah resistance movement has conducted fresh operations against Israeli targets in response to the regime's ongoing aggression against Lebanon. Warm welcome to our studios. This is Press TV International News coming to you live. Thanks for joining us. The senior Iranian political security official has told Press TV that Tehran has rejected a U.S. proposal that was sent through a mediator in the region. The official said that Iran will determine when the war will end if its conditions are met. The source added that Tehran will not allow Donald Trump to dictate when the war would end. The Islamic Republic has also laid out 5 conditions for the imposed war to end. They include an end to the enemy's aggression and assassinations, as well as guarantees that compensation will be paid to Iran. Iran has carried out its 81st wave of retaliatory operations against the U.S. and Israeli targets under what it calls Operation True Promise IV. The Islamic Revolution Guards Corps struck more than 70 points across the occupied territories. Targets included Haifa, Dimona, and areas north and south of Tel Aviv. Ahmad, Qiyam, Khorramshahr 4, and Qad ballistic missiles were used in the operation. Addressing the American people, the IRGC urged them to see the truth of the war at gas stations, in the streets of Iran, and in the skies of Tel Aviv and Haifa. The IRGC vowed to level Tel Aviv and Haifa to the ground, saying this is what their martyred leader of the Islamic Revolution has taught them. An Iranian military spokesman has delivered a scathing rebuke to the United States, saying that its internal conflicts have reached the point of negotiating with itself. Let's take a listen.
The strategic power you were boasting about has turned into a strategic defeat. If the one who claims to be the world's superpower could have escaped this quagmire, he would have by now. Do not call your defeat an agreement. Your promises have run their course. Today, there are 2 fronts in the world, truth and falsehood, and every truth-seeking free person is no longer influenced by the waves of your media. Your internal conflicts have reached the point of negotiating with yourselves. There will be no news of your investments in the region, nor will you see the previous prices of energy and oil until you understand that stability in the region is ensured by the powerful hand of our armed forces. We clearly declare stability through power, and until it is our will, no situation will return to how it was before. This will only be created when the thought of taking action against the Iranian nation is completely purged from your filthy minds. Our first and last word has been, is, and will be the same as from the very first day. No one like us will sit with someone like you, not now, and not ever.
The Iranian military commander has warned that any threat or ultimatum from the U.S. president to Iran is considered an act of war. The commander of Aerospace Force of the Islamic Revolution Guards issued the warning on social media after new strikes on strategic points in the occupied Palestinian territories. Sayed Majid Mousavi said recent strikes on Dimona and Haifa were part of Iran's military strategy, but also a clear message in response to American threats. He referred specifically to the 2-day and 5-day ultimatums previously issued by Trump. The remarks underscore Tehran's position that it will not bow to American pressure or deadlines. Meanwhile, Iran's president has underscored the importance of national unity in wartime, saying that the country is speaking with one voice amid the ongoing imposed war. Masoud Pezeshkian stressed that in line with the viewpoints of the country's martyred leader, Iran believes a unified voice must be heard on key national issues. He said that on the issue of war and its management, all decision-making bodies are acting with cohesion and solidarity under the guidance of the current leader, Ayatollah Sayyid Mojtaba Khamenei. Iran's parliament speaker has warned a regional country that any move to occupy an Iranian island will trigger unrestricted retaliation against its vital infrastructure. In a post on X, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf said that based on intelligence data, the enemies of Iran are preparing an operation to occupy an Iranian island with the support of one of the regional countries. He stressed that all enemy movements are under the surveillance of Iran's armed forces. If they take a single step, he warned, all vital infrastructure of that regional country will be targeted in relentless attacks. Ghalibaf did not name the country in his remarks. Iran has downed an American F-18 fighter jet off the southern coast of Chabahar. The aircraft crashed into the Indian Ocean after being hit by an IRGC Navy missile. The The IGC said that the jet was targeted by advanced air defense systems operating under the country's integrated network. This marks the fourth strategic fighter jet belonging to American or Zionist forces to be downed since the imposed war began. Previous downed jets include an F-35, which made an emergency landing after being hit. Iran's armed forces say that they have intercepted and destroyed more than 200 enemy aircraft since the start of the U.S.-Israeli war on the 28th of February. Since the imposed war began on the 28th of February, Iranians have been gathering every night in main squares across the country to slime the U.S. and Israeli aggression and to demand revenge.
لشکر صاحب از زمان بسم الله شخ بزن میدان با شما خیابان با ما میدان با شما خیابان میدونا رو خونوادگی غرق میکنیم تا نیفتیم.
The nightly rallies bring together people of all ages. They carry the flags of the Islamic Republic and pictures of both the martyred leader and the new leader of the Islamic Revolution as a sign of allegiance. They chant against the U.S. and Zionist regime, praising the armed forces for their operations.
With God's promises, Iran will win in this war 100%. And after that, the promise made by the martyred leader of the Islamic Revolution will come true. A new Islamic civilization will take shape.
Trump, you dog. You gambler. You yellow American dog. You can't do anything. You can't make a single move against us. We know exactly what we're doing. If you try to hit us with missiles, we are not afraid of martyrdom. We are not afraid of spilling our blood. If you have the courage, come and see how we strike back.
The people truly are not afraid of any form of bullying. They have proven their courage. They were always courageous, and now we are witnessing a great display of that courage.
We are not afraid of bombings at all. Even when our leader was martyred, our only concern was for him. Now that he is gone, we have no fears or worries left. May my blood and soul be sacrificed for this country.
We don't want negotiations. Israel must be burned. America must be burned. Why should our young people be killed? America must be burned. We will stand with our brave men until the very end. May God bless them.
We never back down. We are always victorious. In this war, we will always be victorious.
Iranian health officials say the country's medical infrastructure has come under continued attacks since the start of the war, with dozens of hospitals, emergency bases, and ambulances damaged in the U.S.-Israeli attacks. Iran's deputy health minister says at the beginning of the conflict, at least 190 medical centers across the country have been damaged. Alireza Raisi added that 12 hospitals have been forced out of service, significantly impacting healthcare delivery. At the same time, Tehran's emergency services report mounting losses. Separately, the deputy head of Tehran's emergency organization says that at least 23 emergency bases have been targeted in attacks carried out by the United States and Israel. Health authorities argue that such actions demonstrate a pattern of disregard for civilian safety and essential services.
Trump proving once again that words mean nothing to him, while he publishes comments about postponing attacks on Iran, hinting at the possibility of negotiations. Attacks on residential buildings continue in Tehran. Ordinary people, civilians, are paying the price of these lies.
We are currently in one of the residential neighborhoods in Tehran that was hit by U.S. and Israeli missiles.
This is the reality behind the headlines. While Trump speaks of diplomacy, his missiles have already spoken. The target? A residential neighborhood in Tehran. Families, homes, and lives.
This is another residential building that was targeted. Iran Red Crescent first responders are here, working to reach anyone who may be inside.
Iran Red Crescent teams arrive within minutes. They don't ask what this building is, and they don't wait for diplomatic statements. They simply run towards the danger. With their hands, with their tools, and with a dog trained to find life beneath the rubble, they search. Every piece moved is a chance, every moment a prayer. This is what war looks like when it comes to a neighborhood. Not precision, not strategy, just destruction, and the desperate struggle to save what remains.
If we can open up a path from here, we can remove the rubble.
Trump speaks of negotiations. Iran has denied any such talks, but here in this neighborhood, the only negotiation is between life and death, and the only truth is written in rubble, in the unwavering resolve of those who refuse to abandon their own. This is the reality of war, and this is what the world must see. Gizmi Shahmadi, Press TV, Tehran.
The Hezbollah resistance movement has conducted fresh operations against Israeli targets in response to the regime's ongoing aggression against Lebanon. Hezbollah said it successfully targeted the headquarters of Israel's Ministry of Military Affairs in central Tel Aviv. The resistance group also reported striking a military intelligence base known as Dolphin north of the city with missiles. Hezbollah said it hit another Merkava tank along the border, raising the total number of targeted Israeli tanks to 22. Meanwhile, Israel reported that another soldier was seriously injured by mortar fire from Lebanon. This came just hours after an Israeli reserve soldier was seriously wounded in a rocket attack in Lebanon. Hezbollah and Israel have been engaged in a fresh round of fighting after the regime in Tel Aviv launched a ground operation into Lebanon amid its aggression against Iran. More than 1,000 people in Lebanon have so far been killed ever since. The Israeli military has killed scores of Palestinians in its latest attacks in Gaza. The attacks, which are in violation of the Gaza truce, are launched amid the imposed war on Iran. Ghada Ibrahim reports.
Over the past month, amid headlines dominated by U.S.-Israeli aggression on Iran, Strait of Hormuz, and retaliatory strikes, local health officials report that at least 85 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza in violations of the void ceasefire and indicating the non-stopping Israeli military activity in the Gaza Strip during the war on Iran.
Today, the Gaza Strip is still under fire, and the Israeli army is continuing the ethnic cleansing campaign as less international attention is on the Gaza front. Around 89 people have been killed in massacres. The last was yesterday that targeted a densely populated area west Gaza during an alleged ceasefire period. Gaza news are not in the international spotlight, but what people are living nowadays is a continuation of the war. We call upon the international community to take action to stop the massacres and to open the crossings.
For Gazans, Israel is exploiting the broader war with Iran to intensify operations in Gaza while international scrutiny is diverted. In addition to its bombing, which leads to daily massacres, Israel finished digging the trench in Al-Maghazi area, which cuts through the Gaza Strip. But despite the deep pain and suffering, Gazans watch the Iranian retaliatory strikes hitting hard in depths of the Zionist entity with a quiet celebration.
It's not that we love war, and we pray that Allah blesses the people of Iran, but it is relieving that we see the Zionists who have been celebrating and cheering up for the bombs falling on our children running away from the Iranian strikes. It is quite relieving that they may feel a bit of what their army inflicted upon us.
When no one stops what is happening to us, we feel that someone, somewhere, is responding. Watching Arad and Rishon LeZion being hit by Iran is relieving. Yes, we get to roofs and to the street to hail and bless every Iranian salvo, knowing that it is going painfully deep into the Zionist entity.
Families here speak of nights punctuated by explosions and days shaped by grief. However, each time Iran's retaliatory missiles arc across distant skies, Palestinians gather to watch with a mixture of awe, relief, and a quiet celebration. This reaction underscores the depths of despair and anger built over the past 2 years that have been marked by loss, repeated massacres, and lack of accountability. In that context, these Iranian strikes, though geographically distant, are seen as an act of retaliation and revenge to the Palestinian blood shed in Gaza. Ghada Ibrahim for Press TV, Gaza City, Palestine.
In a bold move, a Sunni-led Muslim organization in South Africa has galvanized support among religious groups for Iran's right to defend itself in confronting the U.S. and Israeli aggression against it. Hassan Saria reports.
Over 60 Muslim religious organizations, together with civil groups, politicians and Christian clerics, have paid homage to Iran's role in confronting the threat to humanity, as manifested in the American and Israeli terror campaign being waged against the Islamic Republic. At a meeting hosted by the Sunni-run Cape Town Ulama Board, an unequivocal message of support emerged, where participants warned against flirting with notions of so-called neutrality. They noted Iran's unwavering role as the leader of the resistance front.
The oldest trick in the book, divide and conquer. When Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam went to Madinatul Munawwara, what he done? Between the Ansars and the Muhajirin, he made them brothers. When he went to Madinatul Munawwara, they were fighting. Between the Ansars, he made them brothers as well. And the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam stood with the people of Medina, who were non-Muslim at that time, and he said that we will be a citizen. If the people from outside, the mushrikun of Makkah, they come to attack us, we're going to defend Medina together. That's what the Prophet ﷺ's message was, justice.
In an attempt to establish the facts on the ground, Iran's ambassador to South Africa was invited to address the session, fielding a range of questions to dispel Western myths. The Ulama Board says religious leaders must get the narrative right. It is the messages disseminated from the pulpit that has an impact well beyond the battlefield. Ultimately, it is what is said here that shapes public opinion.
South African society is by and large a really religious community, and so as faith leaders we really bear a far greater responsibility. We are speaking on behalf of prophetic justice, and that was the ultimate objective of the revelation and scripture as per the Holy Quran itself.
But despite the clear delineation of the battle lines, even here there still exist those who prefer to sow discord, either in defense of Persian Gulf Arab nations on whom they rely for funding, or in the interest of sectarian strife.
Even in international law, when you establish bases at the borders of a country, we know that is, especially where there are hostilities, that is an act of war, that is an act of aggression. So we know that even before this illegitimate attack on Iran, just by it existing has already been a violation of international law. So those countries which are allowing it are complicit in that. They are complicit in the unlawful acts in violating international law as well, and no amount of benefit can surely be used to justify that kind of conduct.
Noting the Islamic Republic of Iran's proven record, Ambassador Mansour Shakib Mir was presented a shield of resistance. Iran's role etched in history as a beacon of hope for the Ummah or global Muslim community. Hassan Saria, Press TV, Cape Town.
So that takes us, thank you very, very much.
And with that report from Hassan Saria, we come to an end for this edition of International News. Thank you so much for being with us. This is bye-bye for now.
حس دلتنگی اعضای بر رهبرم که دستش دادیم، حس خشم برای اینکه به مملکتم به سرزمینم تعرض کردم.
الان سربازهای ما دارن از مرزهای ما دفاع میکنن. کاری که ما میتونیم بکنیم اینه که اینجا قوت قلبی برای اوناست که بدونن که ما محکم پشتشون ایستادیم.
تمام کشورها عاشق رهبر ماست. اینا رو ترامپ و نتانیاهو خوب میدونن. فکر میکنن رهبرمون رو ازمون گرفتن.
حتی اگر رهبرمون رو هم شهید کردن که ایشون با آرزوشون رسیدن، هیچ خللی در این انقلاب ایجاد نمیشه.
یک خامنه ای یک ملت شد. با این یک ملت خامنه ای میخوان چیکار کنن؟
عزیز من به رفیقش پیام داده فلانی اگر ما پای کار آقا نباشیم کی پای کار آقا باشه؟ تو این ماه رمضانیه با زبون روزه شهادت چقدر میچسبه.
تو جنگ احد اومدن داد زدن گفتن محمد شهید شده. امیرالمومنین اسدالله الغالب علیه السلام ندا داد اگر محمد کشته شده خدای محمد که زنده است.
تمام عالمیان میدانستند که یک روزی در جهان جنگی بین حق و باطل اتفاق میفته و اون جنگ امروز اتفاق افتاده. چیزی قفله که بالا سرشون پدافند کار بکنه، موشک باران باشه رو سرشون، وایسن و رجز بخوانن. به نظرم ترس برادر مرگه، هر کی بترسه زودتر میمیره و اگر میخوان که مملکتمون رو نجات بدیم باید محکم بایستیم. ما از اول اومدیم، از همون شب اول اومدیم.
خسته نخواهم شد، خدا یاری میکنه بازم میام
تا روز پیروزی انشاءالله. این جنایتکار عوضی ما رو نزد، ما هستیم.
شهادت شهید بلوکه این بلوکه یکی، اینم بلوکه 7، اینم مغازه ما دقیقاً 1:12 ظهر. آره.
This was meant to be another report in a series documenting U.S. Zionist war crimes in Iran. This time, the target was a residential building in Shahid Burjardi, a working-class neighborhood in Tehran. An entire family, 2 children among them, was killed. The building was struck, and beside it, her small supermarket, her only source of income, was also destroyed. But when I met her, the story was no longer only about destruction.
این 8 طبقه است. 8 طبقه بوده، الان 6 طبقه شده. 2 طبقهش قشنگ رفته. بعد یه خانوم اون بالا میشه، الان دیگه نیم. یه خانوم 2 تا بچه با یه آقام طبقه 7ش میشستن که باز آقای همون مرد که دلت سر پیدا نشده جنازه. خوشامدشون آره راننده آژانس بود و بدبختی ماشین خرید و قرض خودم قرضش هم نداده بیچاره. یه پرایی که خرید راننده آژانس خونه رو مادرش براش خرید. آدم عادی نه اصلا نه بابا نه. چی ارگان خاصی؟ نه ارگان خاصم که دون دستمه.
She didn't want me to focus only on the crime or the loss of her livelihood. She wanted something else remembered. She pointed to the flag and said, What mattered most was that it is still astute and that it must rise even higher. Because even when homes are destroyed and livelihoods erased, the people do not surrender their sovereignty. So this is the report. An Iranian woman, one among millions, whose livelihood was destroyed by US Zionist war crimes, yet who believes that as long as the flag still stands, she remains victorious.
اونم که سوپرمارکت بچه منه آره هیچی نمونده به جز پرچم که پاییزار بمونه انشالله انشالله بالا پرچم این بالا و از اون بالاتر بره پرچم این انشالله به امید خدا.
Hello, welcome back to Press TV's rolling coverage of day 26 of what we're looking at, approaching 1 month of this illegal aggression by the U.S. and Israeli regime against the Islamic Republic. In the studio with us, we have Homera Ahed joining us. Thank you so much for being with us. We also have Isaac Biggio, a political analyst and writer, who joins us from London. If I may start with you, Isaac Biggio, the 5-point conditions, I should say, made by the Islamic Republic to end the war is something that we got Press TV exclusively from an Iranian high-ranking official, and these 5 points is what I want to ask you as to whether you see that a window to perhaps push open the door of diplomacy. Iran has laid out its conditions, it's made it known. This is in addition, by the way, to the conditions it had in the past, in the second round after diplomacy was bombed again. Do you foresee any room for negotiations with the U.S., given the fact that Iran has said these are the conditions that it wants?
Well, I think there is a big gap between what Iran wants and what the USA wants, because Trump is asking for that Iran recognize that it has been defeated and that it should stop having any kind of uranium or atomic energy plants and leave the Hormuz Strait to be under the control of the United States, and to stop their links with the other resistance group in the Middle East. So I don't see at the moment any kind of possible agreement, and I don't think that Iran will benefit from a truce, because if there is a truce, the United States and the State of Israel are going to rebuild the radars and all of the system to intercept missiles. So for Iran at the moment, it is better to continue the war, because now the anti-missile defense in the U.S. bases and in the State of Israel are very, very much weakened, and Israel is suffering a lot of attacks. Like it had never been so much bombed in its 78 history. The Hezbollah militia in Lebanon is attacking very much the Israeli invasion. So I think that Iran has the capacity to continue fighting, and it does mean that it said that it's many military analysts, including a former chief of the MI6. No? So at the moment, I think that Iran can continue fighting. It is United States who is in a more weakened position, because the prices of the oil, the gas, the fertilizers are going up, and it's creating a world inflation, which is going to affect very much the U.S. economy, and Donald Trump's attempts to win the November elections. If he lost the election, he lost the Congress, and he might be impeached later on. So I don't see any possibility of agreement at the moment, because the distance between the two camps are too great. Perhaps Donald Trump would like to make some kind of concessions. That would be a step forward, but at the moment I don't see any way there could be a resolution quite soon.
Okay, let me ask you, Homer, if I may, and I'd like to pose this question to you through a question that the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has said, where he said the fact that they are now talking about negotiations is an admission of defeat. They didn't claim unconditional surrender before, and his question is, so why are they now mobilizing their top officials to negotiate? That's a good question coming from the Foreign Minister. What do you think?
The answer is quite clear for everybody to see. The last 4 weeks, almost 4 weeks of the war, have totally turned the tables, and we have seen how the Islamic Republic of Iran has retaliated with full force. They started, from the beginning, they started a horizontal war, and that horizontal war, included almost all the Persian Gulf countries which had given their territories to the United States for launching aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So the attacks on these bases, then the retaliatory attacks on the occupied territories, and the damage that has been incurred on these assets and also on in the occupied territories has been enormous. We have seen all these interceptors. The interceptors, they would be boasting about the 7-layer air defense mechanism in the occupied territories in Israel. They were all the time talking about the Iron Dome, the David Sling. All has been obliterated. If not all, most of it has been obliterated, and we have the evidences that we have now Iranian missiles even hitting the secure Dimona region of the occupied territories. So they had not expected that to happen. They had not expected that after the assassination of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Iran would be able to retaliate so fast and so enormously. They had thought or I would say miscalculated that Iran, the government of Iran would be toppled and they would lose their, center, the nucleus, and then they would not be able to defend themselves. But that did not happen, and the retaliation was very strong, and it's still continuing. And one of the most important things which they had not thought, and which has been very important and significant thing in this war, is the control of the Strait of Hormuz. I think they had thought that Iran would not do that, and with Iran controlling the Strait of Hormuz, we have seen the world economy being shaken, and now the effects are throughout the world. I don't think there is a country now which has not been affected by the rise in the energy prices, and now if this continues, there would be a rise in the grocery prices, everyday food items, and the world is not prepared to was not prepared to see something like that, and is not prepared to see even if it gets even worse. And we had statements even from IAE, the International Energy Agency, that the world has never seen something like that, and it is, they tried their best. They released the strategic oil deposits, but that was not able to control the oil prices. Then they also removed sanctions from the Russian oil. They also played a psychological trick of removing sanctions from the Iranian oil, which was on the seas. Nothing helped, and we are seeing every day how countries are responding to it. They have closed schools. They have, people are working from their homes, and if you see images from different countries from South Asia, people are queuing near the petrol stations, and there are thousands of people there who are not getting access to, fuel. So this globalization of the conflict, I would say, of the war, is now forcing Trump to change his rhetoric from surrender to negotiations.
Well, that's a big deal. That's one of the things that is quite perplexing. Of course, given the erratic statements coming from the U.S. President Donald Trump, maybe we shouldn't be taken by surprise. But the fact that the U.S. seems to think that they have won the war, that there's nothing more they can do militarily, that they have defeated Iran, but facts on the ground prove otherwise. I was reading on one of the things that the New York Times has written, and says that these U.S. bases have been hit so hard that they're all but uninhabitable. The scale of the damage is so large that, for example, it mentioned Port Shuaibah in Kuwait, where 6 U.S. troops were killed. There are command centers that have been destroyed. You have radar systems, tankers, and infrastructure that have been hit across the region. So the Iranian position is from a position of strength, yet the U.S. thinks it has the position of strength. What are your thoughts on that, given there are two contradictory narratives here?
Well, I will recommend people to watch the interview that the Economist, which is the most important political weekly magazine in the world, made to a former chief of the MI6. No, it's in a you can Google it in YouTube, and the former chief of the MI6 said Iran has the initiative, and in fact Iran has proven that it has the upper hand. Iran is controlling the Hormuz Strait, where 20% of the gas, the oil, and 30% of the fertilizers go outside the Gulf, no? So it controls a big proportion of what's the oil, gas, and fertilizer go to all over the world. And the fact that the subministration of these products to the planet is having some limitation, is creating a global recession and inflation. So the markets are being beaten. So Iran have a weapon which is more terrible than missiles or bombs or tanks, which is is attacking the markets, and especially the U.S. position, the dollar. So that is hurting the United States very much indeed. And the United States is unwilling to take the Hormuz Strait. The United States have 50,000 troops around the area, but if it launch a military invasion, I think it's going to be a disaster, worse than Afghanistan and Vietnam. United States is going to lose a lot of lives, and they are not going to occupy the area. Iran have more than 1 million people in arms, with weapons, in a very difficult and very big terrain. No, I don't think that the United States can manage to do an invasion, which is also going to last years. And Donald Trump already break his electoral promises. He said that he was not going to be involved in any war, and he's going to stop every war. And because the Third World War was close, very close. And second, that he was going to keep oil prices low. And it's happening exactly the opposite. Many people in the United States are very unhappy with this war. It's the first war that the United States is taking in the Middle East with the majority of the population being against that war. No other Western ally, no Japan, no South Korea, no Australia, no one is backing the United States. And inside the United States, the majority of the population not only oppose the war, but are not very happy with Israel. Many people are saying that this is not a war for benefiting the United States, but for benefiting the state of Israel. Israel, albeit it have a lot of military power, it is very isolated in the world. So I don't think that the United States have the upper hand at all. I don't think so. If it is true that the United States and the State of Israel have heavily punished Iran, killed many of Iran's leaders, destroyed many factories and cities, but Iran is prepared for that kind of retaliation. You have to remember that for 8 years, Iran had a war with Iraq backed by the NATO, and Iran was not defeated. So I see that Iran can continue this fight for some time. Furthermore, I think that for the Iranian government, it is something that could strengthen its relation with the population, because it appears as a champion of the national unity, of national sovereignty. So I don't think that the United States have the upper hand. And Trump needs to finish this war if he doesn't want to lose the election, if he doesn't want to be more unpopular at home, and if he doesn't want to lose his internal and international authority. The problem is that he's pushing very far by Netanyahu in the opposite direction, and if he decided to send troops to the Iranian islands or coast, I think that it's going to be like a boomerang. No, it's going to exploit in his face. So I don't think that the United States is winning this war. Nobody thinks that. No serious analyst thinks that.
Well, Homero, taking a look at some of the accomplishments militarily, before I ask you, I'm going to ask you basically the same question. One of the ones that stood out for me was the fact that Iran is testing a new system that's capable of hitting U.S. jets. This is a new air defense system developed after the 12-day aggression and is capable of targeting American aircraft. We saw how the F-18 was actually targeted, and it was downed, but the Pentagon has come out and said that that's not indeed the case. There are many other factors that point towards the fact that Iran militarily has the edge, even though it's standing up to the world's strongest army. What is the deal there that you have the U.S. taking a complete different stance than Iran when it comes to its edge on the aggression militarily?
As far as the air defense, domestically produced air defense system you are talking about, it was the same air defense system that was able to down F-35 aircraft, the face of the American Air Force. And we had a statement from the IRGC that clearly pointed to the fact that it was, the F-35 was destroyed by the domestically produced air defense system. So, apart from the fighter jets that have been destroyed by the air defense system of Iran, we have had almost more than 140 drones, Hermes drones, which have been quite famous around the world, and they have been destroyed by the air defense system of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now, Trump doesn't accept that, or the U.S. administration is not ready to accept that, and I think that's quite natural. They had built this idea of America's military might and America's, spotless military weapons or military weaponry, or what we call the military industrial complex, and now we are seeing it being receiving huge blows from the Islamic Republic of Iran. So that idea that America has the best military equipment, it has the best interceptors in the world, and then there are countries throughout the world who have been requesting America to buy these weapons. America would not even sell F-35s to a lot of countries, saying that it is the best air fighter jet. So now with this war on Iran, we have seen all these fighter jets or all these weaponry which were advertised as being the best in the world. We have seen how a country which has been sanctioned for more than 4 decades, which has been reeling under inhuman sanctions and had to deal with a lot because of these sanctions, has produced such a robust military system or defense system that was able to obliterate the best military or the best weaponry in the world. So that is really very embarrassing for Trump or for his administration, and also a huge embarrassment for Netanyahu, who had always been selling this narrative of I have the best intelligence units, I have the best spying units and the best air defense systems and all that. That is all that the narrative built over years is coming down brick by brick, and the Islamic Republic of Iran has done it single-handedly. So for them to accept what they have been facing for the last 1 month almost is too much, and I think that is the reason we are seeing the rhetoric from Trump or the words which he has been using or the things which he has been writing on Truth Social they are very loudly speaking of his frustration, of his anxiety, of that he has received huge blows from the Islamic Republic of Iran, and he is not able to come in terms with that.
My last question to you regards what you talked about was the ground invasion. We're looking at the 3 congressional Republicans that have come out and said that this is both from the House and Senate Armed Services, that ground operation actually is planned and could potentially be underway very soon. Taking a look at what you said and taking a look at some of the facts that is available out there when it comes to the way that Iran has been readying itself for it, and it's been laying traps. It has moved additional military personnel and assets and air defenses. This is going to be, from some accounts, a bloodbath for the U.S. forces. Do you think that the U.S. would be foolish enough to go ahead with that ground operation?
The problem is that sometimes when you enter in a war, you cannot control all your movements. And despite that Trump would not like to have a ground invasion, he might be forced to do that. You have to remember that initially Trump only wanted to have a quick blitzkrieg, a quick war, but it's now 4 weeks, or almost 4 weeks. So he was not prepared for such a long scenario. But every time he is pressed to go further and further. and he might be tempted to do a ground invasion because he needs also to show that he's the most powerful man in the world, and Iran cannot disobey him. No? So it is a serious possibility that the United States is going to launch an invasion. But there are many kinds of invasion. I think that initially Trump might prefer to invade some areas or islands in the Gulf or in the Hormuz Strait. But as soon as he sends troops, the war is going to become a much nasty one, which might take not only months but perhaps years to resolve. And this is going to be, as I said before, a Vietnam and Afghanistan wars, because Iran is much larger, much more populated, and much more well armed than Vietnam and Afghanistan combined.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Isaac Bigio, political analyst and writer, thank you so much. Well, turning our attention to you, Humaira, we'd like to expand a little bit more about the operations that are being conducted by the resistance groups, in particular Hezbollah, and also the Islamic resistance inside of Iraq, as an example. The Islamic resistance in Iraq has been very successful in targeting U.S. bases, such as the Victoria base, and of course we know what Hezbollah has done. How much are these two part of the formula for Iran, or part of the equation for Iran, in order to make sure that the U.S. And the Israeli regime in particular are going to stop what they're doing? Because we know that one of the conditions has been the fact that there has to be an end to this truce and an end to the war against Hezbollah, and also for the Gaza Strip to be free of the Israeli regime's bombardments.
These resistance groups, I would say, have played a significant role in this war against, in this retaliatory war, I would say, against the United States or the or for that matter, the Israeli regime. We have seen how Hezbollah has been inflicting damage on the Israeli regime, on the soldiers, and on some of the strategic locations in the occupied territories. And that is the reason that made many, politicians in the occupied territories come forward, and they were saying that Netanyahu lied to us about that Israel, that he has destroyed Israel, he has killed the top leadership, and now Israel is not in a position to attack. Now Hezbollah is not in a position to attack Israel, but that was a lie. The former Prime Minister of Israel, Naftali Bennett, also said this, that Netanyahu lied to us, and Hezbollah has come more forceful than before. So, and we also saw that there were reports which were indicating to the fact that Israel was not able to fight the war on two fronts. One front being the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the second Hezbollah. So that means when the statements like that it was not able to fight the war on two fronts come forward, that means Hezbollah has been so strong that Israel had to focus so much on that, on southern Lebanon, that it had to reduce its attacks on the Islamic Republic of Iran. So that makes us, come to this conclusion that Hezbollah has played a very significant role in this joint retaliatory operation against the U.S. and the Israeli entity. Coming to the resistance groups in Iraq, the resistance groups in Iraq have also played a remarkable role. The casualties which we have seen of the U.S. forces in Iraq have been